certain properties. So it's certainly devastating. It's certainly devastating.
Arnett Adiola on the ground covering the Eaton fire forest there in the Altadena area. She is at Maiden Lane and Mariposa Street.
Yeah, just absolutely devastating to see those images coming into our newsroom. We now want to head over to a news chopper 4 overhead over the Pacific Palisades fire with more on that smoke. And Julia, what are you seeing now with your vantage point?
Camilla, we are now flying through some of this smoke. As more of it is starting to dissipate this morning, we've been able to navigate through this smoke to give you a clearer aerial view of the damage. And we hate to sensationalize it, but if you look at the scope of destruction here, I mean, this really underscores the need for additional support as these communities wake up to this damage and start thinking about rebuilding and piecing their lives and their livelihoods back together. This also underscores many of the questions we heard during that live press conference about why the city was not as prepared as many residents would have expected, not just the city, but supporting agencies as well. I mean, we heard about the issues with water, and you're seeing now live as we fly over it, the consequences of that level of preparedness. Many of these trees, I don't know how well you can see this. We've got a tiny monitor up here, and my vision is obscured too by sun and smoke, and we've got soot that's flying through the air, and my eyes are watering from being up here for a couple hours now. But you can just make out the trees that have been left charred. It's so eerie to see regular healthy palm trees swaying in the wind, and then palm tree carcasses, if you will. Earlier this morning, we actually flew up to Ventura County. We went around the fire, around the eastern side of it. We were chasing some breaking news near Point Magoo, and what was really jarring too was how different it looked as soon as we crossed the county line. That's about the point where the smoke lightens up and the coastline becomes recognizable again. Blue skies, clear skies, blue water, not a hint of this smoke. This is being blown to the south and southwest. So communities south of here, even though you can't see it now in this aerial shot, you are still dealing with what we showed you early this morning. And it's not only smoke from the Palisades fire, but it is smoke from out east as well, the Eaton fire out in the Altadena area. For now, we're live overhead at News Chopper 4. Back to you.
Our Julia Dang overhead in News Chopper 4. We want to go down back to the ground there in the Palisades fire. That's where our NBC4's John Keddy's Klimak continues our coverage. John, give us your location and what you've been seeing this morning.
Hey guys, so we're on Galloway and Cary is the intersection where we are, but what I wanted to point out to you is how we could just look down this street that is usually just covered with these trees, this canopy of trees, but all that fire just burned through all of that. So you can only imagine what this looked like, you know, in better days. But every home on this street, every home on just about every block in this little community has been destroyed. And that's why I wanted to walk through here to show this to you, because you just keep going block after block after block. We talk about how sometimes it hits some houses, sometimes it doesn't. But with these specific blocks, this is right behind the Palisades Village, it's every house. This one, that one, the one further down. Now this couple here that's walking on the sidewalk here, we just spoke with them. They came back to find what was left of their home just about an hour ago. Is the first time they're taking a look at it. They got this hoe that they're using to sift through some of the items, trying to find family heirlooms that may have been left behind. And they don't want to talk on camera about it. It's very emotional for them, but they were telling us that when the fire broke out 10:30 on Tuesday, they could see it on the hillside in the distance. And he explained to me that he didn't think there was ever a way in a million years, even with the wind, that it would reach as far as it did and get their house. About 2 hours later, he said, is when they started packing up their things to get out. And when he left, he said he even talked with his kids. They have two young kids, saying that almost jokingly, I don't think we're going to have a house when we get back. In the back of his mind, thinking, I don't think that's even possible. I don't think the fire could reach this far. And yet here we are, where today they're coming back to see what has been left behind. This has been a very difficult thing to process for them, for so many families too. But that's been the big concern, the big worry for all these folks is, you know, what they're coming back to. And for so many, it's nothing. And in this neighborhood in particular, to see every single house is difficult. It's reminiscent of Lahaina in Maui and the fire that happened out there, and how it just took out. And that was a wind-driven fire as well. And how it just took out house after house after house, leaving nothing behind. And that's what we're seeing here. Very few things that people are able to pull out of the rubble. I talk about ceramics, broken ceramics, but pieces that they might be able to put back together. But I just wanted to show you guys how, you know, walk as far as you can in this neighborhood, and you're going to see much of the same. There is not a single house standing in I don't know how many city blocks there are in this neighborhood, but left and right and all around, there is nothing. And this is a big difference in some of the other neighborhoods where we see how the fire kind of took some houses, left some houses. This one's very different because everything is gone, guys.
And John, have you been able to see any additional homeowners driving through there today? I know I saw a couple people earlier in your shop, but just obviously just heartbreaking.
I think I lost the connection.
To take all of this. We may have lost John there, but again, just these heartbreaking images of just home after home, Jonathan, completely burned there in Pacific Palisades.
John mentioned Lahaina. John was on the ground there.
Yes.
He saw that firsthand when that destruction happened, and he's seeing it again now here in Southern California at a level truly we've not seen. There in Palisades, we're also seeing the same thing in the Eaton fire. It's just remarkable how devastating this is, the level of destruction. Right now we have NBC reporters from across the country helping us with our coverage. We have Sarah Wallace joining us live now along PCH there in Malibu, where Sarah, officials are now saying this is the most destructive fire in LA history.
That's right, and you've been talking about the fact that more than 17,000 acres have burned in this Palisades fire. I just want to take you along here and show you what we are seeing. You can see that and heartbreaking sight. You can just see that it's charred amid this rubble. I don't know if you can show you that there is.
There, we know the cell phone signal has been very poor there. We now want to get back to Julia Dang and News Chopper 4 with a bird's eye view there of just that smoke that continues to impact Pacific Palisades. What are you seeing out there now at this point, Julia?
Camilla, we've got a window of opportunity here where the smoke has cleared significantly where we are and where we are pointing the camera. I am just going to parrot what the reporter before me said. Everything is gone. That is not hyperbole. Look at this lot. And Jonathan made this point earlier. I mean, the numbers that we are reporting, when we talk about 1,000 structures destroyed, and actually at this point with the Palisades fire, we just learned during the press conference this morning that figure is thousands, plural. You know, each of those structures, we're talking about a home, we're talking about a business, we're talking about families, we're talking about community members. And this image here, I mean, multiply this by thousands. That's what we're trying to illustrate here as I zoom all the way out. It is destruction as far as the eye can see. And I can only imagine what we're going to see as more of this smoke clears. These are the first aerial images we have been able to broadcast from over what is left after the Palisades fire. And we say after because it's no longer burning in this area, but the fire itself is still burning uncontrolled. 0% containment, more than 17,000 acres at this point. And we know more than 7,000 firefighters are fanned out across LA County right now, contributing to this firefight. We know numerous counties have sent helicopters. We know other states are helping with this effort. But right here, it looks like a war zone. It looks like the aftermath of a war because we are not seeing anybody. We're not seeing residents coming in and out. We are not seeing first responders. It is just dead. And I hope we can put up images later comparing what I'm showing you now to what this looked like 3 short days ago. And that's as we come up on hour 48 of our live ongoing coverage on NBC4. And I think the hours ahead are going to contain many more images like this and many more of the stories behind these images of devastation.
Hey, Julia, you know, you've covered many fires from up above. Have you ever seen the level of devastation here?
No, Jonathan, I've covered fires. I've never covered anything like this. I also have not seen anything like this as a news viewer. I've heard a couple comparisons to Lahaina. That was absolutely devastating. We have another colleague at NBC4, one of our ground photographers, Jeremy, who was the only reporter based on Maui when that fire erupted. And I remember being glued to that live coverage. But in Los Angeles County right now, it's not just this one fire. We have numerous fires. And let me pull up the map overlay on the helicopter camera right now so you can see where we are, because our viewers likely do not recognize this part of the coastline.
It's just tough to see. It's tough to stomach these images, Julia. Your perspective truly gives us the scope of the disaster here that happened there in the Palisades, and it's a firefight that continues. You know, we talked, Julia, overnight. They weren't flying even though the winds were calm. We're still trying to get more answers as to that. In the hour or so that you've been back up over this fire, have you seen any more aerial assault?
We haven't, and you know, we don't keep reporting that to call out the city fire department to suggest that they have not thrown everything they have at this historic fire, but we simply haven't seen it. And we did see it last night over this fire. We did see helicopters doing water drops every couple of minutes over the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills, and we saw how quickly that made a difference. So as you look at what is left of the Palisades, you have to wonder, what are they doing right now to protect other communities? These winds continue kicking up.
And Julia, in your reporting this morning, you had talked about just how this is impacting truly everyone across Los Angeles. Almost everyone knows someone that has either been impacted by the fire, evacuated, especially, you know, when you think about the air quality. So just the extensive devastation from this fire is truly heartbreaking.
All right, Julia Dang, thank you for your coverage. As always, we're going to start our 10 o'clock hour here in hour, 48 that we've been on the air since 11 a.m. Tuesday. We have not gotten off the air. We will continue to be with you throughout this fire emergency. We've been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since that first one, that Palisades fire broke out Tuesday. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez. We want to thank you for being with us.
And I'm Camilla Rambaldi. The Palisades fire is so much larger than it was yesterday at this time. It has now grown to 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. The landscape of the seaside community has changed. A lot of homes and businesses burned. More than 1,000 are gone.
It's the same story. Our other big fire, the Eaton fire, started in Altadena. This one has burned more than 10,000 acres. The LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney saying this morning that forward progress has been significantly stopped. That is a bit of good news there this morning. Significant news, though the fires already destroyed thousands of homes and businesses. The total they are still trying to figure out. Meanwhile, 5 people at least have died. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says, unfortunately, he believes that number could go up. Again, 5 people have been killed in the Eaton fire at least. Evacuation orders are still in effect in both areas for both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. This is still a very ongoing and dangerous situation. We did learn at a press conference this morning that 20 people have been arrested for looting.
We now want to go to our Lexi Suitors joining us live from Altadena with more of that devastation. And Lexi, what are you seeing out there at this hour?
Hey, good morning. I feel like where I'm standing paints a really good picture of what the entire Los Angeles County area is dealing with, starting right here with this truck and the wind damage. This tree that it was significantly sized, totally roots uprooted out of the ground, landing or showing the power of those winds that blew through, igniting these flames. Coming over now to this property, 2 homes that used to be standing here. You can see the smoke in the air. I mean, the property is still just smoldering. There is virtually nothing that you can make out of whoever lived here and their belongings. Everything is ultimately just destroyed. You can see there's a water spigot that's just shooting out a little bit of water there. And in this corner over to my left, you can see some flames that are still burning. One of those hot spots that we have seen in dozens of homes this morning where, you know, the fire's just not totally out, and firefighters are doing their best. They are stretched so thin. We have seen fire crews actually make their way down this street just in the last 20 minutes that we've been standing here, and they're checking on things. They're doing what they can to get these hot spots out so things don't continue to travel and ignite. But even the damage to these cars, I mean, you can see the heat, the power of these flames. It's hard to make out what that car really even looked like prior to this, and we have seen dozens of others parked along this street that look so similar. But as we discussed with this fire and the power of these winds and direct, that's really how you determine if you have your home or you don't, because just right here now behind me as I cross the street, this home still decorated with its nice front wreaths for Christmas. It looks virtually untouched. And homeowners I've talked to today that have come back, they've said, you know, while our home looks great on the outside, it's going to be a very long time before we can go back inside. And that's because it is covered in.
You've talked to several people, including evacuees really going home for the first time. But you shared some incredible stories earlier, people who may have lost their place of work, from people who don't know if their homes are standing, to people who came back to find their home standing, grateful, but maybe their neighbors across the street aren't so lucky.
Yeah, Jonathan, in fact, this is a family who wasn't so lucky. They're not so lucky. In fact, they came up the street with a wagon prepared to salvage whatever they could. And that's exactly what they have with us. We have Frida and your mom with us. Talk with us a little bit about what this journey has been like. You didn't know if you'd go back to a home. You're walking 20 minutes up the hill not knowing. How are you feeling?
We're heartbroken. This is like, I can't explain how we're feeling right now. It's so heartbreaking, and just like seeing our home go down, our memories, our just everything about it. Yeah, we're hurting a lot. Our neighborhood, our city, we would walk these streets all the time, and now seeing it burnt to the ground, yeah, it's just really bad.
What are some of the items that you've collected here?
We actually put some clothes in our parking structure, and like just stuff we had that was extra, and we try to salvage as much as we can because thankfully it's not burnt yet. So we have clothing items, sweaters, even if it may not fit us, just as long as we have something for right now. Yeah.
So these items weren't in the apartment, but they were in the parking area. What were you able to grab from the apartment, if anything?
we weren't able to grab anything. Everything's burnt to the ground. This is the only thing we could manage to find and salvage. Yeah.
This is a lot to process. You're looking at a wagon with some of your final items. How are you feeling?
We're sad. It's heartbreaking. We never assumed that we would lose our home, and especially in this way. And we're just hurting, especially not just us, everybody else that lost their home.
Yeah. Frida, I'm so sorry for you and your mom. You said you also live with other family members?
Yeah, it was just us and my 3 siblings, my sisters, and my cousin. And we were always alone, but we were happy with each other. It's just us, the girls.
Yeah, you guys have each other, support each other, and you're going to continue to do that during this incredibly difficult time?
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As you walked up the way, I'm sure you saw a lot of the other destruction too, dozens of homes. I can't imagine what it is like to process all of this as you're here trying to revisit your home, seeing your neighbors' homes. Are you staying with family now?
Yeah, thankfully we have my aunt. She lives in La Puente, so we're going to stay there while everything, see what happens.
And a few questions for your mom here. This has got to be tough for you too. Anything you could share with us as you walk down the hill back to family's home with what you were able to bring back?
So no, we're so sad right now. I cannot even talk. Like this is a dream, like a nightmare. I didn't,
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I thought it was just one little fire and it's gonna end. We're gonna come back. But no, that's
a lot of
God. But thanks God, we have held hands, everything. We have God that is most important. Yes. So, and I had the support of my daughters. So everybody is we're gonna make it again.
Yes, you guys sound like a really tight-knit family. You guys sound like you support one another. You have your sisters, you have each other. I'm happy to see you guys alive and able to talk with one another. And gosh, there's such a long road to recovery now. We'll let you guys go back down the way. I know it's been a long journey for you all. I understand that they're not allowing cars up the way either right now.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I know some of the neighbors were explaining to me that they're not letting cars up because they're concerned with looters. Did law enforcement tell you anything about that?
Yeah, there was looters coming into burnt homes and stealing as much as they can, which is just heartbreaking, especially in these times.
Got it. Thank you, Frida. Thank you guys so much for your time. Such a tough situation. You guys are so gracious for giving us this time and sharing your personal story with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jonathan, Camila, this is just one example, one story of people who were able to grab whatever they could right now. She said she got this from her car. Keep in mind, these aren't even items that they were able to salvage from their apartment unit. And if we turn around, my photographer, Renee Luna, I'm going to ask you to turn this way because we're seeing other evacuees who are coming back down the way with suitcases. So you can see people are really just taking whatever they can and making their way back down the hill here on Santa Anita. So this is a very dynamic situation where for the first time people are coming up the hill, checking on their homes. You'll see another person walking up the way with a wagon. It seems like everyone's doing the same thing. So many neighbors in similar situations right now, not knowing if they're going to be returning to their homes. You just feel for them. You hear stories like this. Frida and her mom, so gracious to stop and talk with us. You have neighbors like Rafael over here. He says he's heartbroken. He has neighbors up the way who lost their home. Let's see if we can get Rafael's attention. We were talking with him. Rafael, you have a moment to chat with us? I know he's busy. He's actually trying to repair his fence right here. And you were saying that your fence was broken. Thank you for taking your time. I know you're busy. I saw you cleaning up over here. A lot of your neighbors are sweeping, doing what they can. Thank you for your time. talk with me about what the situation is like right now as you're looking right outside your home and you're seeing evacuees return for the first time, some of them leaving with all they could. You know, that family we were just talking with, the mother and her daughter, that's all they have is that wagon full of clothes that she tells me, actually, before we started our interview, she intended on giving away those clothes. She had them in her car. She couldn't even get items from her apartment unit. She was going to give away those clothes, and now those are items that are her prized possessions, the only thing she can walk away with. Raphael.
My heart goes out to them. We came in this morning not knowing what to expect, because I know that in Santa Anita the fires are still brewing up in the north, so we didn't know how far south they had come, so we didn't know what to expect. The sheriff's department, the police have blocked off all this entire area, and actually thank God that they have, because we all feel more secure, safer. We hiked up this mile to make sure our home was still here. We were very lucky that it was. The first time in 48 hours I was able to take my cars out because of the electrical problems I had with my gate. Yeah. I'm just very blessed that my house is still standing, but we're not out of the woods yet. And my heart goes out to all the families. I have 5 friends who have lost their homes, 2 who've lost their entire blocks. So I don't know how we recover, but I do know that we will rebuild, and we're Altadena strong, and we're going to rebuild together. Yeah. And my heart goes out to everybody. It's just so heartbreaking.
It is. You know, you say we're not out of the woods yet. That's certainly true. We have been out here reporting since 3 o'clock this morning, and we saw firefighters working to put out flames. It's raining ash, by the way. Not sure if you guys can see that on camera, but we were talking with firefighters who were trying to save homes because somehow these smoldering hot spots, in certain cases, reignite flames. Yeah. And we saw an apartment complex. There were 3 buildings, and the center building with at least 4 units from our vantage point had burned to the ground overnight. This is when winds had calmed significantly since yesterday, and you have 4 units gone in that case. Of course, they tried saving, and they did save the other units, but to your point, yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. That's just an example.
I mean, I have family who asked me, like, so who started the fires? I was like, what are you talking about? This is the climate change as we see it. Like, when we came yesterday, it looked like an inferno in here. It looked like a tornado. The winds were so high, and the fire was burning sideways. It was heartbreaking. I hope no other families have to go through this. I don't know what to say besides my heart is with everybody in this community in the Pacific Palisades, and we will rebuild together stronger, I promise.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and your optimism is inspiring. I appreciate it. Thank you, Raphael.
Hope y'all doing good.
See more neighbors over here. Jonathan, Camilla, we're going to continue walking this way, talking with people. Yeah. Hi, ladies. Hi. Do you guys have a moment to chat with us? Okay, got it. You guys live up the way?
Did.
You did. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Talk with me about your story. You're returning for the first time, like many, I would imagine.
Yeah, we came up yesterday, but there was an on-fire electrical pole across the street, so we stopped and turned around, came back this morning, and gone. Just absolute. It's the further you go up, it's just an absolute wasteland. It's just stunned, shocked, speechless. And all the things you hear everybody say in a situation like this, and then you're in it, and you're like, yeah, it's crazy, crazy. I fled. So sorry. Fled with my car full, whatever I could pack.
Yeah. What are some of the items you were able to take with you?
Whatever was clean in my laundry. I grabbed photo albums. I grabbed all the important papers. Dogs. That's Xena. I know. Pretty girl. What else? What? Oh. Family heirloom, like grandfather clock that was on the wall. Wow. And I was like, well, I guess I'll grab this. And I did. It was super. I took video of everything before I, fleeing in a panic. Took video of everything I could before I left. Yeah, it's beyond.
A lot to process. When you returned today, what was left behind? Were you able to salvage anything?
My chimney. My chimney, and a water feature, water fountain. That's literally, was there anything else? Nothing. Nothing. Like nothing. No walls. No, nothing. I could see in my basement, I could see like bits of metal furniture that was the support for what stood on top of it, but it's mangled and long gone. I had my dad's 1964 classic Jaguar that burned to the ground. So yeah, it's when people say there's no words, there's none. Yeah. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Yeah. I have great friends though. I mean, I probably have 80 texts that I can't even, I mean, people are just like, whatever we can do, whatever we can do. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. But yeah.
Just unbelievable. I'm so sorry you're going through this. I wish we could make it better. And dozens of neighbors, I'm sure you saw up the way.
I'm not alone. That's what everyone says, like, you're not alone. You're not. And yeah. It's yeah.
Are you able to stay with family?
No, none of my family's up here. I'm from the Bay Area, so none of my family's up here. But I have great friends, and you'll figure it out. I mean, I have to find a house. Yeah. It's literally today. I was like, find a house, rent a house. I have to have a house. I have to have the house.
I'm glad you have some support with you here. I'm so sorry you're dealing with this. Thank you for your time. You're so gracious to stop and chat with us.
Of course.
I can only imagine how difficult this is.
Yeah, I think you're seeing numb and shock, and probably in 30 minutes, full meltdown.
And you know what? I didn't even get the opportunity to ask your name.
Oh, Kim.
Kim.
Yeah, last name's Kantner, Kantner.
Thank you so much for your time, Kim. I'm so sorry. We'll let you guys head back down the way. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Camille and Jonathan, you've just heard two stories of families who have lost their homes, and it's just heartbreaking to hear. One thing I will say, the common denominator is they're also kind, they're gracious, they're grateful for the support that they have from their loved ones, and that in itself is very inspiring to see. Jonathan, Camila.
Yeah, we often hear, Lauren, you know, from officials and from people, you know, they got out with their lives, and of course nothing is more important than that. Yeah. But truly their lives are still the homes that they built, the 64 Jaguar in the garage, the things like that, the irreplaceable memories. Yes, they're just things, but to many people those things are their lives. So it's something to be sensitive about and think about as we move forward. Our Lauren Coronado there on the ground covering the Eaton fire. We want to go back to the Palisades fire right now, to our News Chopper 4, Julia Dang, up above at PCH and Tuna Canyon. And Julia, if you're with us, we believe you have a shot of one home standing in, amongst a sea of devastation.
Jonathan, the signal is cutting out a little bit, but I can see your picture now. I can't hear you there, but look at what just flared up along Pacific Coast Highway. We have repositioned. We're over the water now. We're flying down low. We're seeing an active firefight now, but it doesn't look like firefighters can save this house. And it's going to end up having the same fate as these neighboring structures along PCH. These homes burnt to the ground. They crumbled into the water here. But what Lauren just said about gratitude, we're seeing that over here as well. We're seeing that here in Malibu. And we don't have to get out of the chopper to talk to homeowners, to talk to these residents, to understand that's what they're experiencing. We're seeing homeowners standing in yards talking to firefighters. I spotted somebody hugging a firefighter here. So we've been wondering, you know, where is the firefight concentrated? Where are they taking action right now? It appears to be along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway, just south of Tuna Canyon Road.
Julia, have you been able to see any additional water drops in the last 10 minutes or so?
No, we have not seen water drops. We have not seen firefighting helicopters, just these spot firefighting attempts here on the ground, and mostly, again, concentrated along Pacific Coast Highway. And we do need to fly out of here very quickly. We need to get fuel, and this smoke is just untenable for us. But we're live in News Chopper 4. Back to you.
All right, our Julia Dang overhead in News Trapper 4. Continue being safe out there. Just a quick note for our viewers, the block that she was on was the 18,800 block of PCH. We believe that house that was still standing was 18860 Pacific Coast Highway. Right now, we want to go over to our meteorologist, Shauna Mendiola, standing by with more on those winds that we're expecting to see it increase once again, Shauna.
Yeah, they're already picking up right now. So I've been monitoring them, and in the last 20 minutes, we have seen it pick up in the LA County region. So as Julia mentioned, she saw a little bit of an uptick and a little flare up. It's because those winds are starting up again. If you take a look at the Inland Empire, we are starting to see winds pick up for you anywhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour at this time. And then into Ventura and LA County, we've already got some winds in the higher peaks coming in at 40 to 50 miles per hour in terms of the gusts. So this is the beginning of what is going to be the next round of wind. But the difference this time is it is our typical Santa Ana wind. And what we mean is that those wind sheltered areas near Altadena in the San Gabriel Valley that typically don't get the wind really won't see that this time around. So that is something we are monitoring. Now, in terms of some gusty conditions, we've got another round coming, and we expect it to be real strong tonight into tomorrow morning. Some of the strongest gusts could be 75 miles per hour in the San Bernardino Mountains, and you are seeing some of those gusts possible into Riverside and Orange County this time around. We are seeing a high wind warning there through Friday afternoon. Now, looking at those gusts also for the LA County region, but just for the mountain range. So not everyone is going to see the highest gust like last round. I know last round was real scary for a lot of us. We had not seen winds like that for at least a decade. And for now, we are going to be monitoring some of these winds moving through the areas of LA and Ventura County, as well as the Cajon Pass and down through Orange County. So let's get to the Inland Empire in Orange County, because we are going to see some very strong winds for you as well. So I did want to touch on that. If you haven't seen wind yet, you are about to see it as we head to this afternoon. Fontana through Jurupa Valley, I expect your wind gusts to go anywhere between 30 and 40 miles per hour as we head to the afternoon hours, and stay pretty gusty as we head to those overnight hours. So there's a look at 10 o'clock tonight. Orange through Irvine are going to see those winds pick up for you. Now, we wake up tomorrow morning and still a little bit of a gust for you at 6 a.m. But after that, we've got a quick turn of winds. Instead of them coming from the northeast to southwest, we're going to get a west wind, which is an onshore wind, which will help with the humidity and also become a little bit on the lighter side, so below advisory level. So what we're going to see is a little bit of help from Mother Nature tomorrow, but one more round of these winds is something that could push those flames, reignite some of these hot spots that we're seeing out there. So red flag warnings will continue through tomorrow. We'll monitor if that gets extended into the weekend, but something that we are also noticing is that air quality. It is so bad out there, folks. Some of the smoke can get into your homes, and so we want you to take those proper precautions. Run your ACs and your air purifiers if you can. This is going to be impacting all of Southern California as we head to the weekend, because some of that smoke is going to drift into the IE in Orange County as well, and we're not going to get much help from Mother Nature in terms of any moisture. Check out the precipitation outlook for the next 6 to 10 days. West Coast below normal in terms of anything we can get in terms of rain. I don't expect anything over the next 7 days, so we're looking dry. In a lot of locations right now, it looks hazy and red out there, but the forecast is for clear skies. Not getting that with that smoke out there, so a lot of it is orange, and that already tells you that that pollutant smoke is in the air. That is toxic for your lungs, so if you have to step out, wear a mask and wear a P95 mask or N95 mask, a P100 mask. Those are those really strong ones to filter out those pollutants for you. Tomorrow, the wind will be in the morning, and then we get a break before possibly another round this weekend. So we're going to focus on this one first and then get to the weekend. Those temperatures will be cooling down, and there's every day for you. It's just going to be dry. No rain for the next 7 days in Southern California, anywhere from the beaches into the valleys, the deserts and mountains. We have no major changes coming our way. So we'll be following again the wind tonight. We expect the wind to start picking up right now into the afternoon and then get strong overnight into tomorrow morning. And then after we get to about this time tomorrow, we're going to start to see those winds die down. So after about lunchtime tomorrow, I think we're going to get improvement and another break where firefighters can use that time frame to help them get a grasp of these fires, fight them, get a little bit more containment out there. But in terms of you and your health and your lungs, if you have to be out again, please protect yourself. This could have long-term effects, and we can't state that enough. We look at all these cameras, and it is very hazy out there. If you can see the smoke, it is in the air, and even if you can't smell it, we can tell you it's there because we've been monitoring the air quality, and it is at a hazardous level for some. I'll send it back to you.
Shauna and our team of meteorologists have been keeping us covered. We want to remind our viewers that the QR code there at the bottom of your screen here on the corner, you can scan that with your phone to get the same information that Shauna was just giving us, as well as other updates about evacuations and other vital information during this fire. Just scan that QR code there in the corner of your screen.
Yeah, such important reminders from Shauna. We now want to get to our John Geddes CLEMAC in Pacific Palisades on Galloway and Cary. And I understand, John, that you are seeing, we can see from your shot, some of those water drops. And earlier, we heard nobody was flying. So this is a good update.
Right, Julie. Yeah, Julie, up in the news chopper, as she was saying that. Sorry, we're getting the alert on our phones, but as she was saying that she hadn't seen anything, we were noticing that two of them back to back at the super scoopers. They've done quite a few different loops around where we are. We haven't actually seen them drop anything from our vantage point, but we are seeing them fly around. We'll keep an eye out to see if we can show them to you again. But where we are here at Galloway and Cary, this neighborhood right behind the Palisades Village, if you're familiar with the area, this neighborhood is just decimated. Everywhere you look, it is destruction. Every single home on every single block is destroyed. Every once in a while you'll see a car that survived, but beyond that, we just don't see much of anything left in this neighborhood. We did get a request from somebody asking about their home, which is about a block from where we are. We just walked over there to take a peek at it, and that home is also one of the very many in this area that just don't exist anymore. I mean, and we're talking about, as you just do a whole 360, you know, you can look around and see the same thing. There's nothing standing except, you know, perhaps the hardest parts of the house, the chimneys, some of the frames perhaps, but you know, what is left here is going to be very little for anybody to come back to. We did talk to a family that arrived here a little while ago. They're sifting through what is left of their home, trying to find things, important things, sentimental things that they might be able to pull out of that. So far, what I've noticed that they've been able to pull is just a bat, an aluminum bat for their son. Who they say even through all this, they've been making sure that he's been getting into his baseball practices. Here comes the super scooper, Enrique, coming behind us right now. So there's another round. This time it looks like he's coming by himself, but they're up and they're looking and they're doing the work. Oh, here comes the other one right behind it. Exactly what the folks in this area had been hoping for, praying for, and waiting for ever since this fire started. Unfortunately, of course, because of how strong those winds were in those early days, those 80, 90 mile an hour gusts, it just was too dangerous to get those up in the air to do anything. Fortunately, in that time is when all this destruction happened. So now, you know, the hope is to be able to get some containment around this and try to stop any forward spread on this, so that in the event of any other wind event that, you know, comes down the line, that we're not still dealing with this. Luckily, the wind here has been dying down throughout the day. We are feeling a pretty significant breeze that's been pretty constant here in this neighborhood, but as of now, it feels good. We are still wearing our masks, obviously, because the particulates in the air and, you know, the fumes that still come from whatever burned inside these homes is very dangerous. And it's good to see the folks who have made their way in here to look through some of this stuff. They're wearing the masks as well, to make sure that they're, you know, doing their due diligence to keep themselves healthy and safe through all this. But again, this neighborhood behind Palisades Village, it's just block after block. Every single home has been destroyed in this neighborhood. So when we start taking that tally of how many homes were destroyed as a result of this fire, many of them will come from right here, guys.
Yeah, John, as we... your shot is just unbelievable to see, and yet in the same breath where John is, there's no active fire, yet down the way, just miles from you, John, there is still a very active firefight happening right now. In fact, I want to give you a live look from our Mount Wilson camera that I believe we have right now that our directors are trying to get to. Here you go. And yet again, this is now the Eaton fire. We believe this is now approaching a specific area there. Again, this is from our Mount Wilson camera. You still see that smoke billowing in the air. This part of the fire is now approaching our broadcast towers up on the hillside there. A very, again, active situation. Earlier, we did hear Fire Chief, LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney say that much of the forward progress had been significantly stopped. But this is the issue, especially as the winds potentially start to kick back up during the afternoon hours today. that there's still a very active firefight. And we're not out of the woods by any stretch in either the Eaton fire nor the Palisades fire.
Yeah, and Jonathan, just another example of how quickly things can change because of those winds. So just to wait and see what happens later this afternoon, but you can just see the intensity of that smoke billowing into the air at this hour in Altadena. The Eaton fire has already burned more than 10,000 acres, and it remains at this hour at 0% containment. So still a lot of challenges that firefighters are facing today.
Absolutely. Our Conan Nolan continues our team coverage on the ground there in Altadena. He's at the intersection of Athens and Santa Anita. And Conan, we just saw this shot of active fire again, just, a couple hours after we heard that most of the significant progress had been stopped. And this is the reality for firefighters. They're not out of the woods until this thing is officially over.
Right, and that could take days. The question is, where is the active fire? If it's in the wildland and there's no, there's very little wind, or there's no advancement of the flames like we saw, 48 hours ago, there's no active flame here other than the continued burn of gas lines on this stretch.
Our Conan Nolan having some signal
what
issues.
You've seen
go
here
ahead, Conan.
is, I'm sorry, we're breaking up here because so many.
Yeah, they've been having cell phones,
and so it's intermittent. It's very difficult.
It's just breaking up a lot. Yeah, like here, and this is an issue we've seen throughout both fires up in the hillsides, where people are complaining of zero cell phone coverage or very little, which is how our signal is up. We want to go back to Mount Wilson because Conan made a good point earlier about whether this is burning in the wildland area, and we can assume that it is right now. In fact, we did hear from the Angeles National Forest Fire Chief earlier that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And that is significant given that the Angeles Crest Highway is a significant thoroughfare for people who travel back between the desert and our area here on this side of the hill.
Is our shot locked up?
And we can hear Conan
again.
Hopefully we can try to get back to him as soon as his shot is stable. But again, he made a good point. This is burning in the Angeles National Forest, but it is threatening the broadcast towers up there. That is what gives us the ability to broadcast, to hit those towers, to get some of these live shots up. But yeah, the smoke billowing into the air once again as the winds are only going to continue to intensify over the next several hours. And this is not what firefighters wanted to see, Camilla.
Yeah, not at all. And when you think about the conditions, that combination of the brush surrounding that, the dry conditions just fueling those flames, and that is the concern, especially with those winds expected to pick back up later this afternoon. So that's something that our meteorologists are closely monitoring. We'll have to see what happens here next. But again, those challenges. It looks like we have our Conan Nolan that is back. Conan, can you hear us?
This signal's going to.
We can hear you, Conan.
The woman in the center there is Camille Davis, 23 years old. This is her home that she grew up with her parents. Her father built it. She is looking for her cats. We actually gave her a ride up here because she was well down at the bottom of the of Santa Anita. And it was going to be another 20 minutes for her, or 30 minutes, and she was worried about her pets. She can't find them. Cats have a tendency to shelter in place and go and hunker down and then pop up days later. We've seen that in other calamities. You're referring to the flank of the fire that's making its way up Mount Wilson. There, it's the Mount Wilson Observatory. It is the most historic spot. It is a historic spot.
It's difficult to hear Conan out there just due to that. All right, we'll get back to Conan in just a moment. And again, that signal very challenging to get out there in Altadena. Firefighters have been working around the clock since Tuesday morning.
All right, Brittany Hope talked to an LAFD captain to really show us the extent of the damage from the Palisades fire.
How you doing? How you holding up? We're holding up okay. It's been a long couple nights, couple days, but our firefighters are tired, but they're out there and they're doing their job, and they've been keeping very busy through the last few days.
Let's walk a little bit. I know we both have these flashlights. There's obviously no power here. The sun isn't up yet, so you can really only see all of this destruction with the help of these. As we're walking, I know you said you have friends who are personally dealing with this, fighting it, who have lost things. I have friends who have lost everything.
Yeah, I think there's hardly anybody in the LA area who doesn't know somebody that's been affected by this. So, we all have people that are out here, and so this is just devastating on all fronts. This is a very fast-moving fire. We had the 99-mile-an-hour winds, so erratic wind conditions. But yeah, we've all been affected by this. This was really all hands on deck. Myself, I had to pick up a lady who had 2 cats. She had to walk back into her house because she couldn't get in. And I've talked to numerous other fire companies that was putting people inside their fire engine just to get them out. And when something's moving this fast, that really is when we have to take extreme measures. And our number one priority is life safety. So we have to get people out first, and then we can do the firefight. And we had this was so widespread. We had such erratic winds. We're used to Santa Ana winds, but we're not used to them being 80, 90 miles an hour, and just such erratic changes in the wind conditions.
And it's personal. I mean, like you said, I don't think there's anyone in the Los Angeles area who doesn't know someone who's been impacted by this fire, by what's going on in Altadena, Hollywood last night. Your crew's been working more than 48 hours now at this point, coming up on 48 hours. There's so much destruction, and it's so deeply personal. What is keeping your crews going at this point?
Well, this is what our crews train for. We are used to working long hours, but what's keeping us going is that there's still work to do. So there's still homes that are on fire. We're still helping people who are evacuated, and this is going to be an ongoing thing. So what's keeping our members going is that they have a lot of work, and we're just at the beginning stages of this, because now we're going to have to, once the fires are out, we have to move into the recovery phase. But right now, this is still a very ongoing, active incident. Our firefighters are not going to be leaving here until this fire we have 100% containment. Right now, we're at 0% containment. So it's, the amount of destruction that is out here, I have 25 years on. This is not something I've seen on this scale. And people were coming down across the PCH with injuries because that was the only place that they could go. People had to abandon their vehicles with how fast moving this fire was. And we put out warnings, and that's also why we say, when you get an evacuation order, that's when you do need to leave, because if you don't, it might be too late, and it could hinder our firefighters getting in there for firefighting operations, and it also hinders people when they're trying to evacuate. So it's we have firefighters coming in from all over the state now, so we're continuing to keep on adding additional resources. We had to ground some of our aircraft because of the high erratic winds. So that's, our aircraft did an outstanding job. We had fixed wing and rotary wing, so they're just doing continued drops when they can. But once the winds get too erratic, they can't fly in that either. So
it's not safe for you guys. I know we couldn't fly our chopper. You've been so generous with your time, Captain, so thank you, because I know that you're going up and down PCH. Just want to wrap with your final message to the community. I know folks have been peeled to their TVs, to their phones for days now.
Yeah, our final message is, we just, safety. We just want to make sure that everyone still stays safe. There is a lot of down power lines all throughout this. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. So as people start coming back, we still have ongoing firefighting operations. So, safety is always our number one priority. And so we want people to still be safe as if they come into the area.
And that was our Brittany Hope at the Palisades fire. Right now, we want to go back to our Lexi Suter visiting us from our NBC station in Chicago, helping us out with our continuous coverage. She's live at the Eaton fire in Altadena. The information I have, Lexi, you're at Glen Rose Avenue in Crosby.
Yeah, that's correct. In this stretch of Altadena, badly damaged. There is really nothing to salvage here. You can see this property behind me. What we talked about earlier was how remarkable that it is still smoldering despite the water, despite all the efforts of the firefighters. You can see there's really not much to grab from this property, but a lot of hot spots still here and a lot of smoke that's adding just to the soot and the ash in the air. We did talk to some neighbors who are doing their best to kind of go through these properties right here along Glen Rose and see if there is anything they can pick up. You know, they did mention they're trying to get the gas turned off. So this is still like an immediate threat in terms of what people are trying to do to make sure their property is safe. They didn't want to speak to us, but they're doing what they can to try to salvage maybe a family photo, anything they can that means something to them. You know, the crazy part of these fires is I show you this and how it is all charred and burned to rubble. And then you see right here this perfect white fence and this Christmas decoration, which is just such a stark reality and a reminder of what people were doing just a couple weeks ago and just a few days ago. They were in their homes. We did talk to a man who was walking down the sidewalk. He said he grew up here. He said this is families of generations and generations who live on this block. So it's really just heartbreaking to see and to hear these stories as people are starting to return, most of them not seeing what they want to see when they return. Some do have their homes, but they are damaged from the smoke. So a lot of people still coming here just to get that initial reaction and to see. I've also been getting a lot of messages on social media of people saying, hey, can you check out this address on Fair Oaks? Can you check out this address on Glen, this address on Lake? You can tell that people are watching. They're trying to get as much information as they can because they are heeding those warnings from firefighters and from police who are actively patrolling this block and trying to keep everyone safe, keep people out of here that should not be here. So a lot more information to come, but certainly right now people are kind of just taking this in and trying to grapple with this new unfortunate reality. Back to you guys.
Lexi, we have you're in a side-by-side with a shot of Mount Wilson there. We want to let our viewers know that the Eaton fire has picked back up the active flames. Do you see anything from your vantage point? We're seeing a ton of smoke coming now from the top of the hillside. We know you're more towards the base of the foothills, but we're seeing, I mean, yeah, you're in a place, Lexi, it looks like where there's smoke everywhere, but is that the plume? Looks pretty much the same.
I would say that's the plume you're talking about. We've been out here for about an hour now, and I have noticed the smoke thickening. Just being out here since early this morning when it was even dark, there is so much smoke just lingering in the air. There's ash, there's soot, but it certainly has felt heavier. The one thing I will say is the wind is still very calm. It's almost eerily calm because, right, these fires really continue to grow because of the wind. It is still very calm, but I have noticed heavier smoke coming from the mountain. Yeah. I cannot see any flames with my eyes, but that certainly doesn't mean they're not there.
And Lexi, have you been seeing any water drops in that area at this point, or any additional crews out there?
No, great question, because that's what I think everyone is really looking for, right? While the winds are calm, as we're expecting higher winds to move back into Los Angeles County, no water drops. We have seen firefighters and emergency vehicles coming through, looking more like they're patrolling, though. Certainly not fighting any active fires where I'm standing. Doesn't mean they're not doing that up there on the hillside, but have not seen water drops, have not seen really anything. It's oddly quiet. It's just some people who've been able to get back in or maybe live up the road and are walking down to just take a look, check on things for their neighbors, but no active resources being used right here where I'm standing.
All right, our Lexi Suter visiting us from our Chicago station, helping us out with our ongoing fire coverage as we approach the end of our 48th hour. We want to let you know that the Eaton fire has picked back up. That is the screen there on your right that you see that giant plume of smoke now billowing back into the air. This is a massive, massive flare-up that is now threatening the Mount Wilson Observatory area. There are also several TV towers as well as radio towers for local TV stations and local radio stations, and this site just getting worse by the moment. We want to check in now with our meteorologist Shauna Mendiola, because Shauna, we talked about the winds. They'd been calm overnight, or at least more calm than we had seen, but the threat continues clearly. You know, earlier fire officials had said that the forward progress on this fire had been significantly stopped, and yet here we are seeing it yet again.
Right. I mean, it's good that they were able to get some forward movement with this and a little bit more of a stop of this fire spread. But the wind at this time, to verify what they're looking at right now in the Eaton fire, it's actually on the calm side. This is an area that typically gets wind sheltered. So yes, we're waiting for the wind to pick up, but I think that it's going to be a little different for the Eaton fire. But nonetheless, even though we are looking at less of a wind, it is so dry out there. We've got percentages in the teens from Loma Alta Park through Altadena, Eaton Canyon Park, and Sierra Madre are 4 locations where we're monitoring the conditions, and they are all reporting very dry air. So any ember that flies or any hot spot that restarts, it can grow regardless of the wind or not. It is dry on the ground and dry in the air, and that is just a recipe for bad news there. So I'm watching that, but you'll notice that a lot of the smoke is heading up. It's going straight up. It's not getting pushed anywhere right now because those winds aren't pushing it anywhere, and it is going to settle in the ground and add to the pollutant air. A lot of the skies that we're seeing out the door right now in Southern California are orange. We're looking at cameras, and you're seeing thick clouds of smoke, and it looks like orange fog. That is all pollutant activity from the smoke that you're seeing. Again, chemicals get burned up in this as well, so it can be toxic for your lungs. You need to really be careful if you're going to be out there today, folks. Please limit your time outdoors at this period. We're seeing some spots with really toxic air outside. Keep your windows and doors closed and avoid exercising today, walking around and breathing in this type of air. It can impact you in the long term. We're going to be looking at, again, bad air quality, possibly filtering into your home, so you want to use your air condition and your air purifier to filter that out. And if you have to be outdoors at any time, please wear a mask, N95 or P100 masks, to really filter out those pollutants. Now, looking at the current conditions in terms of air quality, I did mention some spots with very unhealthy air quality. That's mainly LA County right now, from the valleys of where the Eaton fire is originating and pushing out towards the coast. This is towards LAX. This is towards downtown LA, Long Beach. This is where we're seeing the worst air quality. And you can even just look off in the distance and the visibility is poor because of that smoke. Notice how Riverside and Ontario, you're in the green at this time. You might not be noticing any smoke, but as we head to tomorrow, there is going to be a change in the wind pattern that will drive that smoke in your direction. So there is a wildfire smoke advisory that'll be in effect through tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's extended through tomorrow, because the wind movement is going to drift that smoke inland for you here tonight and push it your way. Here's a look at the smoke feature cast that we have. We've monitored, again, the Eaton fire and Pacific Palisades and where that smoke is coming from. And with a northeast to southwest direction of wind, that is going to push that smoke offshore near the beaches. But the Eaton fire is right in the San Gabriel Valley, and the smoke will drift and continue to push its way into LA County. This is where the worst air quality is going to be for now. That's where you're seeing the dark smoke. Now we get to tomorrow morning, you can see that it kind of lightens up a bit, but it is getting pushed inland because the wind is going to take a shift, and it is going to come onshore from the west and push it into the IE, Riverside, in Orange County. So it's going to be within the next 12 hours, we're going to see a change of the wind, and it's going to push that smoke your way as well. All of us still under a red flag warning. So this means that the fire threat continues to be high. We know that, especially because we don't have any rain in the forecast, and the wind is expected to pick up once again. But what we have been talking about is the change in the wind and why this is different from last round. Last round, we had some wind through those wind sheltered spots. Areas in the San Gabriel Valley that typically don't get the wind got real gusty, and all of us saw some of the strongest winds we have ever seen here in the past decade or so. So now we're starting to see the development of Santa Ana winds. They typically typically come over the passes and canyons and filter into the Cajon Pass through Orange County and the Inland Empire, and then the Newhall Pass into the Santa Clarita Valley and through the beaches of LA and Ventura County. So this is what we're seeing at this time. Notice how we're picking up on some pinks now and reds on our maps. That indicates strong gusts, occasional bursts of wind that are coming through. So 30 to 32 mile per hour wind gusts right now in Ontario Riverside, something that we haven't seen here yet, but we are monitoring your winds. Santa Clarita also getting some of the wind at this time. And this is not going to be the strongest of it yet. We'll see that as we go to bed tonight, and I'll monitor something for you at first. We're looking at a high wind alert here for you for the Inland Empire and Orange County because we expect your winds to be pretty gusty here tonight. 75 mile per hour wind gust wouldn't be out of the picture if we saw that in the San Gabriel, or actually the San Bernardino Mountains and into the IE. Now here's the timing of the wind that we're looking at. Just to break it down for you, from now through this afternoon, we have that developing Santa Ana wind. It isn't the strongest yet, but we'll get that as we head to this evening and overnight into tomorrow morning. So that is going to be your peak wind. As we go to bed tonight and into your Friday morning, we're going to see those moderate winds pick up and for wind prone spots. So not everyone is going to see the wind this time around, and it's going to be a little weaker than last time, but any bit of wind that we get, of course, is going to increase that fire threat and continue, again, pushing flames should there be any in your area. Looking at Friday morning and midday, we're going to see a change there. That's when the wind starts to weaken, and then we'll see it shift to an onshore direction, and that's going to push that smoke inland to those areas that haven't seen them yet. So looking at the futurecast for you, there's that wind gust futurecast as we head to the afternoon. Like I mentioned, developing Santa Ana winds. You notice the horseshoe shape of these colors. That is the pattern that we get typically here when those winds develop. From northeast to southwest, we head to tonight, and that's when some of the strongest wind gusts pick up. We'll take that through tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And then after that, the wind shifts to an onshore pattern, and you'll notice it weakens and it will completely go away as we head to 10 o'clock on Friday. Pretty much sticking around in the deserts, but the lower elevations will start to calm again. So that's when we'll get our next break from these winds. Looking at that 7-day forecast for you, 0% chance of rain from now through the next 7 days. Temperatures will stay cool, mornings will stay cold, and those winds will pick up from Thursday to Friday, again tonight into tomorrow. And then we have a possible chance, possibly again this weekend. We haven't put it on the 7-day forecast yet because we want to narrow down the timing for you. So far, we're going to focus on this round, which is already starting to develop right now, but not get too strong till we get to tonight and into tomorrow morning. That will be the peak of this event. Looking forward, valley forecast, dry for you. The sun is shining outside right now, but if you're in downtown LA and you look off in the distance, it is orange outside, covered and blanketed in smoke. Please protect your lungs. That will continue for the next few days. Mountain forecast also looking clear and dry. We do not have rain, at least for the next 7 to 10 days. We've looked at the long-range futurecast, and that is also something that we're monitoring. So unfortunately, no help from Mother Nature there. Right now, if we could say there is a little bit of help, it's the fact that those winds have calmed a bit before they pick up again this afternoon. So we'll be watching that for you. Stay safe, everyone.
And Shauna, thank you. As we this shot on your right, it's just a precarious situation here. The Eaton fire flaring up once again near the historic Mount Wilson Observatory, built in the early 1900s, continues to have several different observatory sites, observation sites there, still used to this day, as well as our TV tower and the TV towers of other local stations, radio stations, all being threatened by that smoke plume you see back up here, the flare up here in the Eaton fire. This is in the Angeles National Forest. We don't anticipate there are any homes or really any people in this area at this time. This area had been evacuated. Angeles National Forest fire officials said today that the Angeles National Forest is closed. Highway 2, major thoroughfare through the forest there, remains closed. But this is not what firefighters wanted to see, Camilla, especially we haven't seen any airdrops, and there's tons of green, fresh vegetation to burn. And what's worrying me about this shot here is that we've seen this fire explode over the last, 30 minutes or so, and it's moving uphill. And as we know, fires move fastest uphill. And so this is just an ongoing dangerous situation. We do see some vehicles out there. We anticipate, or we hope, there are no people in this area. This area is not, immune to fires. We've seen fires threaten this part of the Angeles National Forest before, as our operators of the camera up in our News Operations Center are panning around to give us a better vantage point of the real scope of this flare-up. I mean, the Eaton fire, Camilla, they had said earlier, the significant progress had been stopped. It shows you how dangerous these fires are. This is only continuing. Granted, it's not near any homes, but it is threatening some significant sites for space observation as well as local television and radio.
Yeah, especially with those winds potentially kicking back up this afternoon, as Shauna was talking about. So that's what we're closely monitoring. But you can see from your screen there just how intense the smoke is that's billowing into the air. It's definitely intensified over the last few minutes. So it just gives you an idea of just how quickly things can change because of these conditions. You can also see some of those active flames there that glow. So very concerning situation here. When you think about the conditions that we're already dealing with, those the amount of brush that that surrounds this area, so a lot that we are monitoring at this hour. And again, Jonathan, just such a concern. You know, firefighters had that little bit of a break today with the airdrops. So we haven't seen any airdrops in this specific area as we saw in Pacific Palisades. So it's a matter of, I guess, gauging, you know, what their next steps are in the next few hours with those winds that will kick back up later this afternoon.
It's tough to see on the shot. You're right. There's a road there, and flames are dangerously close to that road. If you've ever been up to Mount Wilson, it's a beautiful place, a big tourist destination, and that road is one of the ones that you take up there. There's a big loop up there, and it's just scary to see. I've driven with my family along that road, and now the flames are just feet away, continuing to go faster uphill, threatening those buildings. Let's go to Lolita Lopez. She's down below where we're seeing this flare up where the Eaton fire really began and took out entire communities. Lolita, we know that you're driving through that neighborhood. Give us your location right now and a little bit about what you're seeing.
Listen in. Listen in. Do you hear this?
Yes, we do.
Do you hear that?
There's that alert, yeah.
Yeah, we're just getting an alert right now. It is that alert just coming right now as you're hearing it. Fast-moving wildfire in your area. An evacuation order has now been issued. This now from LA County on the phone, tracking because we are here at this location. Let me take you outside so you can see what we're seeing here. This is the camera, and we are at Woodbury and Lake Avenue as we are approaching some of the most devastated areas here. We are driving through several blockades, police, sheriff department out here making sure that only the people that need to come up to this area, we as media are allowed to go in, are going in. I don't know if you can see, there are cars leaving this area. No one is being allowed to come back through. We're now on New York Drive as we go, and if you look forward and up ahead, you can start seeing that smoke from that big plume that you guys were showing from your visual on top. This is us showing you what we see in this direction. Fire trucks and engines moving around here. We see people on the side of the road looking up, actually looking to see what they're looking at as this new plume of smoke has popped off here in Eaton, in the Eaton fire. We are making our way through this area that obviously so many people are worried about. They're devastated. People have already lost their homes. People just making sure that they're aware of what's happening there. And as you heard, they're on the spot. We did get that. They're having us check for our media credentials here as we go up, and now we're moving forward. Y'all, I don't know if you can see there up ahead. Do you see how there's the plume of smoke that is like building there way past in the distance? That's where we're driving into. That is part of what we believe is some new activity that's happening right now. Do you see that up there?
Yeah, guys, Lolita, we do, and that's the flare-up that we're following right now up at Mount Wilson, just feet away from the roads up there. And yeah, we do have you're side by side with another shot of that giant smoke plume, and that's the concern, Lolita.
As you can see, too, there is, branches on the ground. It's still in a really tough spot. We have some cars here that we're seeing that were definitely part of, the issue. To the side of us, we are seeing businesses that are down. I mean, you can see these cars in the charred building here to the right. This is some of the remnants of the things that have gone down in this community. And can I just say, because, I'm from here, this is the place where I coach youth volleyball, a place where I play, a place where my kids has come in and this is about losing a community. What a lot of people have told us is that what they're losing is the sense of community. 3 churches, 2 schools gone, places where they go to pick up food, to be with friends, to congregate. Those are the things that are really lost when we see these big, large swaths of things moving. We're going to continue to move up because we want you to see. Here's the Aldi food market itself. I wanted to show you this to the right of our screen. You can see what that looks like right now. I mean, I think this driving visual, it just gives you such an indication of the extreme devastation as we go through. This is Aldi to the right.
Can you still hear us?
We may have lost her shot as she moves up further. We see that damaged grocery store there, and the thing we're keeping an eye on right now is this flare-up that we're following of the Eaton fire. Just, Camilla, something firefighters did not want to see. We heard fire officials talking this morning about how significant progress had been made in stopping the forward progress of this fire. And certainly down where the homes are, certainly down where Lolita is, there is no real active flame right now or active fire, but now we're seeing this threatening the Mount Wilson Observatory area where there are TV towers and radio towers as well. It's also a tourist destination. Meanwhile, the Angeles National Forest does remain closed right now, as well as Angeles Highway, Highway 2 up into the hills there. And this is just a devastating sight that we're giving you from our literal TV tower up there. This is a camera attached to our tower showing those flames. We did see some firefighters there on the ground. We anticipate there are no real, not a lot of people in this area, certainly no homes up in this area, but certainly another level to this fire that it's continuing to explode, and we're only anticipating the winds to get worse.
Yeah, so that's really the concern at this hour, and we could also see that plume of smoke from Lolita's shot as she was driving through Altadena. Let's now go ahead and get to NBC4's Karma Dickerson joining us live from Pacific Palisades. She's near Arno Street near Sunset. And Karma, I believe you're speaking to someone right now.
Yes, we're actually talking to a homeowner in this area who came back for the very first time today, and I'm sure you can imagine what it was like to take a look at this devastation for the first time. But even as people are trying to get their minds around what was lost, there are still things actively burning, homes being lost before our eyes. We want to show you what's going on. This is Arno Way, right at Trino Way, and to show you what is still under threat. And so it's such a difficult position people find themselves in, trying to assess and cope with what's going on, knowing that this is still actively happening. They're still regularly and consistently under threat. So even as people are asking, is my home safe? Have we made it? That is a situation that can still very much change. San Francisco firefighters, though, doing their best to make sure this fire doesn't make it any further, to make sure that these homes are still protected. To give you a little bit of a point of a reference of where we are, we're not far from the Bel Air Bay Club. I know there have been some questions about that. That property, we just drove by it, did survive. So that building's still intact, but surrounded by ruins. So first, I want to introduce you now to Christian De Oliveira. Thank you so much for being here with us. You were describing your first moments entering today. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so wanted to come in yesterday, wasn't able to, rented an e-bike, came up the back way, and as soon as I got to the main town, the village, I just broke down and cried, seeing just the total devastation of houses lost. My friend's house is gone. I've got people texting me, can you check on this address? Can you check on this address? And up till now, every address I've checked on has been a total loss. So
your roots here go pretty deep. You grew up here.
I did grow up here, and it was an amazing place to grow up. Very community driven, neighbors, no neighbors. I'm still very close with my childhood friends. A lot of those people are the ones that lost their houses, and it's just unfathomable, really. Like, I've been through fires, I've been through earthquakes, riots, all of it. And if you were to tell me that the town of Pacific Palisades could be taken off the map, I just wouldn't believe you. I didn't think it was possible.
Help us understand what we're taking a look at here. What is this neighborhood? What is this community? What have you been able to see of what's here and what's not here anymore?
So when I came down, I came over through Sunset, and yeah, just every house on Arno is gone. There's an occasional one standing here and there, but for the most part, total devastation. I wanted to see my mom's house, my childhood house, and so when I turned that corner and I saw just everything gone over there, big house out on the bluffs, you know, beautiful property, ocean views, you know, and a very lucky to have grown up in such a beautiful area, but yeah, it's smoldering right now.
So, Christian, let's come take a closer look over here, because where Khalid is pointing just beyond us, that is actually your mom's house.
It's the one above it, so it's the highest one on the ridge right there, the brown one, but the neighbors too below, and every house on the street is gone. And
we should say that your mom got out okay, your family got out okay. Can you take us through that evacuation time?
Yeah, everybody was safe. Luckily, my aunt was watching the news. She actually owns the Rio Inn in Malibu, which unfortunately was lost to the fire as well. And my mom, she called my mom, and my mom was a bit unaware, right? But luckily, we got her out quickly, and so there wasn't any imminent danger. No mad dash at the end. She was one of the first people, I think, to get out. And yeah, luckily nobody that I know has had any kind of physical danger or anything like that. Just, you know, just total grief-stricken with the losses of homes, and really kind of just done, not knowing what to do next. Like, yeah, it's still really hard to wrap my head around as to what happens in the next few days, months, and years. And, you know, this is a community of people that have been here forever, and I don't know what it's going to look like moving forward. You know, I'm sure that people will rebuild, but I just hope it's able to keep that character and that heart that we had before.
And your house, which is in a different part of the Palisades, did survive, but you mentioned even on your street wasn't untouched. You just happened to be one of the fortunate ones on your street.
Correct, yeah. And the surrounding area is gone as well. So just kind of miracle, really, on why a house burns and why one doesn't. But yeah, right now, like you said, though, that house wasn't on fire a few hours ago, and now it's engulfed in flames. So we're not out of the woods yet anywhere here.
Are there any other landmarks around here that we can see that you can point out for us? Anything notable in particular that it's so hard to make it out now that everything is in shambles, but anything that's burned that sticks out to you?
Well, this house is a famous old house. Belonged to Michael Richards from Seinfeld. I don't know if he currently owned the house, but I know, and maybe he still does, but I know at one point he, if he's not still a current resident, was living there for a long time. And then, yeah, the Bel Air Bay Club. So this community was built in the 20s around the Bel Air Bay Club down there. You can see a plane coming in for, I don't know where he's going to dump that. But yeah, just, you know, it's kind of a little enclave here. You can come up through PCH, Sunset Boulevard's right up here. Really kind of magical place with amazing views and good people.
Thank you so much, Christian. I'm so sorry for what you, your community, your neighbors are going through. I am sure they're very grateful that you're trying to help them assess, you know, what's left. That's one of the biggest questions we're getting from people is what's still here? Is my house safe? But again, because of the changing circumstances, everything that we report comes with a little bit of an asterisk because we have new fire that's still burning and still threatening homes out here. So that is the latest. We're here on Arno, right at Trino Way, watching yet another home burn, and another homeowner coming back to find a community is just not what he left it and not what he remembers. And so again, thank you so much, Christian. And that is the latest from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Our Karma Dickerson reporting from the Palisades fire on Arno Street near Sunset there. You can just see from your screen just another home that's burning and that additional smoke that is taking over this area, completely engulfing that home. So just the threat of the winds picking back up this afternoon, top of mind right now for firefighters as they jump back in to contain this additional flare-up.
And it shows you guys these fires are not done. We've shown you a lot of live shots from our reporters on the ground, showing you neighborhoods that have been decimated by these fires, but the firefight is still very active. It is still continuing and continuing to pour smoke into the air as well. We have a team of NBC and Telemundo reporters from across the country helping us out with this fire coverage. Right now we want to go to Sarah Wallace in Malibu with more on the devastation from the Palisades fire.
You've been talking a lot about the capriciousness of these fires. This is the La Costa neighborhood in Malibu, and I just want to give you an example. Look at all these charred out vehicles right here. That was once the house, and you can still see that it's smoldering. But then look up behind me on that hill. You can see this house unscathed, that house unscathed, other ones untouched, and then just above from where I'm standing, you can see another home that is destroyed. And that is what we're seeing, not only here in Malibu, but all across the area. These fires, just unpredictable. We've heard the word catastrophic, and that's exactly what we're continuing to see. Back to you.
All right now we want to go back to this flare-up that we've been following of the Eaton fire in the Mount Wilson Observatory area, being threatened right now, as well as TV towers impacting every local station and the potential of every local station's ability to bring you live coverage. In fact, this camera that we're looking at this fire from is attached to our TV tower there atop Mount Wilson, a historic site up there, a longtime observatory since the early 1900s when it was first built and developed. There's still active space observation from that site, but right now it is being threatened. This is a tourist destination by these flames we've seen flare up over the past hour or so, and it's just not what firefighters wanted to see, especially given that firefighters were content earlier with the kind of progress they had made on the Eaton fire, only to see this happen. We did, though, see some firefighters there on the ground.
Yeah, and they had that window this morning to really help with the firefight here. And now we're these new images now of this fire here at Mount Wilson just intensifying, Jonathan. As we've been on the air, you can just see how close those flames are approaching those towers. Again, the Eaton fire reaching the summit of Mount Wilson from the western end. And as we just mentioned, all of the stations in this market transmit from Mount Wilson. So a lot of concerns at this hour, just how close these flames are getting to this area. And as Jonathan mentioned, we did see some fire crews out there, some fire trucks. So it's a wait and see of when potentially those water drops could come in to contain this fire.
What worries me, Camilla, is the flames have now crossed the road that people take into Mount Wilson. If you've ever been up there, it's a beautiful site. That road is a loop that drives around the area. That's the road down there. And what I also worry about is our ability to see the flames. The smoke is creeping very, very quickly. Our photographer or our camera operators up in our news operations center are moving the camera around right now so we can get a true vantage point of this massive, massive flare up there of the Eaton fire. There are no homes in this area. That is a bit of good news. We estimate there aren't a lot of people. We do see a moving fire vehicle down below, potentially escaping the flames, because again, where those flames are there at the bottom of your screen, that is the road that you have to take to get in to the Mount Wilson area. And it's just a really tough site here. You see on the right side of your screen the Angeles National Forest. It remains closed at this hour, and it's because of the situation just like this. While we've shown you many live shots on the ground of people going back to see whether their homes are there, there's another fire truck moving through the area, more vehicles as well. We can only assume escaping this ongoing situation. Again, those massive flames there in the middle of your screen impacting the road. The Angeles National Forest does remain closed, and despite what we're seeing down on the ground, Camilla, in the foothills where people are being able to go back to their homes, grab what they can, and then walk back down the hill, it shows you the Eaton fire is very, very active still at this hour, and certainly not what firefighters were anticipating when they first gave that official update about 3 hours ago now.
Yes, Jonathan, as we saw those fire trucks coming out from that road, I think, the question right now is access on how they are going to be able to get up there, just with the amount of brush and just how intense the flames are at this moment, and also that plume of smoke, that really thick smoke. So we're talking really low visibility here that is taking over this area. Again, from our shot, you can just see those flames just intensifying, inching closer and closer to those towers there. So as we continue to monitor this with you and seeing what the next steps are going to be here for fire crews, again, with potential, we'll see if airdrops could be an option here.
Yeah, that is the big question right now this morning. We've not seen many airdrops in the Palisades fire, which also, by the way, continues to burn. But we have certainly not seen any airdrops or any kind of air support over this new flare-up, massive flare-up of the Eaton fire, now overtaking the main road to get up to Mount Wilson, a historic space observation site, as well as the location of all the local TV stations, towers. This is how we broadcast to give you this kind of coverage that we've been doing now for more than 48 straight hours. We do see some firefighters at times there on the ground, but it's unclear if they're trying to get out because of the nature of what's happening up there, how quickly this is exploding there in the area. And this is an area no stranger to fire. What's alarming to me, to seeing this, Camilla, is how much brush is untouched in this area. And yes, we had a lot of rain last year, especially in the early part of the year. A lot of regrowth. Again, this area not a stranger to fire, but there's no type of brush clearance, it seems, in this area. There's plenty of stuff to burn completely adjacent to these TV towers that we're seeing. And then, of course, all that smoke now billowing back into the basin, the San Gabriel Valley, the LA basin, the San Fernando Valley. And it's just, with the winds expected to increase here in the next few hours, we're hoping that at any point we're going to see that aerial assault. A couple quick notes for our viewers. As these fires, the Palisades and the Eaton fire, continue, we want to let you know that the Laker game tonight at Crypto.com Arena versus the New Orleans Pelicans has been postponed. Again, the Lakers game tonight has been postponed because of the ongoing fires in LA County and LA City. We also want to let our viewers know in Arcadia that the Arcadia School District is officially closed for Friday as well. That had been up in the air. We want to let them know again that the Arcadia School District is closed for Friday. Their goal is to hopefully reopen by Monday when the winds have calmed down, and hopefully we are on the other side of this. But right now, Camilla, this is still very active. We're now day 3 of fires, and this is no sign of stopping this.
Yeah, it's been a non-stop firefight here. And again, for our viewers just now joining us, you're looking live from Mount Wilson, the Eaton fire reaching the summit of Mount Wilson here from the western end, the west side of the mountain. If the fire reaches the mountaintop, what's most concerning here is that it can compromise our over-the-air transmission. As you can see from our shot here, the amount, all the towers that are there, radio, TV towers. So, and you can just see how those flames are inching closer and closer. The smoke just continues to thicken. And as Jonathan and I, we were just pointing out, the big question here is when that the support of the water drops could come in. So that is really what we are waiting on, to see what the next steps are going to be for fire officials here working to contain this fire that has just exploded in size here. And already the Eaton fire has scorched more than 10,000 acres in the last 2 days.
And we know that number is going to rise dramatically. The only good news right now about this is that this is an area that it does not have many homes or people. We believe we have Chief Sam, our fire expert, with us, Chief Sam DiGiovanna. Chief Sam, thank you for being with us. You've been helping us so much with our coverage over the last few days, and here we are now, day 3 into the Eaton fire, and we're seeing this massive flare-up, and this is just really difficult to watch.
It is, and it's a shame because this is a big, important place for communication towers, for news media, for radio communications, and boy, to see this make a run this close to it is very concerning.
Chief Sam, you know, the concern, we hadn't seen much aerial support over the Palisades fire, and even when we did see some more planes over the last, couple hours, we didn't see them making active water drops. Are conditions well enough right now for them to fly a fire like this Eaton fire flare-up?
Well, I don't, watching the smoke on this, that smoke is moving pretty good. I don't know what the latest weather wind speed is up in that area, but that will be the determining factor. As we know, 40, 50 mile per hour winds is very dangerous for water drops up in that area. So I would only be speculating to even answer that right now, but wind would be the biggest factor that comes to my mind.
Oh, sorry, forgive me. As we pan the shot, our news operations center is panning the camera. There looks to be a line of fire retardant there on the ground. I don't know if our NOC operators can hear us as they pan up to see the smoke plume, but it almost looked like for a moment, Chief Sam, there was some red possible Phos-Chek there that maybe had been dropped on the ground. There's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can see our vantage point, which would hopefully, that's what we need to see happening over the next few minutes, because this is getting dangerously close to these towers and, of course, the historic Mount Wilson Observatory.
And you're right. That is fire retardant. It's not an extinguishing agent. We know that. That's just going to slow, the spread of the fire. And it's very hard for these helicopters and planes just because of the height of the mountains, and navigating through those canyons and hills and those hilltops, much less the smoke that's going to obscure their vision. But I'm glad to see they got a retardant line down there. That should be hopefully good enough to help slow that fire down. And I can't see through the smoke, but hopefully we've got some ground resources in there doing protection on that.
And Chief Sam, right, you were talking about the winds just a moment ago. What is your biggest concern right now as you're learning more about this fire here over Mount Wilson?
Well, just what's in the forecast. And it kind of threw me by surprise when I woke up this morning and found out we are in for more winds this afternoon and through for tomorrow. That is a concern.
And when you think about the evacuations right now in the Altadena area and looking at these new images and how quickly this could change, I mean, this, Jonathan, could mean more additional evacuations for people in this area if this continues to spread.
Yeah, thankfully there aren't a lot of homes in this area. Chief Sam, we talk about TV towers, radio towers, and of course the observatory. We can only assume that, law enforcement, first responders, that you guys also have towers up there as well.
Yeah, we do have a lot of up there at Verdugo Peak, and there are areas, so it is a concern. As you can see right now at that shot, those planes, right next to that building, they're getting awfully close, and it may be too, that's very dangerous, winding roads up there. We have to be careful for firefighters to not become in an entrapment situation. That's rough area right there to have personnel in there. So hopefully we could get more air support in there. I don't see any engines in there, but there could be.
There were a few earlier that we saw, some firefighters there on the ground on that road. It's precarious because it's one, really kind of a loop up there, Chief Sam. It's one way in, one way out, basically, just as a giant loop up at Mount Wilson. And can you talk a little bit more about how fire moves, because we saw this fire start downhill from the canyon. Can you explain to our viewers that fire moves fastest uphill? And just for your information, our meteorologist Shauna Mendiola just informed us that winds are light in this area. The issue seems to be, Chief Sam, so much of that fuel there at the bottom of the screen as well. We do see at least one truck. It's unclear what kind of truck moving through the roadway there.
Yeah, and let's go back to the possibility of why. I mean, look how close the towers are to the fire. To bring a helicopter or even a fixed-wing aircraft with that smoke, that would be awfully dangerous. The wings of the airplane could get hit. The rotors of the helicopter, that's very tight to come in and make a precise drop right on there. So that would be my biggest concern right now. If I was an air operations superintendent right now, that would be my big concern. What was the other question? I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, no, I threw three of them at you. Forgive me, Chief Sam. But no, that's a great point. It is a dangerous situation to fly normally, but with the altitude and those towers, sticking straight into the air like that, it is a very dangerous situation for them to try to fly this, even though that might be the best tool to fight these fires as we continue to see the smoke billowing into the air. Chief Sam, my other question was just talk about and kind of explain to us and our viewers about how fire moves. It tends to move faster uphill. Why is that the case?
Well, okay, so you have fire, and on a steep surface, it's a steep slope, it can move 16 times faster on a slope, on a steep slope, than on a flat surface. What happens is the fire below preheats the fuels ahead of it, and actually it just ignites right, it dries it out very quickly. That's already bone dry. And then the spotting of the fire also is going to create rapid rate of spread for this. So fire definitely moves way faster. You cannot outrun it, and puts it in a very dangerous situation. And that's even tough for ground personnel, because very narrow streets up there, and they're going to get, there's a possibility of entrapment up there. So this is not good as far as the safety for personnel. So we're just going to hope that the fire retardant is going to hold the line and slow this fire down. But it's pretty dangerous looking right now, concerning.
Very.
Chief Sam, we're going to keep you on the line here as we bring in our Shauna Mendiola to talk more about the winds and the timeline here over the next couple hours and how this is going to impact the progress for firefighters as they work to contain this. Shauna?
Yeah, so I got a current reading from Mel Wilson, and it looks like it's just at 5 miles per hour.
Wow.
Hard to believe because, right, we're seeing the wind start to develop within this fire. Sometimes fires create their own weather patterns, and I think that's what's happening right now. It is so hot, it's creating their own winds, and look at all that smoke. You can see how hot that fire is. The reading from the monitor is only 5 miles per hour, and we don't expect the wind to really gust in that area here this afternoon yet. It's considered wind sheltered, but because that fire is already burning and creating its own wind, you can see those sporadic directions anywhere here today.
That's what we did see, Shauna, with those flare-ups. You see those,
you can see
how the fire is spotting from our vantage point. And a big credit to our News Operations Center for giving us a full scope of the situation here. We do have our News Chopper 4 headed to this area, but they're not able to get up there just yet. We also have some reporters. Oh, you know what?
Julia Dang just is here with us. Julia, what can you share from your vantage point? Julia, can you hear us?
All right, we're having trouble. Getting our Julia Dang, who just arrived on scene. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a shot from her vantage point soon. But right now, on the left of your screen, one of our fixed cameras showing us the flames there atop Mount Wilson. Just a really tough sight here. And then on the right, another vantage point from our tower up there, being directly threatened by those flames down below. And what's alarming to me, Shauna, you were talking about there's not real wind up there, but there's that fuel, and that's one of the key components to pushing a fire like this, especially fastest uphill.
And it's going uphill. You can see that's preheating that fuel on the ground, and that's how it starts to climb real fast, rapidly spreading in a uphill slope. And you can see those towers real close by. Not a lot of wind. It's not a wind-driven thing, I think. This is because of that fuel. It's because it's so hot. And the air is dry, and we have red flag warnings for everyone. Doesn't matter if the wind hasn't picked up yet. Those fires are already burning.
And as you mentioned, with this fire already burning, it's creating its own wind here, as you were talking about earlier. So again, a live look here at Mount Wilson as these flames continue to pick up, and it's inching closer and closer to those towers there. That is the big concern right now as we continue to monitor this live. Jonathan, again, we talked about just the amount of brush that surrounds this area and how it just can continue to spread due to the conditions there.
I want to know if we have Chief Sam still with us, because I'd like to ask Chief Sam about, hey, Chief Sam, we'd like to talk about seemingly the lack of brush clearance here. Obviously that's something that fire officials stress, but there is a lot of green, lush vegetation ripe for catching fire, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. And unfortunately, Chief Sam, I believe the flames we're seeing on the left side of the screen here from one of our vantage points has jumped that FOSS-check line that we saw earlier.
Yeah, remember too that the FOSS-check line does work great, but it's being dropped from the air. A lot of times it's going to hit a lot of this vegetation. It's on a steep slope, and it's going to hit a lot of the top. Let's say it hits 80% of that vegetation from top to bottom, but you're going to still have possibility of 20% of exposure underneath that fuel where the fire can make a creep underneath that and make a run. And to say fuel reduction or mitigation to remove it, that's such a steep hillside. You really can't get crews down there and start cutting that away. So just a tough spot, but you know, we can just hope and pray for the best of it. But it is concerning right now. It's just, you know, you mentioned earlier, this is not a wind-driven right here. This is topography and fuel-driven that's exposing this right now.
It's such a tough thing, Chief Sam, such a historic site there, and, you know, no stranger to fire threats. We've seen this creep close to Mount Wilson before, but certainly this area hasn't burned in enough time where we see so much of that lush vegetation. And look at this, we're losing pretty much all our vantage point of the flames. The smoke continues to billow into the air. Let's go to our News Chopper 4. We believe we've established signal with them now. Julia Dang overhead on the way to cover this new flare-up. Julia, this is just so alarming to watch.
Yeah, Jonathan, we're back with you now. This is terrifying, and this is deja vu. I mean, we were here about 24 hours ago over this same mountaintop, showing you how the flames were quickly creeping up the hill toward these towers, and now you can see this dark smoke obscuring these towers on Mount Wilson, right by the observatory. And talk about hitting close to home. News Chopper 4 is currently dialed into one of these towers. This is critical communications infrastructure impacting millions of people across Los Angeles County. And we just heard this morning during that live press conference from the LA County Public Works Director about how other critical infrastructure has already been, in his words, significantly damaged. He talked about transportation, sewer, and power infrastructure. And the issue there isn't just fire. He talked about heat. He talked about wind. And speaking of wind, Jonathan, you lost me earlier when you guys were trying to toss to me for a live report because we hit a patch of really bad turbulence. Worse than anything we experienced yesterday when we were flying to the Palisades fire. Worse than anything we experienced here when we were trying to come down from 11,000 feet to about 2,000 feet. You remember that? I was telling you I could not control the joystick on my camera. And it's because of that turbulent wind that air tankers actually cannot fly here right now. I heard you talking about fire retardant that was dropped a short time ago, but 15 minutes ago, the LA City Fire Department said they were releasing all of their fixed wing aircraft in this area because they cannot fly in this kind of turbulence. So without that FOSCheck, without that retardant to help hold the line, this is now what we are seeing. And Jonathan, alarming, terrifying. This is surreal.
No, it's surreal, especially given that firefighters and fire officials were content with the kind of progress they had made yesterday on the Eaton fire, only to see this kind of flare-up. We want to pass along some information. We can hopefully bring back our Chief Sam, our fire expert here. This is reportable here from our engineer at Mount Wilson that they, firefighters, Chief Sam, you know, they're saying that they're letting a lot of this fuel burn to burn, and that hopefully firefighters will be able to go in and still protect the structures and towers that are up there. We also confirmed that helicopters are coming in, but that air tankers, you know, the ones that would do any kind of retardant drop, those have been grounded. But can you help us understand that, you know, how firefighters are kind of letting that brush kind of burn around this area in hopes that the fire will kind of put itself out in some places?
Yeah, they may have went in pre-treated with some fire retardant. I don't know, but they need to burn some of this fuel off. And remember, too, what's the lesser of the two evils? You start coming in and doing water drops or FOSCheck fire retardant drops on these towers. I mean, you could be doing damage and putting those completely out of service just from what we use to fight these fires or slow these fires down. So fixed wing aircraft, I could see right now, you know, that would be awfully hard to bring that in just due to the winds and, of course, the wingspan of the planes, even the rotary aircraft. So this is just going to be a little bit of a hope for the best. Just pray that they've got this covered well enough. But Jonathan, I want to say something. I don't want to divert from this, but I think an important message is something for all of us. We saw this come up very quickly, very fast, and almost unpredictable. I think Southern Californians need to be aware anything can happen very quickly. This is dynamic. A fire can break out in any one of your communities, and we could, expect the unexpected just like this.
Yeah, and Chief Sam, just going off of your point here, what is your message to the community as we're watching this live on TV? As you mentioned, this is not over. Conditions can change very quickly, especially with the concern of the winds.
Yeah, so just exactly that. Residents, to our viewers, to all of us in Southern California, be prepared. Have your ready, set, go, important documents, medication, laptop, ready to go if you're asked to evacuate, especially if you leave for work. Have that because you may not get back home. If you're asked to evacuate, please do so. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Together, I always say this, we'll do our part. We ask the communities to do their part, and together we'll get through this safely. But we need everybody's cooperation.
No, without question. As we continue our live coverage here, it is just after 11:30. We want to let you know we are in continuing coverage in hour 49 now. We've been on the air since 11 o'clock Tuesday. You are watching KNBC TV as we continue our coverage of the Eaton fire burning above the hills now of Altadena. This is the Mount Wilson Observatory area, and we're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire that it continues to burn homes. We are not out of the woods by any stretch. I'm looking at a shot from our Julia Dang up at News Chopper 4. She seems to be pointing at an aircraft. We can only assume she's pointing at a firefighting aircraft, though it's tough to see right now. And then the shot on your right, that is the Mount Wilson Observatory site, but it's also the site of several TV towers for all the local TV stations who are using these towers right now, including us, to bring you this type of live coverage. And the fire is threatening our tower. We have a camera, several cameras attached to that tower. That is what you're seeing being controlled by our News Operations Center right now. In fact, that building there down below is our NBC building attached to our tower. You see how close the flames are right now. And if our News Operations Center, if NOC can hear us, if they can pan the camera up, we did see, Camilla, some firefighters there on the ground. It looked like they had established some sort of base camp. There were several vehicles and firefighters standing by. They did not seem to be in any kind of urgent mode, if you would, that we typically see with firefighters. We also saw fire crews driving around this area. And right here, as we tilt the camera up, that's where they are. You see several fire engines and trucks and workers. We also understand that there are engineers and other types of potential observatory workers up at this area. This is a tourist destination. There's a visitor center just off to the left here where those fire trucks are, but we don't anticipate there are any people out there because the Angeles National Forest has been closed.
That's right, and as we reported earlier from our engineer at Mount Wilson, that they are, purposely letting a lot of this burn to burn off the fuel. Again, it all plays a role with the conditions right now, and the next steps firefighters are going to take as we wait for water drop support on this fire, Jonathan.
Yeah, as we continue to watch these two shots, our Julia Dang is getting a little bit closer. She's giving us a shot of those TV towers. You see the smoke plume right at the base of them. And it looks like there may be some people, if our NOC camera operators can tilt up. There looks like, yeah, there's some firefighters there right at the base of one of the towers, just at the top of the screen. I don't know if our directors can take that shot full, and if our NOC can hear us, if they can tilt the camera just slightly up. There are some firefighters there. It looks like, and this is exactly what we were hearing, hopefully letting the fuel burn, letting the fire, kind of put itself out, because there is enough brush clearance from where they're standing between that green lush, those bushes that are burning, and the towers itself right there. There's two firefighters right there.
Yeah, Jonathan, we talked earlier with Chief Sam, I believe is still on the phone here with us, with just the amount of brush that surrounds this area. There's also tourist destination. And Chief Sam, can you hear us?
Actually, we're going to go to our NBC4 engineer, Dennis Dottie. He's actually at the tower out Mount Wilson. Dennis, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am.
Dennis, this is as bad as it gets up there, but you're no stranger to fire threatening this area. Tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point and how concerned you are right now.
I'm not real concerned, to be honest with you. We've been preparing for this for a couple days now. Okay. The winds are still in our favor, blowing off to the west, which is helping everything quite a bit. The current plan is basically to allow the light fuels to burn off and then start attacking the fire after those fuels have burned off. We've got a lot of bear support, although they have called off the fixed wing due to high turbulence issues, and they're bringing in some helicopter support here any time. But we're in a good place up here. We've got a lot of assets that rolled in early this morning in preparation for what's happening now.
And Dennis, can you describe more about your location right now?
Well, if you look at the screen right now, you'll see a white F-150. That happens to be my truck. So I'm in that building you're looking at right there. And as you can see from that building, we have a lot of good brush clearance around us and a very secure facility.
And Dennis, can you explain the significance of these TV towers, not just ours, but really the ability for local TV stations, local radio stations, and even law enforcement and first responders to use, the antennas up there and the towers to get vital information to our viewers now being threatened by this fire?
Yeah, Mount Wilson is critical for most of LA County due to its location in the middle where it sees into the Antelope Valley as well as south, all the way down into Orange County, east into San Bernardino, Riverside, etc. So not only do we have a lot of TV assets up here, radio assets up here, we do have a lot of other assets such as, radar for LAX is up here. The Secret Service is up here with their two-way communications, postal inspectors, sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Pretty much every bit of communications that happens in LA County goes through Mount Wilson in one way, shape, or form. So it's a very vital asset to day-to-day operations for LA and the surrounding area.
It's such a historic site too, Dennis. It is such a beautiful site. On a normal day, you can see all of Southern California, and we believe this shot that we're looking at right now is actually from atop the building that you're in right now, where we're seeing a lot of that smoke, the flames just feet from the building where but you said there's plenty of brush clearance there, and we know firefighters are there on the ground. Dennis, can you describe maybe the last time you saw fire threatening this site, the last time and how close that was?
The last two big incidences we had up here was the Bobcat fire, and then previous to that was the station fire. I believe that was in '09. Both those fires, we had a little different take on them and playbook for them because we didn't have multiple other fires burning in LA County. With this one, we kind of had to say, hey, we're going to wait till it gets here and we're going to deal with it when it gets here. The previous fires, we've always done backfiring operations and steered the fire around Mount Wilson. But as you said, Mount Wilson is a very historic site, but it's a very current site that, is needed for a lot of stuff around LA County.
And Dennis, looking ahead, I know when we spoke to you earlier, you mentioned you weren't so concerned about the winds. What is your outlook looking ahead here with the conditions?
Well, what we'll do is as this starts to burn through and get the light fuels out of the way, what we call flashy fuels, they'll start coming in and turn it over, and they'll start putting water on it and putting out all the little spot fires. But they really want to let what they can burn to take that fuel away and keep it from sparking back up, etc. So it's going to be a long fight today into tonight and tomorrow, but we're set up to weather this quite well.
Absolutely. And Dennis, lastly, have you been in communication directly with any fire crews up there?
Oh, yeah. I'm constantly tied in with LA County Fire, CAL Fire, and LA County Sheriff's personnel were constantly on the phone with each other, making sure everyone is safe and if anyone needs anything.
Again, for our viewers just now joining us, we're continuing coverage here of the Eaton fire that has reached Mount Wilson, just an area of concern here. Jonathan, now it's extremely close to those two our own towers, and this is what these are the towers for so many of our news media markets here. So very concerning with the amount of brush and the smoke, as we've been seeing from our live picture here throughout this hour.
We want to go to our Conan Nolan. He's been covering the Eaton fire the last few days for us. He's down at the base of this fire, I believe, if we have Conan with us. And Conan, you're in one of these neighborhoods heavily impacted, devastated by this fire, and now we're seeing this flare-up. Give us your location, but also, I'd love to just talk to you about the historic significance and really the current significance, as Dennis Dottie just pointed out, of Mount Wilson and it's how vital it is truly to Southern California.
Right. It's a cultural landmark. He mentioned the station fire. I was up there in 2009 when, again, Mount Wilson was being attacked with a slow move. Actually, it's not slow moving when it goes uphill. Yeah. We've talked about how the fire preheats the dry brush ahead of it, so it goes up rapidly. It goes down slowly when it goes downhill. But Mount Wilson has been threatened before. In fact, I remember we covered a hotshot crew, a U.S. Forest hotshot crew out of another state. I'm trying to think, it was from Idaho. They were evacuating the top of the mountain, and they found out they were told about the historic importance of the Mount Wilson Observatory, and they chose to stay, and they helped save it. So it's had a brush with disaster on several occasions. Each time, though, they've been able to keep the fire at bay. But there are 19 different telescopes on that mountaintop. They're still in use. Yep. I think it was Georgia State University that was running the 100-inch telescope. And remember the historic importance of the Mount Wilson Observatory. It was the most important astronomical site of the 20th century. It's where Einstein went and where they discovered the Percival Hubble, of which the Hubble Space Telescope is named for. They realized that what they used to think was space dust in the ground-based telescopes here, when they went to Mount Wilson, they discovered that space dust was actually galaxies. It was the first time we found out that there was more to the universe than the Milky Way galaxy that we were in. That's how important that site is to not just the scientific culture, but to the world's approach to astronomy. And by the way, the reason why they chose Mount Wilson is because of LA's inversion layer. Because we have smog here, it means that there's the air of the atmosphere above what would be the smog line is still, and they could get a much better picture, which is why over 100 years ago, they trucked up 2 telescopes, a 60-inch and then a 100-inch telescope to the top of that mountain. So yeah, it is culturally significant. They have solar telescopes up there, a wide array, and that's one of the priorities. Yes, we have our own tower, so does every other TV station and public agency, but that's much easier replaced than what we've seen in the past when it comes to the historic nature of Mount Wilson. So yeah, a lot of people worldwide are watching this. I remember the last time the academics back east were watching this on their closed-circuit televisions because they have cameras on the hill, praying that somebody would help keep that mountain from burning up. They were lucky then. They may be lucky now. We are not at the base of that fire just yet. We will be headed there soon. We are in the scene that there's a tremendous amount of footage that you've been looking at over the past 24 hours of the burned out neighborhoods of the Pacific Palisades and of Altadena. I'll walk around here. This also gives you an idea as to the lottery, the horrific lottery that we see so often in calamities like this. These homes all burned down. This one, across the street, they're fine. Somehow, some way, the embers that cascaded down from the hillside here made their way into some homes and skipped the others, as if an angel of doom somehow had determined which house would leave and which house would stay. We have an interview with an individual who was just up the street a moment ago, taking a look for the first time at the home that he had. He was also, well, I'll let him speak for himself. How long did you live here?
14 years. Yeah, pretty much all our stuff. I mean, you know, there was a fire like a number of years ago we could see up on the hills from like our living room window, and I thought this one would be similar, it would just pass, but the high winds, just too much.
Is this the first time you've seen it?
Yeah. And we just wanted to make sure we got out safely. So it's like everything. It's everything.
Such is the emotion we are seeing up and down the street here, all these neighborhoods. Of course, we've seen it in the Palisades. People waking up to what one person, they've talked about war zone. One person said it was raining hellfire when they first arrived here and tried to get their things out. We have other individuals that have been allowed into the neighborhood to pack a bag or a suitcase, that's it. So we have seen people with roller bags making their way down Santa Anita Avenue and others to the checkpoint where they can then take some belongings. But right now they're still assessing the damage. They're the active fire, other than the gas lines that we see up and down the streets, and I'm sure you see it in the Palisades as well. They haven't turned off the gas, in part because that impacts all sorts of other establishments that need it. I can assume that's the reason why, but there's no active flame in the neighborhood, thank God. No active wind development, which is certainly a positive sign. How long that lasts, we shall see. But yeah, the fire back up into the brush, and then again, we also had, we'll have pictures, I'm sure you've seen them as well earlier, of the commercial district in the Lake Boulevard. Rarely do you see commercial districts go up in smoke in a wildland fire. That's, that rarely happens, and that's because commercial districts are usually not up against, not in the urban-rural interface, as the planners like to call it. They're not up against wildland. They're deep into the urban setting for people to be able to access, and to see so much of Northern Lake Boulevard, churches and businesses, gas stations destroyed. Truly remarkable. We'll have more on that later. Back to you.
And Conan, it's so easy for all of us or officials to say, hey, you got out with your life, and of course that is the critical part of here, but the gentleman you spoke with pointed out that much of his life was his home and the things inside of his home, and many, yes, they are just tangible items, physical items that sure, maybe they can be replaced, but many of them can't. And these are things that they've built over years or decades, and truly what's lost here, Conan, like you mentioned, it's not just a few homes here. We're talking about an entire community here that has been lost in Altadena.
Right. To that point, Jonathan, we had a gentleman next door who came over. His house is fine, but he said, what good is my home without neighbors? And to the other point that you made, yes, it's stuff, but a lot of this depends on, frankly, your age. How much of your life, which is past, was in the possessions that you own. Now you can say that they're only possessions, and certainly that's true. It's not your life, and it's not your physical health. But there is life in some of that which you have accumulated over time, which represents part of the investment that you made in labor, in love, in time over the course of that life. Yeah. And all that is gone, and so yes, you know, given the option, people will say, listen, I'm going to survive. I will live to fight another day. But what if you don't have that many birthdays ahead as you did behind? That makes this, I think personally, more poignant. We talked with a young woman. We'll have her interview in a little while. 23 years old. She grew up in the house that she lost. It is devastating for her, but she has the rest of her life ahead of her, and thank God she has that. And she has time. For those who don't have time, this I think represents it's just even more somber. And putting it in those terms, it's difficult, but as for individuals that you can tell, they have put their life's work, and frankly, they're now headed towards the sunset of their years. There's just not enough time to rebuild and to recover everything that you had put together, and what you lost again represents the life that you had, the investment, the labor that you put into it, the labor that you put into the work that paid for it all. That's something very difficult to recover from.
Our Conan Nolan there on the ground covering the Eaton fire with perspective about life and more. Conan, as always, thank you for your coverage and your words. I think they're very needed right now as we continue to monitor this flare-up, this huge flare-up impacting the Mount Wilson observation site, as well as our TV tower and the TV towers of other local stations using them right now. We are certainly to bring you this type of live coverage. We have our engineer, Dennis Doty. He's inside that building there you see on the right. The camera there is attached to our TV tower, dangerously close to those flames. But so far, Camilla, thankfully, we have not seen, as Dennis predicted, the flames jump that road there, the main road that kind of goes in a loop atop Mount Wilson. We have our camera operators up in our news operations center panning this camera around. We have several cameras attached to this tower, and you see the flames, how dangerous they are. But again, so far, it seems that the historic site, the observation site, as well as these TV towers are untouched for now.
And Jonathan, I would like to mention officials telling us now they did lose fixed-wing aircraft support up there due to turbulence. They are now working to get choppers on it. We now want to check in with our Julia Dang in our News Chopper 4 overhead there. Julia, from your vantage point, we can see from your camera just the intensity of that smoke, how thick it is, really low visibility. Can you tell us more what you're seeing?
Hey there, Camilla. We can see flames now at the base of these towers, but I'm so glad the two of you got to speak with Dennis, the engineer, earlier. I mean, how reassuring was it to hear from somebody with that confidence, that sense of calm, somebody who could say, we have been preparing for precisely this. This is our plan. This is what we are going to do to protect you, this iconic landmark, and our critical infrastructure. We are ready for this. This is going to be okay. I felt reassured listening to that, even though this is the live picture we are now seeing. We had to reposition a couple minutes before you came to me because another fixed-wing plane tried to fly through this area. I think they were attempting to do another fire retardant drop. They couldn't make it through. It is just too turbulent for those planes. So I'm keeping an eye on flight radar right now. It looks like there's a helicopter now. There is a Sikorsky Sea King in the area, flew out of Lancaster, circling a peak right next to Mount Wilson. So we're standing by. It's coming in from the west. They might be getting ready to do a water drop, but you can see here, smoke is getting darker. Flames are now visible from our vantage point. We are shooting this from the south, looking north.
That's what we've been waiting on seeing those water drops.
Yeah, it's certainly not what we've seen, Julia. We did see, we assume, one fire retardant drop, but the flames we're seeing now on our screen already jumped that fire retardant. This is an extraordinarily difficult area to fly in because of the height of those towers, simply because of the sheer height of the mountain itself, and making it very difficult to attack this from the air, which is truly what they need to do. Our engineer at our NBC tower up there, Dennis Dottie, has been letting us know that he understands it to be that the case is that they're letting this fuel, this very lush vegetation, just burn and kind of burn itself out, especially that the winds are favorable for firefighters right now. There are fire crews there staged just feet away from where the flames are there in that parking lot. This is just down the hill from the Mount Wilson Observatory, a critical site for space observation and also a historic site and a tourist destination as well. And so it's just incredible to see this flare up this morning. We heard from the different fire officials, LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. We heard from one of the fire chiefs of the Angeles National Forest talk about how the forest is closed and how they had made significant progress in the Eaton fire. And we've shown you plenty of live shots where we have reporters on the ground at neighborhoods that have been decimated and devastated by these fires. But this just shows you, Camilla, that the fires are still very active. The threat is still very real, as we assume that fire engine may be working to put out that hot spot right in front of it. But a lot of white smoke right now. But yeah, the flames continuing to burn there very close to these towers. There's just a small smidge of defensible space, but so far things are going the way that Dennis kind of told us they would. A lot of that green brush has burned. Those flames are decreasing in size, but still creeping slowly up the hill, which we know, fire moves fastest up against.
Yes, and exactly. You can just see how close those flames are to those towers, and what Chief Sam was saying earlier, just due to these conditions, that can change so quickly. We can't let our guard down just yet. This fight is still not over, as we're seeing the Eaton fire flaring up here that has reached Mount Wilson, as we continue our coverage here on NBC4 and monitoring conditions there at this hour.
So it is just almost noon here. We are continuing our coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency. We've been live on the air since the Palisades fire broke out nonstop Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock. That is when we came on the air. We have not stopped covering these fires since. Right now, we are monitoring these flames from the Eaton fire burning dangerously close to Mount Wilson. It has reached the Mount Wilson summit, but so far we've not seen any structures burning. But this is the situation right now. Of course, Mount Wilson, home to many communication towers and equipment for all of Los Angeles and truly Southern California. We're talking about TV towers for all the local stations, as well as radio towers and important infrastructure for law enforcement and first responders. And of course, the historic home to the beautiful Mount Wilson Observatory, a vital and critical and historic site for space observation that is still very active to this day. And right now, winds are light in this area, but the steep slopes are covered in that heavy brush we've been showing you, which we know, unfortunately, is the perfect fuel for flames, even without those winds. And this location, really a challenge for fire crews, given the topography, such steep slopes. Right now, the roads going up to the summit are twisty and narrow, though they are closed to the public, which will help firefighters get up there. But this area makes it very difficult in general for fire trucks to gain access to these flames. We know that the Eaton fire first started in Altadena Tuesday evening. It has burned more than 10,600 acres officially, but we know that number will only continue to rise now, especially with this huge flare-up. In the Eaton fire, 5 people have died. More than 1,000 buildings have burned, including homes and businesses, and evacuation orders remain still very in effect.
And the other big fire that we continue to follow at this hour is the Palisades fire, burning more than 17,000 acres, more than 1,000 buildings burned, including a lot of homes and businesses that we've been seeing across all of our live shot from our reporters, and hearing some of those heartbreaking stories from homeowners returning back to see if their homes are still standing. And right now we're getting a bird's eye view of the damage along PCH in Malibu. Evacuation orders are still in effect at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, the Lakers game scheduled for tonight has also been postponed as we continue to monitor these conditions of multiple wildfires that continue to burn across Southern California.
today.
And joining us live now is LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Thank you so much, Chief, for being with us right now. We can only imagine how busy you are, and a kudos to all of your firefighters and the first responders. They're doing such a wonderful job doing, the best that they can right now. Can you give us an update on the Palisades fire, specifically whether it's still burning? We did see some homes still burning on kind of the western flank of the fire.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. The Palisades fire, I heard you just say it just a few moments ago. Do not let your guard down. Just because the winds have subsided just a little bit, it is still an active firefight. So please, if you hear my words, do not let your guard down. This is a very dynamic situation at our Pacific Palisades fire. And I tell you, our firefighters doing everything in their capability to first and foremost make sure that we're protecting lives and property.
And Chief Crowley, talk about that ongoing firefight there in Palisades, because we're covering the Eaton fire right now, which is unfortunately flaring up. But like you said, we're not out of the woods here. What kind of challenges are you facing in the Palisades fire, and are you able to fly that fire? We did finally see some aircraft within the last few hours, but we didn't see any specific water drops.
Right. Yes. It's still very, very dynamic. And even with the winds, remember at the gusts at the peak, we're up to 90-mile-per-hour gusts. We're still having very high gusts. But the good news is, as you just said, we do have air assets in the air, which is very, very helpful in something as significant of a fire like we have in the Palisades. Still very, very dynamic. Our firefighters are out there actively still engaged in firefighting. And I tell you, again, we keep going back to it, but our firefighters are doing everything we can to protect life and property.
Right now, looking ahead at the afternoon hours, are there any additional concerns that you have right now when you think of the wind and how that could change?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. The wind, and we keep talking about it, but that's purposeful. The reality is it's so erratic. We think that at one point, the wind will move in one direction, and then in moments it'll change, and then strategies and tactics also have to change and adjust and adapt to whatever is happening before us. So yes, the winds are still very, very dynamic and are impacting our abilities, but there is a positive thing here, and that is that our air resources are out there and they're coordinating with our ground resources as well.
Chief Crowley, what kind of obstacles are your firefighters facing right now on the ground? We know initially we heard about the hydrant issue and water pressure was a significant issue, but right now, what are some of the challenges that your firefighters are facing? And what is your message to those who are trying to get back to see if their properties are there or still standing? Is it a matter of just you still have to wait because firefighters, they need to get into that space?
Right. Again, I can't overstress this enough. This is still an active firefight. So our firefighters are up against a lot, from the winds to, this is day 3, mind you. We're rotating firefighters in and out. With that, yes, there's been some challenges in regard to our water supply, but also I want to stress that our firefighters, normally in a day 3, we're always looking for our backup plans in regard to, if the water is limited, we're going to draft water out of pools, we're going to find some type of a water source, utilize water tenders, whatever our firefighters, they're coming up with a plan, I can tell you that. So they are up against the winds, and there are still multiple structures burning. So it's very, very, very challenging at this point. In regard to the community, thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of people, as we are well aware, want to know what's happening. They want to know if their homes, property are damaged, destroyed. But with that, patience, and that's a very hard thing to talk about right now, but there's very, very unsafe for the community to come up unless they're allowed to do so. So with that, we want the community to understand that it is active, and there's a lot happening within the Palisades as well as the other active brush fires that we have in the city. So please pay attention to the information that we are putting out real time. Forefront of our mind is always we want to repopulate and bring the community back in so we can start the rebuilding phases and recovery phase. But with that, we're still actively engaged in firefighting.
And when it's safe to do so, of course. And Chief Crowley, how do you reassure other members of, and other residents of the city of Los Angeles, because, we've been on the air over 48 straight hours. We've been covering active firefights for most of those 48 hours. And yet we're talking about a windstorm that brought down power poles, that brought down trees in people's neighborhoods. It caused a lot of damage elsewhere that now we're just not able to really focus on right now. So how do you reassure the residents of Los Angeles that there is coverage in the rest of the city wherever they may need as you guys continue this really dangerous firefight?
Right. So the community needs to understand that we've also brought in our firefighters from the LAFD. We've brought in firefighters from the region, our local partners, the state, and even on the federal side. So as these days go on, as we are again in day 3, more resources are coming, and they're actually even coming from out of state. As we continue to do this firefight, again, we're moving into 72 hours worth of active firefighting. We're starting to replenish those other fire resources to come in, and now we have our people who are rested, and we can also utilize these extra resources in case, as we've already seen, even yesterday, we've had additional brush fires break out within our region. So that's where we are. So the community members, we hope and pray that they understand that this is where we are. The additional resources are coming in, and we're doing everything we can to, again, protect them and their property.
And Chief Crowley, can you talk more about the importance of heeding to those evacuation orders? We've been hearing that from a number of fire officials, that when you get that alert, make that time to go, don't wait. Can you talk to us more about that?
Absolutely, and that's such an important point. So I'm really, really grateful we're talking about this, because as we see what's happening real time, to prepare, ready, set, go should already be happening. So my hopes are that the community is already leaning forward. Whether you haven't been impacted yet, look at what is all around us, right? So with that, we need our entire community who live in a very high fire hazard severity zone in these wildland areas to make sure that they are ready. They are ready to evacuate. When the evacuation warnings come, be ready to go. And when the orders come, we need you to go. And mind you also, you do not have to wait. You can take a proactive approach if the members and the community members that feel so compelled. So with that, just our message here is just to make sure the community understands, be ready, and when the evacuation orders come, we really need you to go. And it's in step with, as our community members are evacuating. Remember, we've got our apparatus that are trying to get up that street to protect those properties the best that we can. So with that, that's where we really need the community to understand that. Leave early, be ready to go and evacuate, and let us go and do our jobs.
Absolutely, and you guys do that job so well. I've covered so many fires now in Southern California. I can say firsthand, we have the best firefighters in the world, and among them, your LA City firefighters and all of the mutual aid. We have LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. We want to thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to speak with us and help guide our viewers through what's going on. And we'll continue to pray for your firefighters, and thank you for all that they do.
Thank you so much.
All right. We want to switch gears now. We want to check back in on the Palisades fire that we were just talking about with LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
And to continue our coverage, we now want to go to our Sarah Wallish. What are you seeing out there from your vantage point at this hour?
Well, Camilla and Jonathan, you were talking with the chief, and she was saying stay out of the areas that have been evacuated because they are still so dangerous. This is the PCH, specifically Big Rock Drive, the intersection. And you can see here, look at this right over here. I mean, this is what you're seeing all over. Telephone poles down. And as you walk along here, as we walk carefully, because it's still so dangerous, you can see just these exposed wires. You can see nails on the ground. Now, keep in mind that this entire section of Malibu was houses, and you can see what we've been showing you all along. Charred cars just left, everything just burned to the ground. It is so dangerous here right now, and you can also still see smoldering. Let me talk to you a little bit about what we've been seeing also up in some of the canyons, as well as we have been here all morning. One of the concerns is those embers still flying around, and what we just saw a short time ago at one of these canyons is a house just on its own, out of the blue, just burning up. And the houses around it completely unscathed. Again, we've been talking about the capriciousness of these fires. You'll see one house fine, and then around it, just destruction. So, listen but Chief has been telling us and stay out of these areas unless you're allowed back, because it is still so dangerous. The first responders obviously still coming by. Look, I mean, we're seeing trucks coming because areas, hotspots are just popping up again. And there's also utility crews trying to repair some of the damage, but it's going to take a long time. Back to you.
Our Sarah Wallace there helping us out with our coverage on the ground there along PCH. Camilla, it's so devastating to see the scene behind her. These are people who've built their homes, an entire community, right along one of the most beautiful stretches of water anywhere in the world. And to see the neighborhoods gone like that, it's just alarming.
I will never forget the images of driving through there Tuesday night, returning from covering the Pacific Palisades fire there. And it's just your heart just breaks.
Yeah.
It was just one home after home, one building after building on fire. So just heartbreaking.
It's on a magnitude we've truly never seen. Right now, we want to go back to our News Chopper 4, Julia Dang, overhead following this latest flare-up in the Eaton fire. You know, Julia, we have a vantage point from up above our tower, and it's kind of playing out like Dennis Dottie had predicted. You know, he'd been told, you know, that kind of fire, it's putting itself out, but we know they're still not out of the woods yet.
Exactly. This is just like he said. You can see the smoke subsiding now. It's lightening up, moving over to the left, and you can clearly see these towers now on Mount Wilson. Last time I talked to you, they were completely obscured by smoke. What is concerning, though, is not so much what we're seeing on Mount Wilson. It's what we're hearing over the scanners in the helicopter. I'm listening to firefighters talk right now. They have attempted 2 water drops with helicopters, but they can't do it because of the turbulent conditions here. Just after 11 a.m., the LA City Fire Department grounded all fixed-wing aircraft in this area because they cannot fly due to turbulence. So far, no water drops here, and we have not had a fire retardant drop since that last one that we saw live on air. So this really is going to come down to a ground firefight.
You've been covering this all morning long, seeing the development here. What would you say is just the biggest difference compared to earlier this morning, compared to now when you think about the visibility and the smoke?
Camilla, I would say the biggest difference is how fast this is moving, how quickly this is developing. I'm sure you've seen the clips on social media where people put these fire live cams on time lapse. They speed it up. That's what this looks like, but this is in real time. We were over the Eaton fire yesterday. We flew right here yesterday, and we were watching flames climb uphill toward Mount Wilson. And we were alarmed then because we thought it was moving quickly, but this smoke, this is blowing even faster. And this situation has just unfolded within the last hour. Every time I talk to you, conditions change. Fortunately, this time it looks like conditions have changed for the better, just like our engineer laid out. And I just want to underscore again how reassuring it was to hear from Dennis and the LA City Fire Chief. You know, when they tell us they have a plan, they know what they're doing, they are prepared for this, and they knew because of the conditions in the forecast, it was going to be bad this week. I think we all feel better knowing our officials are prepared.
And despite those conditions, you know, the winds are light here. That is good news. This is a, you know, topography and kind of brush-driven fire here, but the good news is the winds are light compared to what they were even just a few hours ago there at top Mount Wilson. I do want to, as we hold your shot, Julia, give our viewers an update. LAUSD schools, per a statement from the school district and the superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, LAUSD schools and offices will be closed for Friday, January 10th. Again, all LAUSD schools and offices will remain closed tomorrow, Friday, January 10th. Students will continue to have digital access to academic resources as part of the district's learning efforts there. And for any students and families who need printed materials, they're being asked to go to their regional offices from 8 to 11 a.m. tomorrow. But as of right now, LAUSD schools and offices will remain closed through tomorrow, Friday, January 10th. with no sign of reopening as of yet. I'm assuming we'll get another update tomorrow or the weekend about openings. And remember to scan that QR code there on your screen where you can get the very latest information, like updates to school districts, evacuations, and of course the weather conditions as we continue our coverage here.
And right now we have NBC reporters from across the country helping us with our coverage. Dana Williams from NBC San Diego is live for us covering the Eaton fire in Altadena, and you are on Marengo and Calavera Street, I understand.
We don't believe, we may have the wrong live shot up here. There's our Dana Williams. Dana, sorry, we tossed you. Can you hear us okay now? We see you.
I can hear you, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dana. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Okay. So, like you said, we are standing on North Marengo, and our closest cross street is Calaveras. This has been a steady stream of people arriving this morning. It's incredibly somber. As they're arriving, they are wondering in their heads, is my home going to be there? At the end of the street, there is a CHP officer who isn't letting traffic through, but we actually just met a man. His name is Harry, and he just arrived. He is going to walk up to his house, and he agreed to let us walk with him. He does know some things. He knows that his home more than likely isn't going to be there. Harry, thanks for talking with us. We'll head over to your house now, if that's all right with you. Sure. Harry, tell me, how long have you lived here?
I've been here since '79. My wife, my mom has had the house since '72.
72, and when this fire first broke out, I mean, what was going through your head?
Well, when I first saw it, or I talked to somebody, they were saying it was way over by Eaton Canyon. And I was like, well, the news report said that the wind is going to die down. There shouldn't be any problem. So the lights went out. Me and my wife went to sleep. They came back on maybe around 10 or 11. I got up, went into the living room. I'm going to turn everything off. They went back out. I had to go to work that day, so let's say around 5 o'clock I started 5:30 I started getting dressed. I saw just a little cinder out by the back. I thought, okay, I could get the hose and put that out. Nothing. But the inner gate was locked, so I had to come back inside, get the keys, come back outside. By that time, it was coming up the back of the building. And I said, hey, we got to go. Come on. My wife couldn't find the keys to her car. And she said, can you go get your key, which is through to the bathroom. The smoke and everything was too thick. I couldn't breathe. So I said, no, we got to go. Try 911 to call. We went outside. Fire was running down. One of the wires coming off the telephone pole to the house next door to us. I saw the fire coming up, starting to get over one of the rooms in the back. So we had to get out. We just drove down to the bottom of the driveway and headed towards Fair Oaks.
And Harry, now I believe this is close to your first glimpse of your home since the fires. We could take a few more steps further if you're comfortable. Sure. I mean, what at this point, can you even believe it? And we are going to be careful right here. There are some down power lines. This is something people need to be really careful about if they are trying to come back into their neighborhood. So we're just going to take a gentle step over these. Harry, what do you see right now?
Well, this house here is gone. And he just redid a lot of the front of his property here. Put up all this wrought iron fencing and the steps and the pillars. And it's completely, well, the fireplace is still there, but.
And which one of these lots, Harry, is yours? Is it this far one with the green grass?
I'm the next one where the 3 mailboxes are, or the 2 mailboxes. So not the one with the green grass, but the next one over. The guy with the green grass, he just 2 weeks ago put in a sprinkling system. Because it gets so hot up here, or so cold, that you can't keep the grass green. So he put in a sprinkling system, and yeah.
And Harry, so I mean, this is your home.
Not this one, but the one where the white Mercedes is over there is my home.
Your first glimpse, can you even describe it? Does it feel real?
No, not at all. Not at all. Cars are gone. I had the Mercedes, a Jeep, and my Harley. I couldn't take out of there, so all I have is my little Chevy Colorado. So looking at this, maybe the Mercedes is in halfway decent condition and I can get it out of there, but I don't know. I'll have to take a look. That's why I was here today, to see what exactly I could muster up after all the disaster.
And Harry, I can tell you have a lot of family and friends here helping you. You're really close with a lot of people in this community. How will rebuilding be?
It'll be tough. I have to consult and see if we can rebuild. I've been here for a long time, so I would imagine that it shouldn't be a problem. It's just going to be time consuming. First with the cleanup, demolition and everything, and getting all the old cars and all that out of here, and then having to find all the water mains and gas and all that to even dig and start rebuilding.
Harry, do you mind if we take a few more steps closer here? And be careful, there are all power lines right behind you there. Again, guys, we are on Calaveras Street here in Altadena. We are taking a look at some of the destruction as people are just starting to arrive to look at their homes for the very first time. So many people are describing it as something that they truly have just never seen before. You hear it time and time again, people never expect it to be in their neighborhoods, but here it is in the destruction. It's difficult to even truly show you what it's like through video. Smell it. There's ash falling like it's snow. Harry, where are we now? Where was your front door? This is your driveway?
My front door was right across from the Mercedes. So just to the left of where the Mercedes is where the front door. Okay.
All right. So the Mercedes, is that a miracle? Did that Mercedes miraculously survive being right there?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Because there was trees on both sides of it, as you see. I have what they call a flag property. So I have two pieces of property. Well, they're not mine, but there's two houses in the back behind all these trees and stuff.
Okay. Look at that, Harry. This Mercedes, this is really fascinating and something we're seeing throughout the neighborhood. This Mercedes.
All right, we're losing connection there to Dana Williams-Schott. We believe we want to go to our Alex Rozier next in Malibu along PCH. And Alex, we understand you have some breaking new information. Our first confirmed death from the Palisades fire.
Yeah, guys, we are live right now just to the south of Dukes. I think that's probably the landmark that a lot of people would know. I want to give you a live look. Human remains have been confirmed found inside this home last night by the Sheriff's Department. Looking at this scene right now, the LASD deputies are on scene, and so is the medical examiner's office, and they tell me that the medical examiner's office will work to make the identification of the person who died here in the Palisades fire. So here's what happened. It was a missing persons report initially, and they tell me that that turned into a welfare check. So the LASD Lost Hills Station conducted the welfare check last night, and they discovered those remains. So their investigation is ongoing right now, but again, the medical examiner will make that positive identification. One thing that the detective with the LASD just told me is that what happened here, again, this is a residential home just off Pacific Coast Highway, and apparently one person left and one person stayed behind, and they don't know why they stayed behind. He said potentially to fight the fire. We don't know that at this point, but it turned into a missing persons report at some point. Then that welfare check, and the welfare check led to the discovery of the human remains. So that is what this scene is all about right now on Pacific Coast Highway. Detectives are here. the medical examiner's offices here as they work to make that identification of the person that was discovered after the Palisades fire. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you.
All right, our Alex Rozier in Malibu on Pacific Coast Highway in Los Flores Canyon Road. Jonathan reporting on the first death confirmed in the Palisades fire. Alex, just an absolute tragic update at this hour that we're now learning. Jonathan.
Yeah, as we stay with Alex's shot here, you see the sheriff's deputies out there. You know, it was the Sheriff Robert Luna, LA County Sheriff, who said today that his sheriff's deputies will be conducting all death investigations. We know there had been at least 5 confirmed deaths in the Eaton fire burning in Altadena. He had said that he sadly anticipates that number to likely be higher when all things are said and done. But now this first confirmed death in the Palisades fire. And to reiterate, you know, we don't know the circumstances about what happened in this particular case as we see those first responders bringing in a stretcher to that scene. But one thing that the sheriff mentioned today was he was tired of hearing his deputies having to make rescues, that every rescue that his deputies were making were people who refused to leave their homes under mandatory evacuation orders. You know, in most cases, there aren't enough personnel to physically drag someone out of their home. It has to be on the people who live there. And sadly, we heard there from Alex that what he was hearing on the ground was that one person chose to leave and that one person stayed behind. And so, you know, we still have a lot of information to confirm before we can make that call, but that is something the sheriff pointed out this morning.
Yeah, and it's investigation we're going to continue to follow for more updates throughout the day. It's 12:30 p.m. and we're continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning.
And right now, the flames from the Eaton fire burning dangerously close to Mount Wilson. Mount Wilson is home to many communications towers and equipment for Los Angeles, including the way that we're broadcasting to you right now. It's also home to the historic Mount Wilson Observatory and roads going up there to the summit. We know they are twisty, they are narrow. It makes it very difficult for access to fire trucks and fire crews.
And
Our
right now,
firefighters are up against a lot, from the winds to, this is day 3, mind you. We're rotating firefighters in and out. With that, yes, there's been some challenges in regard to our water supply, but also I want to stress that our firefighters, normally in a day 3, we're always looking for our backup plans in regard to, if the water is limited, we're going to draft water out of pools, we're going to find some type of a water source, utilize water tenders, whatever our firefighters, they're coming up with a plan, I can tell you that.
The Eaton fire first started in Altadena on Tuesday and has burned more than 10,000 acres. 5 people have died. More than 1,000 buildings have burned, including homes and businesses. And right now, evacuation orders remain in effect. And effective immediately, the fire danger level has increased to critical at the Angeles National Forest. They had put out an update just a few minutes ago, and the closure there now extended through Wednesday, January 15th. So that's the latest update there. And we've just learned the Palisades fire has turned deadly. The first death confirmed minutes ago after human remains were found on Pacific Coast Highway and Las Flores Canyon Road. So far, the Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres and more than 1,000 buildings burned, including a number of homes and businesses. And we're getting a bird's eye view here of the damage along PCH in Malibu. Evacuation orders are still in effect, and the Lakers game scheduled for tonight has been postponed. And as Jonathan, you mentioned earlier, many schools are closed today, including every school in LA Unified School District, Pasadena, Monrovia, also among those closures. And there are several others that we have a full list for you. Make sure to go to our website, NBCLA.com, for all those updates.
And we know we're bringing you a ton of information all at once. We want to remind you that the QR code right here on your screen, you can use your phone camera to scan that QR code. It'll take you to our website and our NBC4LA app, where you can get access to all of the information that we're trying to convey in real time. Also, an update to that LAUSD closure today. It It has been extended through at least tomorrow. All LAUSD schools and offices will be closed Friday as well, in addition to today. Right now, we want to get over to our meteorologist, Shauna Mendiola, tracking the current conditions because, Shauna, you know, especially with this flare-up is happening, the winds aren't really the issue there at the Eaton fire, Mount Wilson, but they may be an issue for the fire over in Palisades, which is continuing at this hour.
Right, and we still see the wind picking up in certain areas. The Eaton fire didn't have much wind, but you know that there was a fire burning there. It's all the fuel that we're seeing on the ground, and with the added wind, that's not going to help for certain locations. I do want to get to the Palisades fire first, get an update there because we are starting to see the wind pick up a little bit in certain spots near it. Santa Monica Mountains, 27-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Malibu Creek, 13-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and even though that is not a strong wind, any little bit of wind that'll move through a fire region will fan flames and continue to cause it to spread. So that is something we've been monitoring very closely, and I'll take you to the Eaton fire in Altadena, a little bit of a different situation. The winds there, very light. 2-mile-per-hour winds there and maybe even a 3-mile-per-hour wind near Altadena and the mountain range here. This is all because we've got wind sheltered spots for this round of wind. Our wind is going to be a Santa Ana wind that comes through the passes, canyons and certain spots, not those wind sheltered neighborhoods like the San Gabriel Valley. And that's why that last round with those damaging winds was really different and something that we haven't seen in a long time because they usually don't get that type of wind when we get those offshore ones. Now I want to put the satellite radar picture here because we can monitor smoke, and I want to show you that in the last couple hours we started to see this appear on our radar, and this is impacting a lot of areas into LA County. Notice how it's coming in from a northeast to southwest direction. Not really obvious to you right now, but we can see some of the smoke drifting, and I do want to point that out because our air quality is terrible in LA County. Where you're seeing the reds here on the map, that is all because the Eaton fire is spreading that smoke locally into the basin. So if you live in Burbank, you live in Los Angeles, downtown, you look in the distance, the sky is orange right now. You are blanketed in wildfire smoke. Very bad for your lungs. This is something we need to monitor and be careful of because if you inhale that, that can have a impact to your health here, not just short term, but long term as well. There's a live check of what it looks like over downtown LA. There, your orange skies can barely see through it. The sun is shining, but it is making those skies orange instead of blue. We're going to be seeing this for the next few days as long as the fires continue to burn. So limit your exposure if you can. Stay inside if you can. Make sure your windows and doors are closed over the next few days. And if you have to step outside, remember, wear those masks, and they have to be an N95 or P100 mask, not a dust mask or things that can't protect you from these pollutants. Run those air conditioning units or air purifiers if you can during this time as well. Now, looking back at a red flag warning, notice how everyone is still under this warning till 6 o'clock. Even though the winds have changed a little bit and we got a break yesterday through today, we still have dry conditions out there and another round of wind coming. Now we're starting to see it develop right now, but some of the stronger winds are going to develop even more as we head to the evening hours. And what you're seeing here is a wind alert for most of Southern California, with the exception of the LA Basin and the Orange County coastline. So we'll monitor this for you as well. This is through tomorrow as this next round moves in. And there's a current look at your winds right now. And like I mentioned, parts of LA are under this wind sheltered area. So you're not seeing much going on in downtown LA, even in Orange County at this time. But you go into the Inland Empire and Riverside, you've got a 38-mile-per-hour wind gust. You've got a 45-mile-per-hour wind gust in Ontario. So that is those occasional winds that come through and just could be strong at times. The other night we saw those 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So I don't expect this one to be as strong. But again, because of the fire threat out there, any wind is going to be not good for us. Looking at Thousand Oaks, you've got a 19-mile-per-hour wind gust. And as we're looking at the afternoon, I do expect the developing Santa Ana winds to get a little stronger. It's going to be a gradual climb, gradual strengthening. By the time we get to this evening, that map is going to light up in colors in that horseshoe shape. You're going to see it. Tonight through Friday morning, we're going to see moderate winds, and that is going to be the main time frame we'll see these winds for us. Wind-prone areas are going to be the main spots where we're going to get those winds. And as we head to Friday midday, so right around this time tomorrow, we'll see the wind weaken and then it'll shift from an onshore direction, which is ocean air, and it'll help the humidity in the air. So that's a breakdown for now. We'll get to the futurecast to show you exactly what we're seeing in terms of the gust. As we head to the afternoon, like I mentioned, a strengthening wind. There is that horseshoe shape of those typical Santa Ana winds. We get through tonight, and we get a little bit more of those winds through those wind-prone spots. The Inland Empire and Orange County, your winds are going to be stronger this time than LA and Ventura County. That's something we're noticing, so we'll follow your forecast there. We get to tomorrow morning, and this is around 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll still monitor some moderate winds, but just those higher spots here in the mountains will get 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust. Overall, I think Santa Clarita will stay below the 15 mile per hour range, but near the beaches, right there, Malibu, you can see 32 mile per hour wind gust. That's near the Pacific Palisades, so watch that closely because that could flare up some of those hot spots out there during the Palisades fire. Looking at 11 o'clock tomorrow, we've got weakening wind, and there is the shift in the wind. Now, one thing it's going to do is allow the humidity to increase, but it's also going to blow that smoke inland. So areas that don't have the wind, or actually the smoke right now, like the Inland Empire and Orange County, you're eventually going to get that here in the next 24 hours. So we keep reminding you to protect your lungs. It's just so important. This is something that is going to impact us here in Southern California as these fires continue to burn, and a little bit after that as well. 78 degrees for your highs today. I do want to point that out. It's a little bit warmer this afternoon, but please, if you don't need to be outside, don't spend too much time out there. Wear those masks as you head out. That is not just going to affect your lungs, but then your eyes and everything like that. There's pollutants in this smoke. We've got temperatures cooling down this weekend, and although we haven't put it here on the 7-day forecast yet, I want to give you another update on some wind. We're monitoring the possibility we could see another round come Saturday, Sunday, and then maybe even into Tuesday and Wednesday of next week because of those the development and the pattern that we're seeing. It's going to keep those skies clear. It's going to keep our 7-day forecast dry every day. So unfortunately, we have about a 0% chance of seeing any rain, and we really need soaking rain to help us out here. That is not going to be happening for the next 7 days in SoCal. It's mainly going to be the wind we're focusing on, the dry air that we've got, and again, these fires that continue to burn and that poor air quality. Those things we are watching very closely, monitoring that, updating you right there on the NBC LA app, and right here. We've been streaming, and we have been on the air for what now, almost over 48 hours. Yeah.
Almost 50 hours.
So we've got you covered.
Yeah.
And just another important reminder, just scan that QR code there to get those latest updates on weather conditions. Looking live now from PCH, this is near Big Rock Drive. Some more stunning images of the destruction from the Palisades fire. As we've been reporting, we now have our first confirmed fatality near Dukes, and it's now officially the most destructive fire in LA County history. Jonathan, just somber. Just looking at these images is absolutely heartbreaking.
You see the cars burned out. We're not sure what this building was, if it was a row of buildings. You know, PCH, you know, the homes are inches from each other, home after home after home, along one of the most glorious stretches of coastline anywhere in the world, one of the most famous roadways, PCH, anywhere in the world. You see those pillars there in the water, all that is left of what people built over the decades and years here in Southern California for themselves, for their families, to enjoy the Pacific coast like only we can. This is one of the reasons people live in Southern California. We put up with the expensive prices and the taxes and everything else for this view. And this is a view now devastated by the Palisades fire, as you mentioned, Camilla, now the most destructive in LA City and LA County history. And our photographer giving us a really somber and sobering insight as the Pacific Ocean continues to do its thing as if nothing happened. And it's just devastating to watch.
Yeah, just one of many images that we have been seeing from a number of our reporters out in the field, talking to homeowners who've lost absolutely everything and having to come back to that devastation.
Our Brittany Hope, in fact, spoke to a homeowner on Palisades Drive who say they lost their home in everything in this fire.
We've spent about an hour now driving through the Palisades Highlands, and this is significant destruction here. A man who lives nearby came over. He told us that these were condos. He said that they were referred to as the Woodies. He said that wasn't the proper name, but if you live in the Highlands, you know that's what they're called because their facade, the outside, was all wood, which definitely is probably a reason why this whole area is destroyed. About 30 minutes ago, we did see CAL FIRE come here to the Woodies because there were so many spots that are smoldering. Residents who live across, whose homes are still standing, tell us that they were really concerned. Here, let me get this branch from Joel's foot. There's still a lot of debris everywhere, as you can see. So they were really concerned. They came over. CAL FIRE started putting a lot of water on all of this, but you can just see what we're looking at. I'm not sure how many condos were here, but so many people lived in this. A lot of the Woodies, right? A lot of the timber and the lumber that made up that facade is here. And there's so much that's left over here. Different cages for gardening, pottery. We found these, and we're still on the sidewalk here, but they ended up on the plants outside. These seem to be yearbook photos. So whoever lives here, I hope you see that these survived. The Dines, Dolman, Dryden, Dye, Edelman, Irving. Trying to see if we know at all what school this was from, but I don't want to break it anymore. This hits you. This is an older yearbook as well, by the black and white. Makes me think that it was maybe someone older who lived here. Now, we've been hearing from residents that they haven't had any water, a lot of people coming. So here's a spigot where a hose used to be, where a hose should be. Ugh. And there's nothing. So this is what firefighters are dealing with. We've seen some water tenders here in the Highlands that are trying to refill as many fire hydrants as they can. But when you have whole neighborhoods without water, it's a huge issue. We saw that on the north side of the Palisades Highlands as well. Luckily, fire tenders came and helped neighbors there where there were homes actively burning. But at this point, for the Woodies, right here on Palisades Drive, we're south of the restaurant Casa Nostra. There's a Coldwell Banker there as well, just above us. This is a lot of the destruction we're seeing, and it's all on this side of Palisades Drive. On the other side, all of these condos at this point still seem to be standing. Now, I want to draw your attention to two different problem areas. So this side, when we first got here, there wasn't a lot of smoke. Now we're seeing a large header over here. And then toward this side, toward the northeast Palisades Highlands, there's still some active burning over there, but we can tell you just from driving around a significant amount of homes and businesses here in the Highlands that have been destroyed. Back to you.
We are not out of the woods with the Palisades fire, certainly not out of the woods with the Eaton fire, with this massive flare-up, Camilla, that we've been following this afternoon.
Yeah, we now want to get to our Julia Dang live over News Chopper 4 right now, where the Eaton fire, as we just mentioned, has reached Mount Wilson, the broadcast towers, and the historic observatory there. Let's go ahead and check in with NBC4's Julia Dang. Julia.
Camilla, it looks to me like this fire on Mount Wilson is pretty much under control now. About an hour ago when I checked in with you, we could see flames lapping at the base of these towers on Mount Wilson. We're not seeing that anymore. Earlier, too, we could see dark smoke obscuring all of these towers on this mountaintop. That has dissipated and lightened up now. And this is thanks to the ground attack and all the preparation that was done here before this fire flared up this afternoon. We haven't seen any water drops. In fact, we've had 4 helicopters fly by and attempt to drop water on this fire, but none of them were able to manage it because it is so turbulent up here. My pilot has been plugged in to air-to-air comms. He's listening to what those other pilots are saying, and a couple minutes ago there was a dispatch from that 4th helicopter, that 4th firefighting helicopter that flew by, and somebody in that helicopter was saying, you know what, we are getting bounced around so much here, please send us back to the Palisades fire. So it's because of the elevation here, not the winds, it's the elevation that's making it so hard to fly. And of course, more than an hour ago, fixed wing tankers were released, so they cannot drop fire retardant. But still, this is lightening up. This picture we're seeing now, this is not triggering the kind of alarm that we saw earlier. You know, when we pointed our Mount Wilson live camera up toward the towers and showed you the flames exploding in size. That was a really terrifying moment, and just a reminder of how quickly these things can develop. But as I zoom in on these towers, and you know, we talk about infrastructure, critical communications infrastructure, I recognize that's probably not top of mind for most people. They're worried about their lives. They're worried about their homes. They're worried about their families. They're not thinking about towers. But here's the thing. Without critical communications infrastructure, we cannot communicate these emergency updates, and people all across LA County cannot make timely decisions about whether they need to stay or leave, about what they need to pack, where they are safe to go, and where these fires are moving. And that is why we are paying so much attention to this right now, because this fire, the Eaton fire burning in Altadena, this is deadly. 5 confirmed fatalities already. Officials saying this morning they expect that number to go up. And then our colleague on the other side of town reporting just moments ago, the Palisades fire now deadly as well. That first confirmed fatality. This is not just about properties and structures and infrastructure. This is about people. This is about our fellow community members.
Julia, we can't lose sight of that. That is absolutely right. As we continue our fire coverage, not to mention, Julia, your shot alone, I'm assuming, is being used right where you're pointing, right? I mean, the reason we have your shot up is because of Mount Wilson. As we continue to see this flare up, yeah, and let's talk about what Dennis Dottie, our engineer, who's up at Mount Wilson right now, had mentioned. He had been in good communication with the firefighters who had said they're just going to let the brush burn. And we don't have the shot up on our main screen, but I'm looking at it here in our studio on a different vantage point here from our tower cam, where you see the white smoke now, and it's just like firefighters predicted that they would let that lush vegetation burn. They had just enough of a gap of that defensible space between where the flames were and those critical infrastructure, those towers, and certainly the observatory. And so far, it's panning out exactly like they said it would.
Exactly, and to hear that from Dennis, to hear him say it so calmly, so confidently, and then to see this play out, all of that is possible. We are able to broadcast all of that because of our tower that we are dialed into from News Chopper 4. So people who know that, people who watched that interview, they know not to panic. But on the other hand, information that is developing quickly that does prompt people to evacuate, like the fire that we shot yesterday in the Hollywood Hills, the Sunset Fire, that critical information too is made possible by this kind of infrastructure.
And Julia, earlier the Angeles National Forest put out on X that the fire danger level had increased to critical at the Angeles National Forest, and also that they announced that they were extending that closure through January 15th, again, due to the critical fire dangers. So that just goes to show we're not out of this just yet. Those conditions with the winds are still in effect at this hour as we continue to monitor this fire in Altadena, and now that has reached Mount Wilson.
And it is critical to understand how big this is. A lot of people use the Angeles National Forest to cut through the desert and the San Gabriel Valley, and so this is a significant update that the Angeles National Forest will remain closed through at least January 15th at this point due to critical fire danger. We want to go back to our Conan Nolan, who's down below where this flare-up is, covering the Eaton fire for us as it approaches Mount Wilson. Conan, you've been live all morning for us, and there's, I believe, your vantage point now of what we're seeing from News Chopper 4.
That's right. News Chopper has a better shot. We're at the Pasadena High School parking lot. The flank of the fire is on the north side of the mountain. As from the distance, you can see that, yes, there's turbulence, as she was reporting, but we see the column going up for the most part, so indicating that there's little wind, there's little propulsion that would engulf the entire mountain in smoke. So that's a good sign. Yes, the towers are important, certainly, but so too is the 19 other telescopes up there and the historic value. We talked about that in the last hour. the historic nature of Mount Wilson and all the discoveries that were made that essentially represent the foundation of modern astronomy came from that mountain, from those telescopes that are still in use. A number of universities, including Harvard, a number of Ivy League universities, have a footprint on that mountain, still using those telescopes, including the solar telescopes as well. So they're very much interested in yes, the towers for KNBC and other emergency agencies are critical, but also critical to the scientific community and to frankly the culture of Southern California. Is the impact that Mount Wilson had, not just in terms of the discoveries that came from that mountain, but the scientists there and the import they had on the community. I mean, Caltech is here in Pasadena because to a large degree of the import and the importance of Percival Hubble and others at this at Mount Wilson Observatory. So it's one of those things there's an intangible connection to Mount Wilson and the rest of Southern California. You can usually see it from the ground here. You can see it during the Rose Parade, and it's been attacked before, as we mentioned. I think it was in 2004, and later there was the station fire. I remember being up there when they again were able to save the mountain, and the hope is that, as Julie was saying, that the strategy will once again work. What is in their favor, of course, is the fact that there is the propulsion is not white of the flames. Is not what we've seen before, fortunately, and this will give them an opportunity to have some kind of strategy in dealing with robbing it of the fuel that it needs in order for it to ascend even further up the hill towards these vital communication region and the towers, but also the scientific community, that is the astronomy and all the, I should say the observatory and all the other observatories up there. We were just a moment ago in Altadena, which of course is so much of it, such as the Pacific Palisades, a hellscape. We saw people who were leaving from their homes. They were given an opportunity for those who still have homes to go up there and collect items that they were able to just pack in bags and just roll down the street, which is what they were able to do. Remember that, like the Palisades, the commercial district along Lake Boulevard has been wiped out. Using gas stations, businesses, even several houses of worship. Rarely do you see an impact of a wildland fire on a commercial district the way we saw in this episode, both on the Pacific Palisades as well as here. And of course, there are people who are for the first time laying sight to what was their home. We talked with one individual. She was there looking for her cats.
How long did you live here?
My whole life. My parents, I was born here, so my parents raised me in this house. My dad built.
Did you find your cats?
No, I think they're gone.
Camille Davis looking for her cats. We are told that sometimes they hunker down and will pop up days later. That's her hope. Everywhere, again, people trying to come to terms with the loss of their homes, their livelihoods in the business district, as well as the elements of their life that sort of many of the things you collect, many of the things possessions you have are manifestations of your life that are now ash. In any case, back to this live picture here, we're seeing as the smoke continues to billow above Mount Wilson, one of the most important mountaintops in all of Southern California, certainly all in astronomy, and just we're hoping that the wind stays the way it is right now, extremely calm, and that can no doubt help give a fighting chance to saving this mountain one more time. Back to you.
Our Conan Nolan there in Pasadena High School giving us a vantage point from his view of the flare up there in the Eaton fire of Mount Wilson, a historic site there and also a tourist destination, Conan. We're going to pivot now back to our coverage of the Palisades fire, which, mind you, continues to burn homes at this hour. And as other properties smolder right now, we want to go back to Sarah Wallace, one of our reporters from across the country, helping us with our ongoing coverage. Sarah, where are you right now? I see you're close to the water, and kind of give us a look around where you are.
Right, Jonathan and Camilla, actually, you can hear behind me, there are actually sirens going on right now. Fire trucks going past us. This is what we've seen on and off. We are actually at the intersection of Big Rock Drive in Malibu. And
we may have lost Sarah's audio.
it's really a sight to see with the beautiful, tranquil waves up, and then all of this destruction. One thing that I think is worth pointing out is that, you know, you would think that the Pacific Coast Highway would be a natural fire break, as we've seen in so many other areas. They, of course, hoping that this would be the kind of situation where any canyon fire would stop on that side of the highway. What's incredible to me personally is to see that it jumped what is a natural fire break and destroyed so much of this coastline. And that's one of the incredible things that we're seeing. Also, sadly, that we are now confirming there is one death. It's up the road. We actually had seen sheriff's officers gathered around a particular home, a multi-unit house, and they were waiting for additional investigatory officers to confirm what we now know. So sadly now this Palisades fire has also turned deadly, but it is very dangerous. And, you know, we heard the fire chief earlier talking about the fact that please, if you are not an emergency responder or a utility crew, do not come back into the area. And
We have lost audio there from Sarah Wallace. We will get back to her in just a moment. Jonathan, just showing us more of that devastation along PCH in Pacific Palisades, just all the destruction, home after home, just somber insight there.
Just the darkest scenes in one of the most beautiful parts of our Southern California coastline. Entire communities leveled because of these fires, and now we've confirmed our first death there in the Palisades fire within the last hour. We're going to continue to bring you more information on that. It is now 1 p.m., nearly 1 p.m., and as we continue our coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency, we remain live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. And again, we've just learned that the Palisades fire has turned deadly.
And that first death after human remains were found on Pacific Coast Highway south of Dukes in Malibu so far. The Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres. Evacuation orders are still in effect. LAUSD schools and offices will also be closed tomorrow. There are several others, and we've got that full list for you on our website, NBCLA.com. And we are also tracking a flare-up at this hour near Mount Wilson. And just in the last hour, those flames from the Eaton fire were very close to those communication towers. This fire started on Tuesday and has now burned more than 10,000 acres. It remains at 0% containment. At least 5 people have died. And Jonathan, those evacuation orders remain in effect today.
Right now we have on the phone for us Chief Sam DiGiovanna. He's our NBC4 fire and safety expert. Chief Sam, are you with us? All right, we're going to go to our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, for more on the conditions there in the Palisades as well as the Eaton fire burning above the hills of Altadena. Melissa.
Hi there, Jonathan and Camilla. Yeah, we are starting to see really dry conditions, low humidity. But I want to talk about the winds because, you know, we've been tracking this for more than 48 hours with the fires burning here in Southern California. And I got off the air last night at midnight. The wind advisories had expired. The high wind warnings had expired as well. Then overnight tonight, the National Weather Weather Service issued more advisories, more warnings. So that's why we're starting to see those winds pick up once again here in Southern California. I want to show you some of the gusts right now. Santa Clarita, we've got a gust up to 43 miles per hour. Oxnard in at 33, gusting up to Ontario up to 46 and 35 miles per hour in Riverside. Look at the map here. You can see right now we're starting to get into our typical wind-prone locations in terms of finding the strongest gusts out across Orange County and the IE, kind of void of LA County for now. That will change later on today and especially tonight, and also through the Santa Clarita Valley and out across areas in Ventura County. So here we go with these wind alerts once again. In the mustard shade, we've got high wind warnings that have been posted, and then the wind advisories have been posted as well. That's for areas in Ventura County as well as areas close to the Palisades and the San Fernando Valley, back across areas close to Mount Wilson here. So the Palisades, for example, later on tonight, you'll have winds gusting anywhere from 20 to about 40 miles per hour. But overall across our region, the highest gust 50 to 60 miles per hour, and then some isolated gusts for the San Bernardino County mountains up to 75 miles per hour. Also, it is very dry outside. We've been talking about the Santa Anas and how these winds really come through the mountains, down through the canyons and passes with that northeasterly wind. It dries out the atmosphere, and the problem is that it's already dry at the surface. It's been more than 8 months since Southern California has had any measurable rainfall. So looking at the relative humidity, we're down into the teens and the single digits. 7% in Van Nuys, 9% in Thousand Oaks. We've got relative humidity dropping down to 12% there in Anaheim and Orange County. So the red flag warning once again has been reissued. This will stay up until 6 p.m. on Friday. Low relative humidity and these winds that we're still fighting and battling is leading to some critical fire concerns across the region. An update on the fires that we're tracking. The Eaton fire, this broke out in Altadena a couple of nights ago, and you can see winds are calm, so that's nice, but the relative humidity, as we've been saying, dropping down into the teens and the single digits here. Also an update for you on the Palisades fire as we're looking at weather conditions. The winds are fairly light, still coming in out of the north or a northeasterly direction, fairly light or calm in some spots, but the humidity is starting to drop as well. And then once we get into tonight, as I was mentioning, with that wet wind advisory that does include the Palisades, your winds are going to pick up later on tonight anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. So we're not out of the woods just yet. Here's a live picture behind me, and it's kind of hard to see what's happening here. As you can see, all of the smoke and the plume, this particulate matter in the upper levels of the atmosphere. This is not good to inhale, not good to breathe or take in if you're outside. So we've got some advisories in terms of the smoke across much of Southern California. Wildfire smoke advisory for much of LA County, and it doesn't matter if a fire is burning in your neighborhood. I was driving in today on my way into work. You could kind of see the ash falling from the sky. It was like it was raining ash across much of our region. You could smell the smoke, really uncomfortable. Now this advisory extends out across areas in Orange County as well as Ontario, and more smoke to come. The smoke futurecast showing you Thursday, this afternoon, we've got this smoke pressing down from a northerly direction from the Palisades down to the ocean. Same thing with our fire, the Eaton fire close to Altadena. Then once we get into tonight, we're still dealing with plumes of smoke, and then the smoke stretches out across areas where fires are not currently burning in terms of what we know here. So we've got smoke moving in across areas in Orange County as well as the IE. If you're not dealing with the wind, you've got the fires, and the indirect impact as a result of all of this because of the Santa Anas will be the poor air quality. That's the very latest. We're going to track it for you throughout the afternoon. Jonathan and Camilla, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that coverage. We want to go back to Lexi Suter. She's joining us from our, excuse me, our NBC station in Chicago, really helping us with our coverage. And Lexi, we know you've been on the ground there in these neighborhoods that have just been decimated, flattened by the Eaton fire in Altadena. Give us your location right now and a little bit about what you've been seeing since we last talked to you.
Yeah, we are still at Glen Rose and Woodbury, and this block where I'm standing, frankly, the only way to describe it is a war zone. There is nothing left to even salvage as people try to come back here and look through the rubble, if you will. There are still smoldering hot spots, and that's an important point at this hour. We have seen some fire crews come back through here and check on those hot spots. I talked to one firefighter. He said, we're triaging. We don't want to create any more issues beyond the active fires that we are currently fighting. So we've seen some people come through here because they know this block got hit hard, and a lot of these homes still have a few flames and certainly smoke smoldering. Now the painstaking task for people, residents, coming back to see what's left. I'm here with Brian and Alejandro, and you unfortunately lost, your elementary school, your middle school, your high school. You grew up here, and your home. What's your home look like?
Oh man, there's no roof. Our parking lot is all broke, it's all down, all turned down. Our roof, I had a hole inside my house that he helped me try to get in, and there was a hole in there. I think the smoke went inside my house. It's just very, very chaotic, miss. Very chaotic. Nothing that I could picture that would happen like this, man.
And your pets?
Oh, my pets, I had to save my turtle. I kind of snuck in with my friends, and I was like, hey, we need to save my pets, my turtles. They were hidden on the water. I couldn't believe that. I just took them on and out of here, miss. It was a very big thing that happened fast.
And this home that you've lived here forever, you're now walking down this sidewalk you grew up playing on. You have a huge bag with you of what you could save. What's in it?
I'm taking everything that I need for my sister, my mother. I got my sister and mother in the hotel. I didn't want them to come. I have my shampoo, little things that I can, stuff like clothing. But I couldn't really take everything, miss, because there's a certain too much smoke going on. I couldn't even see no more, miss.
And this isn't just a home. We're talking about a lot of homes on this block on Glen Rose Avenue here in, this area that are damaged. But this is an apartment complex, so we're talking dozens and dozens of people that are in your same situation.
There was a 50 apartment complex, man, and everybody left, miss. Everybody, all the families couldn't believe it. We all grew up there, miss. It was like a big family. We were united, very. And all gone, miss.
And you said it was hard to leave. You were one of the last to evacuate.
It was like around 3. We got the notification, and we were kind of sleeping through it. Around 5 minutes, everybody already had left. We were the last ones to leave, man. It was very, very sad, miss. Seeing my sister and mother almost getting burned by the fire boss. Something I don't wish on nobody, miss. Very bad, very bad. And now seeing my block, I've always passed through here. I went to school everywhere. And now everything's gone, miss. It's very hurtful to see, to be honest.
Well, Brian, Alejandro, we're glad you're safe. Thanks for sharing a little bit of your story. Unfortunately, this is a story of thousands of people, and that number may even grow, not just in this area, but as we know, there are fires burning across Los Angeles County. So this gives you a little preview of what we're watching here today, beyond just trying to take this site in, seeing people come back and carry their life down the street, a bag of clothes, anything that they could save, their pets. It's a really difficult situation out here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Our Lexi Suter helping us out from our NBC Chicago station there at Glen Rose and Woodbury. Just such a devastating sight. Lexi, thank you for that coverage.
We now want to show you a live picture here from News Chopper 4. This is over the Eaton fire that has now reached Mount Wilson at this hour as we continue to monitor that white smoke there. And this is, we've been covering this for the last would say a couple
2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours as it approached those communication broadcast towers there. It got very, very close with those flames. But as we learned earlier from our engineer there, the winds weren't as much of a concern at that time. But again, this is a fire that we continue to monitor at this hour that has reached Mount Wilson. We want to go ahead and check in with Chief Sam Giovanna. Are you with us now?
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us now when you look at the conditions and the developments that we have seen over Mount Wilson with the smoke right now?
Well, when we saw this earlier, you can see that the smoke was pretty much going straight up. Looks as if the winds have kicked up even more so because now they're starting to blow more horizontally. That's not a good sign. The winds have kicked up. And in fact, I'll say this. When I left this morning, I got up in Orange County, went for a run, and there wasn't much wind at all. When I left, it was relatively calm. Just spoke with some neighbors. They said the winds are starting to howl in Orange County right now.
It's just relentless. This is one of the longest periods, seemingly, especially given how long these fires, and they're only continuing, Chief Sam. We heard from our engineer, Dennis Dottie. He's up at our tower, the building next door, up at Mount Wilson. He'd been in good contact with, firefighters up there who had assured him that, hey, we're in a good position here. Can you talk about, he seemed to be very confident that the towers would be saved. Is there just enough defensible space? Is it the wind conditions being favorable right now to firefighters? How were they so confident that this wouldn't necessarily burn down some of these towers?
Well, from what I've understood, they've started backfiring operations up there. And backfiring is a wildfire tactic where crews will deliberately set a controlled fire along, say, the edge of a fire break, a control line, ahead of the main fire. What this does is it consumes the fuel in its path and essentially starves the wildfire from removing available vegetation. This slows down or stops the spread, and it's basically a way to use fire to fight fire. However, I'll say this, it needs to be done very carefully, monitored conditions, and with expert management and resources to carry it out. So hopefully the operation was successful. It looks like it is, and they're doing a great job up there.
It's such a relief to see that white smoke there going straight into the air. That is a really good sign compared to what, where things stood. Even just 30 minutes to an hour ago, where we saw so much of that black smoke, we saw those tall flames. Chief Sam, can you talk about how these fires also can create their own weather conditions? Because meanwhile there aren't huge gusts, blowing thankfully through this area, the fire itself can create its own kind of weather pattern, making it dangerous and difficult for, firefighters to fight this from the air, which was the best option at that point for a fire like this.
Yeah, it does. The fire gives off its own heat, it creates its own wind, and it just basically creates its own weather system in itself. That's why sometimes when you see a fire and the column of smoke rises enough up into the atmosphere, it almost develops at the cap of it like a thunderhead. And I have been on fires where, now I won't say it was a downpour, but you could feel actual raindrops where it's creating its own weather system. So it is very sporadic, and it does create its own weather pattern, and it is very dangerous. And like you said, from hour to hour, half hour to hour, and even to minute, things can change very quickly, just like we've been seeing throughout this whole entire wind and fire event.
And Chief Sam, it's now about 1:12 p.m. You were just talking about how things can change when you think of the wind and what the pattern that we've been monitoring over the last few hours. What is, again, your message for our viewers as we continue to track these wildfires?
Yeah, just stay alert. Just for you in the fire zone areas, the path of the existing fires, but to all of you right now, just like I mentioned about Orange County, they may not have any active fires right now, but as we speak, one can pop up. Be prepared. Pull the combustible furniture, lawn furniture, wood piles, trash. And with these winds we've had strong winds, even in my neighborhood. My neighborhood is littered with leaves, needles, twigs, and debris. Those are all ignition points for embers. So clear those away from your home. Even, if it's safe, and I'm saying that, emphasizing if it's safe, get those off your rooftops. Harden your home, get prepared with medication, important documents, eyeglasses. Be prepared to evacuate if you're asked to, and if you feel that you're threatened, leave anyways. It's the matter between life and death.
Absolutely.
Such important reminders.
As we continue talking to Chief Sam here, I want to let our viewers know about a couple possible updates here. President Biden is expected to hold a news conference sometime this afternoon regarding the federal response to these wildfires. Of course, he was in Los Angeles yesterday meeting with Governor Newsom and getting a briefing on that. And so we will continue to keep an eye on when that news conference begins. And we will bring that to you live here on NBC4. We will also let you know that Mayor Bass and other LA city and county officials will be holding another press conference at 4 o'clock in downtown LA at their EOS, the Emergency Operations Center, that we will also bring to you live as we continue our coverage of the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. We're talking to Chief Sam DiGiovanna, our NBC4 fire expert. Chief Sam, you mentioned something interesting just a moment ago about being in Orange County and then starting to see, the conditions there, and then the IE, another possible spot that we see flare up all the time. We know that resources have been scarce and thin, because of the sheer number of fires and the size of these fires, but are there other resources still ready to go in a place like the IE where we do see fires typically pop up?
Great question. I just talked to some of my constituent friends, fire chiefs in the Inland Empire, and they said that they are prepared. Thank goodness we've brought in from Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, and Washington to augment the resources and personnel available just for this. It's like going into battle. We want to bring all the reinforcements and troops we can just to be prepared, and they are taking every precaution necessary. So like I mentioned earlier, Jonathan and Camilla, we'll do our part. We just ask the communities to do their part. So important to work together. Absolutely.
All right, our Chief Sam DiGiovanna, thank you as always for your coverage and all the work that you and your firefighters are doing out there on the front lines. I say it all the time. I've said it to Chief Sam before. We have the best firefighters in the world, and we're very thankful to have them on our side right now.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
NBC4's Brittany Hope has been talking to a number of residents, assessing the damage and seeing what's left of their homes. She reports now from Pacific Palisades.
3, 2, 1. So you can see a water tender just leaving. We're here in the Pacific Highlands on Paseo de Oro, where there's 2 people who live here. They said they were trying to protect their home. They couldn't get any water. Literally buckets. We pulled over as well. And ma'am, what is your name one more time?
Valerie.
Valerie.
Yeah.
Tell us when you realized there was no water left.
We went inside the house and there is no water inside the house. We turned on the faucet. There's no water. There's no water into the yard. I took some water bucket from our jacuzzi. We're trying to put away the small ember, but there's one right here. And there's underneath this shrub. It's starting to catch up, which will make that house totally could be a big problem. And it's over there. They need to bring more help.
Here,
to save those houses.
Come with me. Let's show what has happened on your street so far. And thank you, Valerie, for talking with me. When we found you, you 2 were just in the street, just begging for someone to pay attention.
Yes.
We stopped. Luckily, police stopped. We were able to get a water tender up here.
Thank you.
Now that help is here, what's going through your mind?
Well, they need to put that house right there. They need to save that house. We already have 2 houses that are completely done. They need to save that house here. And then they need to pay attention here because there is fire that started with a small ember, but all this vegetation right here is ready to burn right here. Oh. My husband is using the fire extinguisher, but it's not enough.
So literally residents using a fire extinguisher because until 3 minutes ago, there hasn't been water in this neighborhood. And unfortunately, multiple homes have burned here. This is Paseo de Oro. What is the name of this community?
This is the Highland and this is the Paseo de Oro street.
Okay, so we're still in the Highlands on Paseo de Oro.
Everybody is so helpful and kind and all together. And we really want this street to stay in one piece, except those 2 houses. And it should not be a big deal. We should be able to put water to stop anything from spreading more. So thank you.
No.
Thank you for bringing attention to this so that we can save this house and we can stop those little things to catch and create another disaster here, which is not needed. Right. And we need to have water. We want to help. We want to make sure our house are okay.
We heard police say that they needed another water tender as well. So I think that the fire hydrants here, I think they now have water, which is why we can see that fire crews are here. But it sounds like even more help is coming. Have you spoken at all to these neighbors who lost their homes? It looks like 3, 4 properties. Are they all physically safe? Are they physically safe?
They're all safe. Everybody made it out, which is wonderful. We are all on the channel. We're texting with each other. We took a video. Somebody else was able to come as well this morning and take a video because up to now we didn't know if our house made it. So at least we know who has still a house, who doesn't, and we're going to be able to pull together. But we need to stop from this to spread unnecessarily, because if there's more wind and we don't take care of the small thing that is here, it's going to turn into a big thing. Oh. And we really don't want that.
I know. Wait, is that another water tender?
Yeah.
Oh, another water tender. We have another water. Here, Val, come with me this way. This is incredible. We're getting help. So we saw, no, of course. Don't, this is, It's everyone's job. So we had seen down the hill from us here along Palisades Drive. Thank you guys so much.
I want to pay attention to this one
Yes,
here as well.
we had seen down on Palisades Drive a few water tenders that were there. And so Joel and I, my photographer, we were all together. We were talking with police. We said, we saw a tender at this intersection. Is there any way? Well, the two officers we just talked to just returned. They sprinted down the hill. We have another water tender here. That means we have more water.
Thank you, thank you. Oh my God. And I know it's small, but if we can at least save those houses that can still be saved,
yes,
it is worthwhile. Please.
Well, and there's so many homes in the Highlands that have burned. So many.
Yes.
And you never know what's going to happen.
And we may lose those houses, but if at least we can still try, that would be really great, because if there is a resource, we should use this resource since we know it's happening right there. So thank you, so appreciating, and I really pray that we can save this street, if possible. And my heart goes to everybody that have lost their house. It's just so horrendous. I mean, really.
These are your neighbors. Do they know yet that their home's burned?
It's just awful. I mean, seriously, it is awful. It's not something that you could even have conceived, that we are all having so much loss and devastation. We were on Sunset. I did not recognize Sunset. I thought we were somewhere else. It's not conceivable. I'm sorry.
No, no, please don't apologize. We've been trying to find the words.
Thank you. I don't know if I have the word for it now, that. It's so big and so many people lost their house. If we can still save some that can be saved.
That's all.
I think any house that can be saved is worth fighting.
I'm so happy that we have people here. I was so nervous when we saw you coming out of your house with buckets but no water. And it's, what do you do? But that's a situation for so many people.
And you said, no, why is there no water? And those things need to be attended to.
Yes, yes.
Then why losing an entire street? I know we are stretched thin, but if we can still prevent more loss somewhere, it's worth the fight.
Yeah.
So thank you,
Thank you
for
so
sharing your
much.
water. I hope they're going to take those out, and they're going to take this one here as well.
Yeah.
And I hope that the house does not burn. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it. For just speaking with me and for even trying to save your neighbors' homes, you and your husband with buckets, with extinguishers. This is community. You know, that this is what being a neighbor is.
And people are ready to come and to help, you know. If only we can make a difference. I mean, as long as it's still safe, and that if we could be making a difference, saving our house, everybody's so stretched thin, whatever we can do. And we need water. And small thing like that needs to be attended to as possible.
They're going to get it. They're here now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again. If you're just tuning in, we're on Paseo de Oro here in the Highlands and Pacific Highlands, on the east side of the Highlands. Multiple homes we've seen have burned in this area, but many are still standing. Water finally getting to this community, and it is so needed. We'll send it back to you.
Wow, the storytelling from our Brittany Hope there, making sure they got what they needed to, just everyone really coming together right now to help anyone as much as possible. We want to let our viewers know that right now we are awaiting an update from President Biden about the federal response to this ongoing firefight happening here in Southern California. We are expecting that news conference to happen at 1:30. These things tend to change. These things tend to shift. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on the time, and when it does start, we will bring it to you live.
And meantime, an investigation is underway right now in Altadena at Altadena Drive after possible human remains were found in the Eaton fire. NBC4's Olita Lopez is on the street with those details.
I'm Lolita Lopez in Altadena. It's about 12:20 in the afternoon on Thursday, and we are at a home on Altapine Drive here in Altadena. We just want to show you the devastation that is here, part of several burned out homes in this area and on this street alone. Here, though, it's a possible human remains in this location. We have sheriff's deputies keeping watch here. They tell us that homicide sheriffs were here earlier doing a bit of an investigation, and at this point they are waiting for the coroner's office to arrive. We're also being told that they're getting several calls in this area of possible human remains at different locations. We'll continue to bring you more as we get it.
And what Lolita was just referring to is what the sheriff, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, mentioned this morning. We have 5 confirmed deaths there in the Eaton fire, but they did anticipate that number, sadly and tragically, will go up throughout the day and the days to come as their investigators continue to work.
And another tragic update, we want to get back to the Palisades fire. That's where NBC4's Alex Rozier is live in Malibu on PCH and near Dukes with that breaking information. And sadly, Alex, this is the first confirmed death from this tragic fire.
Yes, and human remains were found inside the home. The Sheriff's Department just confirmed they've been out here over the last couple of hours working this scene. They're working with the medical examiner's office as they work to identify the person whose remains were found inside this home. They just have told me moments ago that they initially got a call for a missing persons report. That turned into a welfare check, and then the LASD Lost Hills Station, they conducted the welfare check last night, and that is when they discovered the remains. Again, the medical examiner will identify the person, but we are told this is a home along Pacific Coast Highway, again, just to the south of Dukes, about a quarter-mile south of Dukes. The detective who was working this today told me that one person on Tuesday night left the home and one person stayed behind. So right now they're trying to determine again who is the person whose remains have been found. But just a sad story all around. And I'm going to try and turn our photographer here, Tommy Bravo, because we have this story that's happening, but then let's walk and talk, and let's try to do it carefully, Tommy, because Pacific Coast Highway here is badly burned. Watch your step, Tommy. But we're going to move past and show you what the west side of Pacific Coast Highway looks like here. We were out here on Tuesday night as this fire was taking off, and there were homes and businesses for a couple of miles that were in flames. And I wondered at the time what it would look like in daylight, and now we have that answer. This is a stretch of road that people in Southern California know, but it goes far beyond that. One of the most iconic stretches of road in the country, greatly impacted by this fire. Several crews out here that are covering the story of the remains that were found in the home. We're just going to step aside one of them and just continue to walk, because this will give you a better look.
Yeah, we lost.
Devastation just goes.
It's been tough hearing Alex there with some of the connectivity issues.
And that's been an ongoing issue with a lot of our crews out on these fires, losing cell phone. And Alex, we see you and hear you right now. It's just at any other moment the shot may cut out, just so you know. We keep thinking you're back, and then it kind of cuts out. And again, that's the nature. We are covering these fires in real time. Alex, we're with you again.
Yeah, so why don't we just stay stable right here and then just kind of pan over to the right then and show you what we see here in the distance. We are looking to the south on Pacific Coast Highway. And again, we were out here on Tuesday, and it was just, can't even describe what it was like to watch this iconic stretch of road in flames. And now you see it in the daylight, and it's really quite shocking. Businesses, homeowners, so many people that are going to be starting over here, and that's just what it looks like on the west side of this highway. Again, on the east side of the highway, there's now a death investigation underway, so we're going to be monitoring both of these things and bring you the updates as we have them. Jonathan and Camilla, we'll send it back into you.
Our Alex Rozier covering the Palisades fire and that tragic update that the Palisades fire has now turned deadly. At least one death now confirmed as remains were found on the inside of a home. Those remains are still under investigation, but confirmed one death now in the Palisades fire, at least 5 that we're tracking in the Eaton fire. Both of the biggest fires burning now have both turned deadly. It is now 1:30 p.m. and we are continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency.
Yeah, on the air, it's been nonstop coverage since Tuesday morning.
Any minute now, we're expecting President Biden will be holding a news conference about the federal response to these wildfires. He was in Los Angeles yesterday. He met with Governor Newsom as well as Senator Alex Padilla. We're still waiting for that news conference to begin. These things tend to shift. Typically 1:30 turns into maybe 1:45. Whenever that news conference begins, we will bring it to you live here on NBC4. We want to tell you right now what we know about the Palisades fire. Again, at least one person has now died in the Palisades fire, the first confirmed fatality. Human remains were found there along Alex's location on PCH, just south of Dukes in Malibu. So far, the Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres. It is now the most destructive fire in LA County, and the firefight in the Palisades fire does continue at this hour.
The other big fire burning is in Altadena. The Eaton fire started on Tuesday and has now scorched more than 10,000 acres and is 0% contained. At least 5 people have died, and evacuation orders are still in effect.
We want to go to our news chopper 4, giving us the view of that Eaton fire flare-up that we've been following this morning and this afternoon. And Julia Dang, if you're with us up in news chopper 4, we've seen significant progress, and it's not necessarily from an aerial assault. It was that firefighters knew that despite the topography and despite all that lush green brush, they thought this fire could potentially put itself out, especially this flare-up.
That is exactly right, Jonathan. That's all it took, your proper preparation. And I am so relieved to show you this live picture and to report this fire on Mount Wilson appears to be under control now. I do want to tell you, we turned in orbit around here and started flying lower a couple minutes ago, and every time we do that, my phone will get reception again. I don't have reception as high up as we're flying right now in News Chopper 4, and every time we get signal, I am flooded with dozens of notifications. Dozens of our viewers have reached out asking if we can fly over specific neighborhoods, if we can check out specific addresses. They want to know if their homes, if their relatives' homes are still standing. And I try my best to respond to all of these in real time. So here's what we're going to do. When we fly over active fire zones, when we are showing viewers zones of devastation, we're going to use our mapping tool where you can see every road, from freeways to tiny canyon roads, where you can see all of those roadways labeled. And you should be able to make out what you are looking for. It is a privilege to be able to have this aerial view so soon after something like this has happened. So I wish I could respond in real time to everybody reaching out. Unfortunately, I do not have reception up here, but we are just glad we still have these towers. We still have microwave transmission. This fire is under control, and we can still broadcast live from News Chopper 4.
It's those very towers, Julia, that are allowing you to get our shot of you there, for us to broadcast, as well as all the other local stations and radio stations here in Southern California, and of course all the vital, critical information for law enforcement and first responders. Julia, thank you for this vantage point. That is a much better sight than what we've seen over the last 4 hours.
And right now, we have NBC reporters from across the country helping us with our coverage. We now want to get to Dana Williams from NBC San Diego. She is live for us covering the Eaton fire in Altadena. And you, I understand, are near Marengo and Calavera Street right now, speaking to homeowners there assessing the damage.
Yeah, you know what, and it really has been this steady sort of stream of people coming up from Marengo to just check on their homes. So many people not knowing what they were going to find. Over here on this side, my photojournalist Paul will pan. This is more often than not the view that you're seeing. It really looks like a sort of war zone. And there are some stories that are just absolutely fascinating, miracles when homeowners walk over and there's a home like this one. We spoke with her. She says that she actually was featured on the LA Times for having a drought-resistant yard. She said she doesn't know if that's what helped her, but it is truly a miracle. It is the only house on this block that survived. It was also that homeowner's birthday, and she came home to find her home still standing and her birthday cake left in the oven. So that was a really, really impactful interview. And then to the left, Paul will pan, spoke with the homeowners of this house. It's a family of 4. They say that they've been here for generations, and when they came here to check on the destruction, one of the things that they saw that really, really struck them was that they had figurines of angels around their property. They say that they have lost a son, also lost elderly parents, and it was a sort of sign that they were looking out for them despite all of this mess. This is obviously just one of these stories. There are so many. Every single home, people are going, they're digging through the rubble, trying to see if there was anything left over. Some people finding family photos, some people finding a car that is still here and working. Again, it is incredible to be out here, incredible to hear these stories. And we again are on Calaveras. This is 35 Calaveras. The Fair Oaks Burger did survive. I don't know if you could see it over the hedge there. Place for folks in this area. We are going to stay here and we're going to see more people coming to check on their homes. It is bad news. Sometimes it's good news, but we'll be here nonetheless. I'm Dana Williams. Back to you.
And Dana, we continue to follow the Eaton fire that has now reached Mount Wilson. Luckily now we're seeing some of that white smoke, but what are you seeing in that, from your vantage point? Are you seeing that plume of smoke near you?
Yep, you know what, I appreciate you asking. Right here, it is eerily still. There is not a breeze once in a while. There's still ash falling. There is some kind of dissipating smoke in the distance, but it really is nothing different than what we were seeing earlier today. People who live here say that this is so much different than even when they were evacuating, and they said at one point they felt 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, rubble, rocks hitting their windshields of their cars, the windows of their homes. I would say we do see that little bit of smoke still, but really it is eerily calm, and still probably why larger amounts of smoke aren't coming over here.
All right, our Dana Williams from our sister station in San Diego helping us out with our coverage. Dana, thank you. We will come back to you a little bit later this afternoon. Right now, we want to check back in with meteorologist Shauna Mendiola. And Shauna, you were with us when that flare-up, that massive flare-up broke out near Mount Wilson. But thankfully, the conditions there were favorable to firefighters.
Yeah, so no wind coming in. We tracked it. It was only about 5 miles per hour at the time. However, there were reports there was a lot of turbulence within that area, so they couldn't do any airdrops. And that's because the system was making its own weather. That fire was burning so hot that it was sending clouds of warm smoke up in the air, and that was acting like those little towers of barriers for those choppers to get overhead. So they couldn't do that because the wind was headed up from their own system in that fire. So that was really interesting to see, but good to know that they got control out of it and it kind of burned out on its own, and that the conditions were favorable. Now, I do want to tell you that we're still monitoring the wind. Last night we got a break. We also got a break this morning, but those winds are starting to develop at this hour exactly like we expected them to. And wind alerts are still going to be in effect till Friday afternoon, because we're going to see some stronger winds through the Inland Empire, Orange County. Some of your gusts could get up to 75 miles per hour in the San Bernardino Mountains. And then for LA County, we are looking at 50 to 65 mile per hour gusts in the mountains as well. Locally in the valleys could be as high as 45 miles per hour. So these aren't as strong as the last round, but any little bit of wind, of course, is going to aggravate any fires that are burning at this time. And we're continuing to see very dry conditions out there. So without any rain, we are looking at trouble out there with any bit of wind. So developing wind right now, you can see out the door, these are your gusts, 21 miles per hour right now in Thousand Oaks. So not too strong there, but some of these purple colorings on the map, I'm monitoring because they're the highest peaks of the mountains that are getting anywhere between 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts right now. So that's something that's very concerning at this time as well. Any little bit of wind is something that we're really on high alert for. So now I mentioned, this is your timing, developing Santa Ana wind. We're watching for the next round, and this is going to be a little different because it's not going to be quite as strong as last round, and certain locations won't get the wind because it'll be your typical Santa Ana wind where those wind-prone areas get the wind, and if you're wind sheltered, not going to see much this time. This evening, you will see those winds strengthen, and then tonight through tomorrow morning is going to be kind of your peak time. where we're going to see those moderate winds pick up. Wind-prone areas are going to see that the most. So if you live in Orange County, the Inland Empire through the passes, as well as some of the Newhall Pass areas and into Santa Clarita, you definitely get those winds. We'll get that through the first half of the morning. And then once we get to midday, right around 12 o'clock, there is going to be a change. We're going to see those winds start to weaken, and then they're going to shift from becoming offshore, which is towards the ocean, to onshore from the ocean inland. And that's going to help with humidity. And it's also going to do a thing with smoke. If you don't have any smoke in your neighborhood right now in Orange County and the Inland Empire, because it's kind of centralized right over LA, it's going to come in your neighborhood starting tomorrow. So be prepared for that. Get those masks ready because we want you to protect your lungs. This smoke has a lot of pollutants in it and you don't want to be breathing that in. So what we're looking at right now is that wind map futurecast. We do have those winds picking up for those wind prone spots. This is a look at tonight, 10 o'clock. We'll see a wind going through those spots that we typically get, those winds from the Santa Anas, those northeast to southwest winds, again, typical through these areas, Big Bear, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Irvine. You're all going to see a wind pick up there, and you're also going to see that through Santa Clarita, Ojai, Oxnard, and Malibu. This is a critical area right here, especially near the Palisades, because that wind gust could hit anywhere between 40 and 50 miles per hour. Another strong round. We get to tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., still seeing some of those winds, and then they start to back off as we head to lunchtime tomorrow, so that's good news. And like I mentioned, they turn onshore. So we're going to get a little bit of help from Mother Nature, I think, tomorrow with some humidity. It's not going to be much, but we do need those winds to die down. That helps in the firefight. Smoke is going to head towards the inland areas. That's going to be one thing we'll watch too. So again, please be on alert. Watch your newscast here. We're going to be monitoring your forecast every day with the wind for now. Notice how we didn't add the wind for the next coming days. That could change. I am looking at a potential for maybe seeing that again Saturday to Sunday and then again next week. And that's why we've got clear skies. Clear skies, we say that because we don't have any clouds in the way, but we do have a lot of smoke. So even though those skies are clear at this time, skies can be orange right now. If you look into downtown LA, our live cams are showing all that haze, those pollutants in the air. And if you don't smell it, it's still going to be there. So please protect yourself from that. We're going to see a couple rounds of wind here next week that, again, could be concerning if there is no containment within these fires. But for now, again, it's today and tomorrow where the wind we're going to be focusing on. Tomorrow by midday, I think there's going to be that change for the onshore winds to come up. So your weather team has been here. We've been monitoring this and we've got you covered. Everyone, please stay safe.
Shauna, thank you so much. We are committed to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the latest on these devastating wildfires. And to help with that, we've brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country, including Nico Clemens, who is live for us in Malibu near Topanga. And Nico, what are you seeing out there?
So we may have lost Nico's connection. Again, this is one of the realities of doing live TV in a fire zone where cell reception and power are spotty at best. So we're going to try to get back to our Nico Clemens. You hear that IFB, that's what we use to listen to when we're out in the field to listen to us. We're going to go back to our Mount Wilson now. Live picture. This is the flare-up of the Eaton fire that we've been following over the last 2 to 3 hours or so. And this is such a better sight, Camilla, than when we first joined this. We're now seeing that white smoke, the flames creeping dangerously close to these TV towers, including our own, which is how we're getting this vantage point, the camera atop our Mount Wilson tower, which is what's allowing us to broadcast. We do see a hot spot down there, but firefighters were confident, Camilla, that this fire would kind of put itself out.
Yeah, what a difference in these images right now. It's almost 2 o'clock here, but when this first flared up, a very different story here, which is how intense those flames were and that heavy smoke just across the area. So now we're seeing that white smoke, a good sign that, you know, things have improved at this hour. So just a matter of, Shauna, you talked about those winds changing this afternoon. What is that outlook for us?
Well, for that area, Mount Wilson's in a wind sheltered area. So the wind pattern this time around isn't going to hit certain areas, which is a good thing. Hopefully they get a grasp of, again, this firefight towards that area. We've got, again, wind really blowing through those wind-prone areas. So Mount Wilson isn't really a part of that, which is good. But fire's still burning, so we still have to monitor that. There was a lot of fuel out there, and even though the wind wasn't gusting, still climbed uphill, still moved really fast. And we saw really hot air from it because, remember, they were saying that they couldn't even fly any choppers overhead to do any airdrops because of the turbulence, which was created by the fire itself. So just shows you how hot it was. There was defensible space there, but all the vegetation down below, you can see, was burned from the fire.
But thankfully did not impact directly those buildings and those
yes.
towers that are allowing us to broadcast right now. We want to go back out to our Nico Clemens, joining us here from across the country, one of our many reporters that have been brought into Southern California to help us with our fire coverage. Nico, are you back with us? Can you hear us okay?
I'm here. Can you all hear me? So
Yes.
we are in the Topanga area of Malibu. Good to see you all. Good to hear you all. We're in the Topanga area of Malibu, off the Pacific Coast Highway. I believe we're not too far from Alex. And this is just one of the many neighborhoods we've seen throughout the day. Yesterday as well, the fire just completely wiped out this neighborhood. I would say 90% of this neighborhood is gone. And you can see here, home right here, gone. Home right there, gone, gone. You go up and down the street, around the corner, every home is gone. Nobody's here. We've seen a couple of police, fire department crews coming through here.
Nico Clemens reporting in Malibu, the Topanga area there. But right now we want to get to President Biden at a press conference right now on the federal response. Let's listen in.
All sounds like government talk, but it's called the Major Disaster Declaration. This declaration allows folks, at the request of the governor, the declaration allows folks who have been impacted to get immediate cash assistance to cover things like everything from groceries to baby formula to prescriptions. Because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything, or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's what they get, disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that are really been devastated. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks are on the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carry the energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that they're no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody who understands it better than the press who's covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs in the flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire, and in particular I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles to discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown fire that just started last night, and it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that were assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire-type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts, and the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these maps, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check ride. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervision. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We're continuing to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction on where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground, what's most concerning for you?
Most concerning right now is the wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, you know, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to supporting the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorized through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there will be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal of all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that, that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
That's all I got.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and those, like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while we're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. And so we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
We are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right. We have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table. There's going to need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh,
Madam Vice President. I'm right here.
The screen.
No worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners and, of course, our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlighted, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with route clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what I've, before I turn to General Guillot, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. we want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. We also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillo is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery, since we're already thinking ahead of what options DoD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and I can turn
You guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. NORTHCOM, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, has stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities, and just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. We're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
It's all you,
Yes.
fire away.
I'll give the update,
She was
Mr.
waiting at the
President.
gate. Yeah.
And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico, again, on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back, and everybody.
Continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, we're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it just, people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines, you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees, it's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Fires, exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing this, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done. A lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that I didn't put a number on it. It'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, I mean, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
some places it's necessary.
Some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know it, look, this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, you know, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm not getting into detail, but where he lives, I think there's something like 240, 260 homes that burned to the ground, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. And people are going, when do I get back? Will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, I mean, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii where the fires occurred, and we're trying to build back up the community so they could open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter. And you guys do, I'm not being solicitous, you all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in and winds coming out. You get the one going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think the more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English or whatever language of us understand what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office very shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is to just bring this down in an area, be honest with people.
All right, so you've been listening to a press conference here. We have President Biden here giving us detailed information on the federal response. As we know, the president has declared a major disaster declaration that has been approved. His message to Southern California: we are with you, and to first responders: you are heroes.
And Michael, one of the things that he said in this news conference, CAL FIRE is bringing in generators to help with the water supply. We know there has been a problem with supply and with pressure.
That's right. right, this is all part of a major disaster declaration that I just mentioned that the president approved at the request of Governor Newsom. This means people who are impacted can get assistance with needs like food and prescriptions. People can find more information at disasterassistance.gov, or you can give them a call at 1-800-621-3362. And right now, the Palisades fire has burned, wow, get this, more than 17,000 acres, while the Eaton fire in Altadena has burned more than 10,000 acres. Both are 0% contained, and we are expecting another news conference here at the top of the hour, straight up at 3 o'clock, and an update that's on the Eaton fire. And at 4 o'clock, we're getting a live update from LA County officials on the Palisades fire.
Yeah, we're going to bring both of those to you live right here on NBC4. Our coverage continues. We also heard the president talking about power outages. We know so many of you have been experiencing this, not just for one day, but possibly two, or your power is going in and out. So here's the map. Look at this. This is a look at SoCal Edison's outage map. It is everywhere. Right now, we're estimating about 327,000 customers and more are without power. The majority of those customers are in Los Angeles, Ventura, and Riverside County.
Many of them are without lights because of the power shutoffs. All right now we want to get to NBC4's Mario Solis. He is live for us here in Pasadena. Mario, what do you got for us?
Yeah, we're standing at the Pasadena Humane Society. We've been talking about how the community comes together in times of need, and this is the most beautiful example of that happening. Look behind me. There's been a stream of cars for the last 2 hours coming in to drop off all kinds of supplies, food, water, blankets, crates, cages, everything you can imagine for all the animals that have been displaced, all the animals that have been hurt. We have, for example, here, Steph, thank you for standing by. Your beautiful pup, Zoe. So you guys stopped by because you needed a harness, right?
Yes.
And so how did you know that this was available?
A friend of ours told us. So we were in the park, and so we just decided to come over and walk over, and we got some treats and a harness.
That's awesome. How is he doing, by the way? Hey, man, look at this guy. She's doing great.
She's so happy.
Amazing. I'm glad you came by. Thanks for saying hello. And we're going to show you the magnitude of the effort here. So it's not just a few things. And by the way, here's Kevin McManus. You are the Director of Communications and PR for the Humane Society. First of all, how did this even happen? How did you get the word out?
Well, we did a couple of social media posts, and I think just people through word of mouth and seeing that on the news that we were taking in animals, just an outpouring of support.
Has this blown you away? Because we saw this, we thought, what is happening here? Some emergency, but instead it's just all this beauty happening here. As we walk along, we're going to show the amount of help that you guys have been getting. Can you even describe this?
Well, it's a mountain of donated pet food, cases of water, crates, supplies that we'll be able to use not only for the animals that are in our care currently, but those who may have had to leave home without pet food or leave home without a bed. So it's super helpful for us and helps us to help the community in this incredible time of need.
And obviously, you're so close to Altadena. You were probably the closest shelter to that disaster. So you have been, I can imagine, so inundated with pets and requests for help.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically, for the Eaton fire, anywhere that was evacuated, they're part of our service area. So from Glendale to Sierra Madre, those are our people. Those are our family, our community. So
yeah, how does it work, Kevin? So, animals come over here, families lose their home, or they're evacuated. They don't know what to do with their pets, so they bring them here. What is the arrangement, and what did you do with the pets that were already here? Because you can't house 1,000 animals here.
Right, well, we've taken in 350. Wow. Now, we were super
And you're going to show some of those, right?
We will, yeah. We're super lucky that some of our shelter partners throughout the state have been able to step up and help us out by taking the animals that were already in our care and transferring them into their shelters. So San Diego Humane, Sacramento SPCA, Best Friends here in LA, Ventura County, just so many shelters reached out and said, hey, how can we help? Can we take your animals? And we, of course, happily said yes, and allowed us to care for all of the animals that we're about to see.
So what happens, again, if an animal doesn't have anywhere to go with its owners, what happens to that animal, and how long can you hold on to it?
Well, the great thing is, you know, we're really confident in now that some of the evacuation orders may be released, that some of these guys will get to go home soon.
All of these little guys that we see here, like, look at, it's just, it's heartbreaking, but also amazing that you're able to care for them.
Yeah, and I think it's just, we're very lucky and very blessed that, I mean, even the shelter here in Pasadena that took evacuee and people, a lot of the shelter allowed them to bring their pets with them. So
look at these little guys.
I know, right? So clearly very well cared for, well loved, and just ready to go home as soon as they can.
All right, show us some more of these guys.
Prepared for the inevitability that some of these guys, some of these families will not have a home to go back to.
Right.
So we are committed to keeping these animals in our care until those folks get on their feet, until they figure out the next step, because we don't. The last thing we want is to break up a family because of a disaster. So
how many cages or how many spots do you have here? Because we've worked together in the past for Clear the Shelters, so we know how this works, and of course it's a great effort, and it takes a lot of work to get these guys taken care of or adopted. So how does that work? So you send some away. Are people more likely to start adopting in situations like this?
Well, that's a great question, because we're also taking in stray animals just like normal business.
More on that side?
More on that side. Oh my gosh, this is the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, got it.
But we're because of operations being closed, we're kind of putting a pause on all that. But some of these animals, we don't know, they may just not have a family out looking for them.
Right.
So we will, of course, have to find them homes as quickly as possible, just to kind of, again, ease the pressure that we're feeling.
Yeah. What about manpower? So obviously you need a lot of hands, a lot of helping hands. Has that been easy to find, and how do you recruit?
Well, we're very lucky that we have a ton of active volunteers who've been active with us before this tragedy. We're also signing up people who are just coming up for the day, to help us sort donations in the parking lot, to do all of the things that allow our staff and our more trained volunteers to care for the animals directly.
He's listening to your interview, by the way. He's very attentive.
Hey, buddy. But you can, again, say he's got a tag, he's got a collar. Yeah. This is an owned dog that just, as soon as his family can come reclaim him, he'll be back home.
And more on the other side. Have you found any animals that have been just wandering around the streets, picked up by one of the animal services in the city?
Yes, we have. And that's kind of the scary thing is we've seen a lot of animals that were clearly stray and, had evidence of being in the fire.
Right.
So some burn victims, some smoke inhalation problems. We've been able to care for them because we have a really great vet staff and a lot of great equipment. And that is, of course, made possible because we're donor-based. And so, we've already put out an ask for financial donations, which is the easiest way and the quickest way to make us, or to help us make a difference for these guys.
Yeah.
But the stray animals who are coming in, those are the ones who we're really concerned about. Hey, bud. Because, if the family had to leave the pet and, the pet either got out of the yard during the windstorm, hopefully the family's out there looking for them. We just a couple of hours ago had this little, what we thought was a gray poodle come in, and it turns out that he was actually a white poodle and just covered in ash. So we're very confident that, once we give him a little bit of TLC, that he'll be able to go back home as quickly.
Yeah. My final question, You talked about vet care. We saw an animal come in a few minutes ago with some injuries. How prepared are you to, sort of address those emergency situations and long-term care, I guess?
Well, I mean, I think this is good. We've been around for, as you know, like a long time and part of this community. So it's easy for us to kind of leap into action, mobilize our resources, and really triage who needs the help as quickly as possible. And like I said, we have some great veterinarians here on site and a great support system of RVTs, vet techs, so they can really quickly assess everybody and get them what they need as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Kevin, thank you so much for the time and, of course, for the work that you're doing here for the community and for those who have lost pets, who have needed help with their pets. Thank you so much, and hopefully the word will get out there. Come out here and adopt some animals. This is the best time to do it. You need the help. This is when we're supposed to step up.
Absolutely. And I just like this overwhelming support from the community already. It's so touching and brings tears to my eyes. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it is absolutely heartbreaking, but also such a beautiful sight that these animals are being taken care of so well by you guys. All right, that's all we have. Let's go back to you.
Mario, not that we don't like looking at you, but the animals, we just can't get enough of at this point. Quick question. The word went out via social media.
Thank you.
The word went out via social media, but what struck me was the amount of donations that folks have come through with, that huge mound of bags of dry dog food out there. I mean, and that's just for starters.
Yeah, it's overwhelming, Michael. The moment we drove up, like I said, we didn't know what was going on. It almost seemed like some sort of emergency situation, like someone was hurt, but instead it was just an endless a line of cars. It was just back to back to back, people dropping off everything you could imagine, like you saw out there, food, water, even things you couldn't even imagine. Like they brought in this like a little cage for cats, right, Susana? I didn't know what that was, and apparently it's for cats just to hang out and have fun in there. It's just been unbelievable to see this kind of response. Again, the community coming together and showing love when it is most needed.
I'm telling you, I think this has lifted all of our spirits just to see these animals there and to think that they will be reunited with their owners. But for now, they are safe. It is such a worry when you get evacuated and you're in danger and you can't take your pet, or the pet runs away. They get scared. They don't understand what's happening. And so the fact they're doing this and providing medical care, I think Mario's we're going to have to watch you, because you're going to end up taking one of these home.
Maybe a couple.
Oh, they're so cute. Really sweet.
You know what? I almost feel like I'm going to take 2 of them. I've already adopted 3 animals from the shelters here in Pasadena and Burbank. I feel like I'm going to have to take a bunch of these guys home with me. Well, the ones that are available, not the ones that are, being taken care of for their families, obviously.
No, we'll have you stand by to see which ones go home, and then we'll call you up. Thanks, Mario. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, right now, an investigation is underway in Altadena at Alta Pine Drive after a father was found in the Eaton fire.
NBC4's Lolita Lopez is live. Such a sad story. Lolita, you have details for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kathy and Michael, we've been reporting since yesterday from officials that told us that at least 5 people perished in the Eaton fire that they know of. The circumstances behind those deaths, they just couldn't understand or know, because it was difficult to process, including even today with spot fires and the situation still being precarious here in the Altadena area. So what is happening is that they're getting calls and reports from some loved ones who say, hey, we haven't heard from our fathers and other folks, and that is the case in this particular situation. We spoke to the daughter of 82-year-old Rodney Kent Nickerson, who tells us her father died in his bed.
He's been living here since 1968, and he passed away in his home.
Did he just not want to leave? Had you been in communication with him before?
Oh, well, he was preparing to leave, but it didn't seem that bad at the time. And he was actually sleepy. He was 82, and it was late after 10 o'clock, way past his bedtime, and the threat wasn't that bad at the time. And so he went in there and lay down and went to sleep.
When was the last time you talked to him?
At about 10 o'clock at night. He was moving around in here on FaceTime with my son. My son was like, Papa, we gotta go. And he's like, it's not that bad yet. And he was like, no, Papa, we need to go though. It might get bad.
Was he the only one in the house at the time?
At the time, when the house burned to the ground, he's in the house in the bed by himself.
When was the first time that you realized something could be wrong?
At about 4 a.m. the morning after the 8th.
So this was on the 9th?
Yes. On the 8th.
On the 8th.
4 a.m. on the 8th in the morning.
Yeah. And what happened? Were you just trying to text him?
And the phone was just going to like a disconnect.
Yeah. Thinking about your father here and going through this, just your thoughts and your feelings.
Just devastation. The whole neighborhood is gone. I've been living here my whole life. And my whole life is gone.
Tell me about your father.
He worked at Lockheed Martin for 45 plus years, and he bought this house in 1968. And we've been here as Altadenans. He's been going around the Rose Bowl every day, Monday through Friday. Taught me the same thing. And we've just been living here in Altadena and Pasadena my whole life.
How was he as a father, as a grandfather?
Great person, funny, the life of the party, loved sports, and loved people. Very intelligent man, loved to read.
How will he be remembered by you and your family?
Laughs. We got to keep reading and keep watching NFL football. That'll help him keep going in our minds.
Indeed, just a difficult time for Kimiko there, and we thank her so much for sharing the story of her father, 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson, who was found in his home. And this is from the family member confirming to us that that is the case. Still no confirmation from the coroner's office from LA County, because as we were saying before, it has been a difficult moment to try to process these scenes and get to these locations, get interviews from loved ones, and then be able to confirm any remains that are found in any of these homes. But we do know that homicide investigators from the Sheriff's Department are going around the area as they're finding new information from different family members to see if they could get closer to identifying officially these folks. But a lot of people are in these areas. They are going around to their homes, not just looking for what is left of their homes, but seeing if their loved ones are still alive if they cannot reach out to them. It's truly devastating to come across situations like this in this area. And we know at least 5, according to officials, they believe have perished in the Eaton fire alone. Michael and Kathy?
Wow, our hearts go out to her. Obviously, she's trying to be so strong right now, but I'm sure this is all a shock, and they're going to have to pull their family closer than ever. It's a real tragedy. I'm really sorry to hear this, but Lolita, thank you.
Thank you, Lolita. All right, NBC4's Conan Nolan continues our team coverage this afternoon on the Eaton fire. He's live near Morada Place at El Molino Avenue, I should say. Conan.
That's right. So with the smoke having left, we're starting to get a better feel for the fire pattern and the spread in this part of Altadena. And the horrific lottery that is natural disasters. We see them in earthquakes. We certainly see it with wildfires, especially in neighborhoods that butt up against the urban-rural interface, that line we keep using that civil engineers and planners use to describe neighborhoods that are close to the wildland. This is a Morada Avenue between Lake and El Molino. This is the north side of the street, untouched. This is the south side, demolished. These homes, clearly, the propulsion of the fire was such that the embers made their way from Lake just a couple of blocks to our left here, and Lake, of course, filled with commercial businesses that have been destroyed. And those embers didn't go a short distance because of the velocity of the wind. They went way over that section of the neighborhood, probably most likely ended up in the eaves of this particular house, and then that infected the rest of the neighborhood, completely destroyed. point our attention to one thing that we see throughout the neighborhoods, of course, and that is the gas lines that continue to burn. I have some pictures to show you. We ran into a group. I think they're from Riverside County, a construction crew. He was actually fastening on welding on a wrench onto a pipe, and we asked him why he was doing that. He said so they could reach in and turn the gas off locally without getting too close to it. In any case, they've been working. That's the first crew that we saw actually working to go property to property to turn off the gas. This, of course, just several of the homes, of the hundreds of homes that were destroyed in this fire. We talked to one individual just earlier. This is the first time he had seen it. A man told us he's in the middle of a divorce. It's been a terrible year for him, but at least he had his home. At least he had his home until now. How long did you live here?
14 years. Yeah, pretty much all our stuff. I mean, there was a fire like a number of years ago we could see up on the hills from like our living room window, and I thought this one would be similar, it would just pass, but the high winds, just too much.
Is this the first time you've seen it?
Yeah. And we just wanted to make sure we got out safely. So it's like everything. It's everything.
Play that out throughout this community, these neighborhoods, and of course throughout the Pacific Palisades. This is the feeling that has been felt by tens of thousands of individuals on the day after, still trying to figure out how to recover from this. And when the fires will return, hopefully that won't happen anytime soon. The wind is gone. The brush fire and the front of the fire now back into the Angeles National Forest as it confronts Mount Wilson, which we've been covering all day. Fingers crossed that Mount Wilson has held once again. But that is a distant thought for the people that are arriving once again and finding what is left of their homes, which is very little. Back to you.
Yeah, Conan, it's one thing to see the pictures and the images, and it's one thing to, deliver a death toll. But now we're getting these faces, and we're getting these names, and we're now putting these faces and names to the pictures that we're seeing and to the people who have been affected by all of this.
Right, and as we've said before, it's almost cliche. You survived. It's a matter of life and limb, and it's just stuff. But in reality, it's not just stuff. But your home and the property within it is an extension of your history, of your personal life, and it's also the result of your labor over the course of a lifetime. And we had this discussion earlier about how, I don't want to put an age on this, but when you're later on in life, there's really not that much time left to rebuild. And the accumulation of what you have, and I'm not talking about appliances, I'm talking about the things that really mean something to you, including the property itself, that is a physical manifestation of your life, and that is gone. And for those, you feel particularly sorry for those who have spent so much time building that life, and the representations of which, including the property itself, is a statement of that life. If you're younger, you can come back. If you're older, it's pretty depressing.
It's your identity, your whole life. You put it very well. Conan, thank you so much. One other concern we're having as we move forward is the air quality. It's really bad. You can probably at least smell it if the fire is not near you. It's now permeating everything. Joining us now is Dr. Jamie Kajihara. She is a pulmonologist. Thank you so much for being here. What's the number one concern right here? Can we protect ourselves?
The air quality index is a measure of 5 different air pollutants, one of them being these particulate matter. That numbers to look at are 100, which can affect sensitive populations, those with cardiovascular disease, children, those who are pregnant, the elderly, any type of COPD. Once you're looking at 100, you really want to try to stay indoors, wear an N95 mask if possible, limit any outdoor activity that you can. And for, otherwise healthy individuals, we look for the number of 200. Once we see, readings up into the 200, anyone is really susceptible. And I think the last I looked, Los Angeles, at least downtown LA, we were in the 150s.
Doctor, not that I want to, bring up my 15-year-old daughter, and she'll probably hate me for bringing this up, but she is not suffering from any symptoms of a cold or a flu. Woke up this morning, sore throat. We said gargle with some salt water. Perhaps that will help. Is that good advice? What should these teens be doing? What should we all be doing at this point?
Right. So, I think the big things to look out for are any type of headache, dizziness. Oftentimes we say your symptoms will mimic the flu. Once you see those symptoms, I think at least some medical care is prudent. A lot of folks will think that, hey, the fires are miles and miles away, but this soot and particulate matter can travel for miles. And then one thing to note is that we'll see these flames go out and a lot of people will think they're safe, but especially in wildfires, trees and shrubs that don't fully kind of combust or burn will produce pollutants for, months to years while they decay. I think just being very sensitive to symptoms, especially in children, and that includes all those other than the age of 18, not just toddlers and, infants.
Now, I know people like to get outside, and you said it yourself, maybe it looks clear in your area, but you get outside, start running or walking, you're just taking in more air. So probably no one should be out there doing that right now.
Listen to the public health officers, stay indoors, evacuate when you need to, and then no strenuous physical activity. Like you said, one of the reasons children are so susceptible is they have a higher respiratory rate. Adults, when they do activity or taking in deeper breaths, breathing quicker, and all of those air pollutants are having a much more concentrated or severe effect on our lungs.
All right, Dr. Kajihara, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. Great advice. Thanks for being with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me. Take care, everyone.
Absolutely.
All right, we want to check on something that's brewing right now, another fire. We're going to check in with Eliana Moreno. She's right now in News Chopper 4, and we see the plume. Is this Calabasas?
Kathy, this is very close to Calabasas, but I think we're actually going to put it in West Hills, the Bell Canyon area of West Hills, but adjacent to Calabasas. Now, this is a fire that we actually spotted while we were covering the Eaton fire. We looked over towards the Palisades fire, and it looked like there were two plumes coming from that area, but that's when we realized that this was an entirely new fire. This is still an unnamed fire that just broke out here within the last few minutes. And again, this is going to be right off of the 101 freeway. The nearest cross street looks like it's going to be Las Virgenes. Now, initially, when the fire department responded on scene, they were clocking this at about 20 acres, but it only took us about 8 minutes or so to fly over here from Altadena, and it already looks like it's going to be more than that. Now, this is going to be the LA City Fire Department on scene. I have already seen them making water drops. I've even already seen a tanker making fire retardant drops on this one. And as we get a little bit closer, my pilot James Pollard here at the controls of News Chopper 4 is bringing us around. We, of course, are battling winds. We're battling TFRs, and just trying to get a little bit closer to see just how close the nearest homes may be. And hopefully none are threatened here by this new unnamed fire that has just sprung up here in the West Hills area.
We are going to have to dip out from where you are in the Bell Canyon West Hills areas. We're getting over now to a press conference. Supervisor Catherine Barger at the podium there. More information on the Eaton fire. Let's listen in.
Our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing, and we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the two fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time. If it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder, and the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swen, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustin. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes, and you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
And then Sierra Madre Fire Chief Brent Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Brent Bartlett with the City of Sierra Madre Fire Chief. Again, as my peers have already mentioned, thank you goes out to our partners in the efforts to managing and getting this under control. As far as for my community as well, future information can be found on the city's website, Sierra Madre, citysierramadre.com. And our next move is going to be looking at recovery and repopulation after we are getting a better assessment of the damage within our area. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Judy Chu for our next speaker.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just took a tour of the destroyed areas led by Mayor Victor Gordo, and I could not believe the destruction of Altadena and Pasadena. Mariposa Junction, which had so many thriving small businesses, gone. Institutions like the Altadena Library and the Altadena Community Church, destroyed and gone. The homes that, so many homes that we saw with so many memories, gone. But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. It provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. He just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go to disasterassistance.gov, input all your information, and you can see what you are qualified for and can get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo of Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the City of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the County of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the City of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the County of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians. We have Red Cross workers, volunteers, who we also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information
as it relates to a curfew. But we certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Harabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris. We truly do greatly appreciate you all being here. I know I've seen you more than I've seen my husband and my dog in the last week. But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnes will be walking around with a microphone, so just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out.
We've been listening to an update here on the Eaton fire. We've heard from speakers such as LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Some new numbers here for you. The Eaton fire now stands at 13,690 acres. It has grown since the morning press conference, and as you saw during our coverage earlier today, made a run at Mount Wilson. Just over 1,500 personnel assigned to this firefight right now. A firefighter in the hospital, we're told, after a serious fall, but it is expected to make a full recovery. And we have an increased number of structures from 1,000 reported this morning now to 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed.
Also, the Sheriff's Department, we learned, has requested support of the National Guard. 400 members ready to help out. They will assist with traffic control and protection because we understand homes have been looted. They say unconfirmed right now. 12 arrests connected to possible looting, and it will also free up local officers. Also, in case you're wondering, homicide detectives have been assigned now. They're trying to conduct death investigations. They're delayed because of the conditions out there. The Sheriff's Department is the one investigating because they say if the fires are determined to be arson, any death associated might be investigated as murder.
All right, we want to bring you these live shots now from News Chopper 4, showing us now a new fire burning in the West Hills area. Officials are calling this one the Kenneth fire.
Evacuations have just been ordered now, and specifically it's for Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard and from County Lane Road east to East Valley Circle Drive. Eliana Moreno is in News Chopper 4. Eliana, this one has exploded in the last few minutes.
It has, Kathy. We first spotted it when we were over Altadena looking at the Eaton fire, and then we looked towards the Palisades fire and realized that there was a second plume to the west of the Palisades fire. So we made our way over here, and by the time we arrived, the fire was already at 20 acres. It has since grown significantly with the potential for 1,000 acres here in the West Hills area, touching on Agora Hills as well, and possibly Calabasas as well. It's difficult to tell with all of the smoke just how far this fire has extended, but we're north of the 101 freeway. We're west of Valley Circle, and this is a fire that's being fought with a mutual aid assignment. So we have LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and we also have Ventura County Fire on this one. I'll show you some of the aircraft that are fighting this one. We've already seen multiple water dropping helicopters. This is the LA County Fire Department coming in for a water drop, but we've also seen fixed wing aircraft making fire retardant drops. They're really focusing their attention on a lot of homes that are in this area. area, and these are very large homes that are just off of, looks like it's going to be Woodland Hills is going to be the locator off of Iliot Street and Norland Drive. In fact, let me throw up my map because I think that will be helpful to our viewers to be able to see exactly where this is located. Now, again, we are seeing these very large communities of homes, and just beyond that is where we're seeing all of that smoke and flames. At this point, it's unknown how this fire started, but it did originate as some sort of grass fire in the hills beyond these homes. At this point, as far as we know, no structures have been lost, but clearly structures are threatened.
The center of our concern and worry and frustration are the winds. What are you feeling out there right now?
The winds, I have to admit, when we first took off out of Whiteman Airport and tried to head over to Altadena, they were pretty violent, much more turbulent than what we're used to. At the altitude that my pilot, James Pollard, has us here over the, we're roughly over Woodland Hills right now. Right now, at the altitude that we're at, the winds are relatively calm for us, but of course, those wind speeds vary depending on the altitude. So down low level where this fire is taking place, the winds may actually be stronger than what we're experiencing because we have seen an incredible growth here within the last few minutes, which is what leads me to believe that the winds are still strong in this general area. Right now, making a push towards the south. It's making a push towards the southwest. So we're heading towards towards the border with Ventura County is where this fire is headed, hence why we're seeing these assets from Ventura County Fire on scene as well. And you'll notice all of that dark smoke in the background, just beyond the white smoke closer to us. That tells me that the fire has found new fuel to burn. Now, whether that is a structure, that's really difficult for me to tell because of the smoky nature of this fire, but there is a lot of vegetation there as far as I can tell, and just with my familiarity with this hillside. So you can see that it is still finding fresh fuel to burn, and of course the winds continuing to push this fire towards the southwest.
And Eliana, we've been saying for the last few days as we bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee that we're not out of the woods just yet, and in fact we were expecting to see gusts today.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we've got new wind advisories and high wind warnings that have been posted, but in this specific area where we've got the chopper flying, we've got winds sustained anywhere from about 15 to 20 miles per hour, but some stronger gusts, but it's not terribly strong and at 24 miles per hour. What we're starting to see today, however, is shifting of the winds. They're coming in out of the northeast and then they're shifting direction. So that's causing hot spots flaring up. And what we're seeing, what Eliana was mentioning, this started out potentially as a grass fire, and we're starting to see that grow. And that fire has a lot of vegetation to work with right now. What I do like from the shot is that, from the live picture that is that yes, there are some homes in the distance, but in between the homes and where we see that fire burning, there is some defensible space. Having said that, that's still a lot of dry brush to deal with. And as we know, as fires structure and as they get going, fires and the flames from the fires, that rising heat, it preheats the surfaces out ahead of the flames. And of course, that will lead to rapid ignition too.
We talked about how deficient we are when it comes to rainfall and the lookout. You've been talking about the lookout over the next 7 to 10 days. Absolutely nothing here.
No, nothing's coming anytime soon. As we get into next week, maybe an upper level low that could give us some showers, but anything of significance, it's not there. But looking at Eliana's picture, I mean, you see the colors in the sky. Anytime you see these stratocumulus clouds, is what we like to call them, and they're dark in color, that means there's a lot of material there that this fire is working with. If you had a cloud top that was light in color, it looked like a normal white fluffy cloud, you would get an indication that the fire is under control. But because the colors in the sky right now looking quite ominous, that's an indication that this fire is growing, and it's growing quite rapidly as well.
All right. Also, for conditions, or what are we going to see as we head into the afternoon hours? Right now it is 3:30. What are we expecting as far as winds go later?
Right. So we've got a wind advisory that's posted, and we've got a high wind warning. You guys know we were here late last night, and at midnight there were no advisories. In fact, everything had expired. But because these Santa Ana winds are a bit turbulent right now, the National Weather Service reissued the high wind warning and the wind advisory that has been posted across our area. So we are expecting expecting the winds to increase later on today. For the wind warning, we could have winds out of the northeast sustain anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles per hour with some gusts anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. Some isolated gusts even higher than that. For this area specifically, they are underneath a wind advisory. So the gusts won't be that strong, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. But you can see it doesn't matter the strength of the wind. Once that wind gets going and it's blowing into your neighborhood, it's a big concern and it's a big problem.
All right, Melissa, if you can stand by, we want to bring Eliana Moreno back in again over the Kenneth fire here in West Hills. Eliana, any more on the aerial assault here, and what about ground crews?
I'm really impressed by the aerial assault, Michael, because as soon as this fire broke out, there were already aircraft fighting it. So understandably, because of what we've experienced the last few days, the fire departments didn't want to wait even a moment before getting aircraft on this one. And fortunately, the winds are right now in their favor. You can see the trees are bending, though. Look at those palm trees. So you can see just how strong the winds are at the level that they're flying at. But of course, they are so highly trained that they're able to navigate in these strong winds. Sometimes those winds, though, are so strong that they can't fly. We're not in that situation at this point, so that is what allows these water-dropping aircraft from City Fire and County Fire, as well as Ventura County Fire, to continue to make water drops on some of these homes here, or at least the brush adjacent to some of these homes, because we are actually hearing that people in the area are evacuating. We are getting reports that some people say that their backyards are now on fire. And that is why that brush clearance is so important in these types of situations, to try to give your home the best chance possible of not catching fire. You need to have that brush clearance. At this point, of course, it might be a little bit too late for some of these residents. At this point, all that you can do is, if you have been told to evacuate or are even under that evacuation warning, it would be a good time to go, especially if it's going to take you a little bit longer to leave your home. For example, if you've got pets or you're elderly and you need a little bit more time. If you are under that evacuation warning, and even though it's not mandatory, it might be a good time to start gathering your things and getting in the car. At this point, the fire does appear to be moving away from the homes, but of course, fires can create their own weather. So there's always a possibility that this fire could turn around and come back east to all of these structures that we are seeing here on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, we hate to hear that.
No fire. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Kathy.
Go ahead, Eliana.
No. Oh, I was just going to say, at this point, no structures have caught fire from what we can tell, but I do need to mention the 101 freeway is just south of here, and we are hearing on the scanner that there's a possibility that the fire will be heading in the direction of the freeway. If that happens, that of course will affect visibility on both the north and south 101 through the area, so the California Highway Patrol will likely be shutting that down should the fire continue to head in that direction.
Okay, yeah, sorry, Eliana, that was much more important information. But what I wanted to know is, when we look at a fire like this and it's really growing, we saw it when it first broke out, you said possibly as a little wildfire there in the yard. How do these aircraft plan their assault? They look like little flies going into this vast area, and yet we see them. They're so strategic. We saw one a minute ago wipe out a line of flames.
Yeah, they really are so strategic in what they do. The helicopters themselves, the pilots on board determine where is the best place for them to make their water drops. When it comes to the fixed-wing aircraft, though, their efforts to get fire retardant on the aircraft is a lot more difficult than some of these helicopters that are getting water. So they need to be precise, down to the most exact moment possible for them to be able to put the fire retardant where it needs to go, because it does take them longer to go back to the airport, get fire retardant back on board, and then come back. With aircrafts like this one, they are getting water nearby and coming to the fire, and they really need to, there's a lot they need to gauge, and one thing is the winds. They need to gauge where the winds are coming from in order to not waste the water that they have on board. Just like that aircraft did. His his goal was to get the brush wet here between the homes and where the fire is, but sometimes the winds are so strong that it carries the water to unintended locations. Now, my pilot, James Pollard, was just pointing out to me that we do have additional engines arriving on scene here. They're going to be right under me, so bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to zoom in on some of those fire trucks that are arriving on scene. He counted about 10, and based off of that yellow stripe, that looks like it's going to be LA County Fire that is arriving on scene here to the fire. They're still a little ways out, but these fire crews are going to be so important to the firefight. They're the ones that are going to be out there digging the lines and starting those possible containment numbers to try to start to get some sort of control over the Kenneth fire burning here in Woodland Hills.
Eliana, while we have you in your live shot here from News Chopper 4, you know, sometimes my eyes mess with me here. You could possibly give us a better perspective in terms of where the fire is in relation to where those homes actually are. Can you give us an approximate distance?
Michael, I wish I could say that we were still about a quarter-mile away or something like that to give us a little bit of comfort. But these flames are right behind people's homes. I am hearing on social media that some people are reporting that their backyards are actually on fire.
Wow.
These flames are incredibly close. These are probably some of the homes where the flames are the closest. And as I push in here on the palm trees, you're going to get a better feel for how strong the winds are down there. It's a little bit difficult to gauge from up here, but if you look at those trees swaying in the wind, it gives you a general idea of the direction that the winds are blowing and the strength. Now, I just see out my window, I do see some flames. Let me push in on that. But again, this started in this general area as some sort of grass fire, which was already at 20 acres by the time the fire department arrived on scene and made their first radio transmission about the fire. And unfortunately, where this fire is located is close to so many homes. I wish I could say it was just a few dozen, but we're looking at thousands of homes that are literally adjacent on the east side of where the Kenneth fire is burning.
Homes and a lot of growth out there. You can see all the greenery. It's what makes it beautiful out there, but also very dangerous. And we did see the fire that had started that you showed us, and disconcerting to know that people are actually reporting that the flames are as close as their backyards. But luckily, as you said, fire engines are coming in. The aircraft is still able to fly at this point, so that is good news. And hopefully we'll see if they can lay down some more water and fire retardant, because we saw that make such a huge difference yesterday. It made all the difference in fighting the fires from the day before.
Yeah, and that airplane that I was trying to show you, but there's a little bit of a limit to how far my camera can shoot upward. But that's Ericsson's, that is one of the fixed wing tankers. It's going to be coming in, and it's going to be making a fire retardant drop. And if you're in the general area like I am, I'm sure your phone is blowing up right now, as mine is. I'm getting the evacuation warning for the residents in this area. You are being asked to evacuate, and of course, take any prescription medicine that you may need, take your pets, take any supplies that you absolutely cannot live without for the next couple of days. But don't delay, because this fire can be knocking on your doorstep before you know it. But to get back to that fixed wing aircraft, he's going to go around one more time. Again, as I was saying before, he doesn't want to waste the load that he has on board, because it does take quite a bit of time for him to go refuel that with the fire retardant. So he wants to make sure that when he does drop it, that he is as precise as possible and drops it in the ideal location to save people's homes.
And you're right, Eliana, they are so incredibly good. They train for this. It's what they do. We've seen them take out entire lines. We've seen them save neighborhoods. Just amazing, the work that they do. And hopefully that will keep the fire from spreading. What they want to do is get some sort of, not containment, but stop the forward progress. Although as we have Melissa with us here, our meteorologist, Melissa McGee. with these winds in different directions, that's what makes it so hard to predict where they're going to blow ash.
Exactly, and that's why we're getting all of those hot spots and those flare-ups. But like Eliana was saying, that fire is just to the north of the 101. So as that fire and the winds from the fire blow either from the north and west or to the north and east, that does put it in the path of the 101 freeway. So then you have an issue with visibility. We heard it from the press conferences earlier today and earlier this morning. People were saying that the winds are dying down in comparison to what we had. So that's good news in terms of the aerial assault. They'll have a better hand on getting containment around this fire, specifically the Kenneth fire here. We're looking at some of the observation data we have up right now. Chesborough, we've got winds gusting up to 39 miles per hour. That's the highest gust in that area. You've got a sustained wind out of the north and west at 24 miles per hour. Elsewhere across the region, Calabasas, that's another reporting site, and at 24 miles per hour. But when we're talking about the shifting of the winds across our region, they start in out of the north or north and west, and then you get action taking place in the atmosphere, and that allows these hot spots to flare up. And like we're seeing with this Santa Ana wind event, or at least the topography, or we could say a fuel-driven fire right now, the Santa Anas are allowing this fire to spread more rapidly across this region, and the rising heat from the flames is allowing the fire to spread uphill even faster as well.
Melissa, we saw Eliana's shot. She pushed into some homes where we saw those palm trees sort of swaying back and forth, and it was reminiscent of those strong gusts we had a couple of nights ago. But that's not necessarily from the atmosphere. That's from the fire itself.
That's right. Sometimes fires have a tendency to create their own weather patterns. So you have all of that heat, and that allows things to spread even faster and faster out ahead of the original point of where the fire originally broke out. But we're seeing a lot of vegetation as well in that area, and we talk about it a lot of times when we're dealing with brush fires and wildfires. You've got the Santa Ana winds that help to fan the flames around. You've got the fuel. You can see from Eliana's picture as we're watching this airdrop take place, there's a lot of dry brush and a lot of dry vegetation on the ground. And then the topography, this is right behind these homes. It's just to the north of the 101. There are a lot of hills, as you can see there, a lot of slopes, a lot of foothills as we watch that airdrop take place right now.
They're doing a great job out there. It's remarkable to see the difference when you get air support. We do have some information we can share on evacuations that are coming in. The ones that have just been ordered for the area are Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard, and then County 8 Lane Road east to East Valley Circle Drive, which is a major road in that area.
That's right. The area between the 101 and the Ventura County line from Chesborough Road to Fairhaven Avenue, Ellenvale Avenue, Oralville Ave, and Long Valley Road. Eliana Moreno, again, catching these great stellar water drops live from News Chopper 4. Eliana.
It's a beautiful sight, Michael, and I'm so grateful. They've got water tanks straight up ahead. I just saw one of the aircraft that had made a water drop, then descend where those water tanks are so they can refill their tanks. And it's a very quick turnaround for them, fortunately. It's a much shorter turnaround for them than the fixed-wing aircraft that are getting the fire retardant to make those drops. But here's a Ventura County fire here. You can tell by the color, Ventura County is blue and yellow. So this is a mutual aid effort, Ventura County Fire, LA County Fire, as well as LA City Fire. Now, we did hear that one of those aircraft did do a water drop on the backyard of somebody's home where there was a tennis court. So fortunately, we believe that that was enough to at least prevent that home from burning any further. In terms of actual structures that have burned, we have not heard of that, but we have heard about people evacuating because, of course, this area is under a mandatory evacuation order now, and the flames are getting that much closer to people's homes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do something real quick with my map because I want to show you what the terrain looks like, to show you what the area looks like that is actually burning. So if you look here, at the bottom of the screen, that's going to be all of the homes that I'm showing you. The area that's actually on fire is right around there. So you'll notice that this area is, for the most part, just a mountainside, hillside. There's not too much in the way of homes in the area that's actually currently on fire, but it's just on the outskirts of that where we are seeing all of those homes, especially to the east. So we're just north of the 101 freeway. We're west of Valley Circle. And again, this is being called the Kenneth fire. It's got the potential to burn approximately 1,000 acres because of the terrain that I just showed you using that other image map. At this point, again, as far as we know, no homes have been damaged, but the threat is real and you are being asked to evacuate.
Yeah, the threat definitely real. We've seen what can happen if you wait too long to evacuate. So I'm sure that people in this area, they've seen fire, pretty close to them already in these areas. So a lot of people have already packed bags and just thought about what they would take to get out. So hopefully so. But I have to say it's looking a little bit better in that we're not seeing so much dark smoke, but still that area has grown since we first picked it up. What time would you say it was that you first got word of this or first saw something? Because as you said, it just started in some brush.
Yeah, it's been about an hour to the minute. We had launched from Whiteman at about this time. We were headed to the Eaton fire, and when we turned over to look towards the Palisades fire, that's when we noticed this additional plume. At that point, it had just broken out. So I would put it at about 2:45 as the start time. And again, at that point, it had already grown to 20 acres, which is so incredible that even though the fire department, of course, has been so quick to respond to these things, by the time they arrived, which was just a matter of minutes, it was already at 20 acres because of all of the things that we've been talking about for the last few days, the winds and the very dry vegetation. Now, because of the terrain, this fire does have the potential for 1,000 acres, but considering the immediate aerial assault that we have witnessed over the Kenneth fire here, I am hoping that they'll be able to just keep it to at least a couple hundred acres at most. At this point, we don't have an update on how many acres this may be. The way we figure that out is there's usually an aircraft that does a reconnaissance flight over the area, and they're able to map it with their special system to give us a more accurate acreage. So at this point, the official number is 20, but I can guarantee you it's going to be a lot more than that.
All right, Eliana, we're going to keep your shot here from News Chopper 4 and bring in our fire expert here, Chief Sam DiGiovanna. Chief Sam, thanks for your time here this afternoon.
Thank you, Michael. We have to quit meeting like this. It's been several days we've been getting together on these. It just doesn't seem like it's going to stop.
We would like to. If you could make that happen, we'll take it.
Yeah, Chief Sam, Eliana says that this is approximately 20 acres with the potential to become, I believe she said 1,000 acres. What are you assessing here when you look at our live shot?
Yeah, definitely. This is way more than 20 acres, and it's moving pretty rapid. I saw it right, just like Eliana brought up, right around 2:45. I got the alert for it. I saw a picture of it from a camera, and it was putting up a pretty good column of smoke that was rising up. Now it's laying pretty low horizontally, so that means the winds are moving this fire, and a lot of fuel in between the homes, so that's a big concern, just like all these other fires, is the houses that we're going to be concerned with.
And when you look at the situation, the winds and the topography and where this fire is burning, what's your best advice to the people who live closest to the fire, maybe who haven't gotten an evacuation order?
I'm sorry, Kathy, I feel like I'm a 45 record playing the same song over. People should get their belongings right now. Even if you're near this fire, if the smoke's coming towards you, get your medication, eyeglasses, important documents in your laptop, and why don't you leave now? Find a friend's house to leave. And one thing I'm going to bring up to that is I talked to a lot of the fire chiefs and personnel in the Pasadena area. Most all hotels are totally booked. So I wouldn't rely on a hotel if you're going to be evacuated. Find a friend's house somewhere else and get out of town.
You know, Chief Sam, you talk about the evacuations, you talk about building in areas such as this. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you wish they wouldn't build so much in areas like this, but people are attracted to the beauty of the lands like this. We have a lot of dry brush. We have a lot of shrubbery. We have these are the suburbs, if you will. This isn't going to stop anytime soon. What can folks do? What should they be doing in order to protect themselves and, of course, their properties?
Well, if you're an immediate threat of this fire right now, I mean, like if it's knocking on your back door, evacuate. In fact, if you're even close to it, evacuate. But these homes right here and these people and anyone watching this in the hillside areas, move those combustibles away from your home, patio furniture, trash cans, wood piles. Those are those ignition points for embers. And with all this wind, we're also seeing a lot of leaves, needles, and twigs everywhere around homes, on rooftops. These are also ignition points for embers. Clear those away. You start doing that now. We're focused in on LA right now. I just got home in Orange County, and the winds are howling down here. I'm sure they are in the Inland Empire. So this message goes out to everyone in Southern California.
Right. And we're so happy to see, though, the aircraft flying. We've seen fire retardant being laid down, water drops. That's the good thing. But how do firefighters really attack a fire where the winds are so erratic when they start moving in different directions?
Yeah, you know, it's like I said before, it's kind of like a train coming down the tracks. You don't want to stand in front of it because it's going to run you over. You got to run along the sides of it as much as you can so you can get control around the sides of the fire, and then eventually stop the forward progress of the fire, and then start building your containment lines around it so it doesn't jump, that we can isolate it in a particular area. This is going to take a little time just due to the fact of the wind. I think we'll probably be on this for a little while, but thank goodness we've got aircraft up right now.
You know, we have aircraft right now. Not too long ago, Eliana zoomed in on a couple of ground units making their way to the fire. Where will they be positioned, and what role will they play ultimately when we look at the air assault?
Well, whoever the incident commander is, they will likely be putting them, identifying areas where the path of the fire is moving and assigning them for structure protection groups. That's what the assignments will be for the ground resources. Right now, we'll let the fire burn. Our primary concern is get people evacuated, saving lives, and doing the structure protection.
And right now we have all these fires burning, so I'm sure resources are wearing thin. They are working long hours. Will there be mutual aid? Will we see that expanded?
Yes, like Chief Maroney brought up earlier, we brought resources in from Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, Washington, and I would not be surprised if we bring more in. And to your point, Kathy, you know, you look at these personnel that have been on here since Tuesday, you know, they're beat. I've been on these fires. This is some of the most hardest, strenuous work ever, and they're out there fighting these fires relentlessly.
Yeah, we also heard a firefighter was injured, I think, in the Eaton with a fall. So we hope that firefighter will recover. I think that was a pretty serious injury. So we know you're out there. They are out there risking their lives in these situations. I'm also curious about who these pilots are. We watch them all the time. We cheer when they come in. People are so happy when we are able to fly and we actually start to see some progress on these fires, because it seems so hopeless when we don't have the water drops and we don't have the fire retardant. Who's up there flying these
these are professionals. You know, I mean, in the years past, there used to be pilots, a lot of them from Vietnam era. Those have gone away. Now these, I don't know where they could be coming in from the military, retired, but to your point, Kathy, they are incredible. It's like an art almost, watching them scale through these canyons, making the drops that they do. They have to be concerned about overhead power lines, anything, you know, and the wind and the fire behavior. You know, you've got a lot of fire underneath you. That's creating drafts and updrafts underneath the helicopters and the fixed wing. It's difficult in these, but they do an incredible job.
You know, Chief Sam, we love having you on because you're so insightful, and you can give us specifics and details that perhaps, you know, we'd have to go through an encyclopedia and that proves to you how old I am to get. But it's good to have you. In terms of the aircraft that we're seeing in the air, what are they? And let's talk about the magnitude and what they can do and what they can carry.
Yeah, they range. You know, you could carry up to 500 gallons of water, 800 gallons of water. Some of the larger fixed-wing aircraft, we call them VLATs, very large aerial tankers. They can carry fire retardant up to 8,000 gallons of fire retardant. And it just depends on what they are. Those are the jets, the big, like the 747s. And then you've got the Hercules planes that are just as powerful and can carry up to 5,000 gallons of water. We have an arsenal of air support, from helicopters to airplanes that carry various load capacities of water and fire retardant.
You know, Chief Sam, we're looking live from News Chapter 4. I'm assuming these are strike teams here. Tell us what their job is moving forward.
You're right, Michael. Strike teams are 5 same type resources. They could be engines, water tenders, patrol trucks, led by a strike team leader. And their assignment by the incident commander will be doing just what they're doing, structure protection group. And then what we see, the personnel on the Hill, these are our hot shots or hand crews that are up there cutting fire lines. Very dangerous work, hard work, and they're doing a great job too. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. You know, I could not be more proud of the personnel out there, you know, doing this. I always got to give kudos to them, because I've been there and I've done that, and it is tough work.
Talk to us about that. I was just looking, I was impressed by how fast the hot shots got there. We just were talking about the engines. There were about 10 engines Ileana was showing us, and they're staging in the area of that neighborhood. And then now we see the firefighters actually on the Hill. What's it like up there? Those are difficult conditions. And right now our alarms are going off here to tell us evacuation orders. You probably can hear them right now.
Well, if that's for you guys, I don't know if the alarm's going off. Is that for you in the studio?
I guess it's the area. It must be an area close to us. I've had
the evacuation warning here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, these hand crews, they could either be brought in by their hand crew, the trucks, and we call them buggies. They could be brought in, and a lot of times they're brought in by a helicopter. They'll bring in the crew, drop the crew off. The helicopter will go to wherever the helispot is and fuel up for their water or a reservoir where they can pull it right out of there. And it is hard work. They're carrying a lot of gear. It's steep terrain. Rocks are falling. They encounter rattlesnakes. It is probably one of the toughest jobs and most valuable. And the sad part is we're losing a lot of these hand crews. You know, it's been a big concern with the feds, the federal government, they need more pay, and there's been a shortage of them, and we're trying to do a lot more. We need better efforts with recruitment and retention with these hand crews.
Chief Sam, what I find remarkable is that we, as Kathy mentioned, we saw about 10 fire units making their way to the scene. But the immediate and just quick nature, I mean, they waste not a single second to get where they need to be. And it's remarkable to see them already on the Hill, handling business, and this was what we saw those units about, 25 minutes ago.
Happened.
Yeah. Yeah, even you see this dozer. I mean, to bring a dozer in, I mean, this is all within an hour. To have a dozer come in, you've seen those dozers on the freeways. They're slow moving, but they brought it in. That dozer's already out cutting lines. The hand crews are out. The strike teams are in position. Air support's in there. It's so well choreographed, and we train doing this all the time. And this is what we do because we know, living in Southern California, this is what we're up against.
Typically we talk about the choreographed nature of the aerial attack, but again, it works very much the same here on the ground as well, Chief Sam.
Sure does. It sure does. Everybody knows what they're doing, from the engines doing strike teams to patrols patrolling the area for hot spots. And then, of course, our law enforcement agencies, let's give them credit for doing the evacuation to get people out of there in a safe way and clear the roads so that we're not impeded by what we saw in Palisades, where people were, blocking the access for fire trucks coming up.
Absolutely. They did what they had to do, and they got the cars out of the way, and they do the same with the roads. They block off the roads, and it might be an inconvenience, but they do what they have to do so that they can try to get their operations underway and keep us safe. And Ileana's showing us right now, once again, where they're staging. They're in that neighborhood, and we see a lot of trucks out there, a lot of personnel there getting ready. And at the same time, you mentioned the choreography, and we see air support flying by in our live picture.
And, Kathy, not only that.
Sorry. Go ahead, Chief Sam.
I was going to say, real quick, we have a lot of fires burning. And we know, Michael, you and I have talked about this over the past couple of days about resources getting stretched thin. But yet we're backfilling, and agencies from Orange County, San Diego, Ventura, they're coming in to assist. While crews are out there, they're assisting on these fires, so they're backfilling the stations. How quickly, look at the amount of trucks are here. We're not going to miss a beat. We will protect the communities the best we can under these circumstances, and there are times we get outgunned, but they're doing a great job.
All right, Chief Sam, if you can just hold tight here for a second. I want to remind our viewers it's now 4 o'clock, and we continue to follow breaking news here. Currently, we are on the Kenneth fire. This is in the West Hills area. Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chopper 4. Eliana, we put this approximately at 20 acres, but obviously this could be much larger.
And Michael, when I checked in for work at 2:30, this fire wasn't even on the radar. It didn't even exist yet. We were planning on heading over to the Palisades fire for the top of the 4 o'clock and the Eaton fire prior to that, but we didn't even get to either one of those from the helicopter because of this new Kenneth fire that literally came out of nowhere. It started at about 2:45. The cause of it is under investigation, but it started as a grass fire behind some homes north of the 101 and west of Valley Circle. At this point, we don't have the exact acreage, but as you said, it was first reported as 20 acres, but with the potential for 1,000 acres because of the area that is on fire. It's essentially the Bell Canyon area, and as I wind out the shot, you're going to see that mountain there at the top of the screen. That's where they're getting the 1,000-acre potential because the smoke and the fire was heading towards that westerly direction. But because of this fabulous aerial assault, I don't think it's going to get anywhere close to that. We had fixed wing tankers on it immediately. We had multiple water dropping aircraft like the one that you see here from Ventura County on it within minutes, and I think that has really made a huge difference in this firefight, to the point to where we don't believe any structures have caught fire. Structures have gotten close, but at this point, as far as we know, there haven't been any structures lost due to the Kenneth fire. Also unknown if anyone has been injured. That is still under investigation. But a good thing that is working in on the side of the firefighters are things like this, these water tanks that are amongst the homes. This aircraft can go down there, get some water, and be right back on the fire within minutes. And he's actually waiting in line because his buddy over here is currently fueling up, getting water right now to return to the firefight. But of course, we also have to give credit to the hand crews that are out here, and they got out here quickly. They do incredible work, as we were just talking about. They're out here. It's very hot conditions. It's windy. They're carrying so much equipment, but they're down there in the trenches trying to do whatever they can to protect people's homes here in West Hills.
Ileana, as we continue to watch this, we want to let you know as well, we're hearing from our reporter in the field, Robert Kovacic, that they are evacuating the Commons area in Calabasas. We understand people may have been stocking up at Ralph's. They are being asked to leave the store as well. We also want to remind people there are mandatory evacuations in this area, and we want to spell that out for you right now. This extends from Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard, County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle, and the area now between the 101 and the Ventura County line. As you mentioned earlier, Ileana, because this is right on the border with Ventura County, you're seeing a lot of Ventura County fire assets involved in this as well.
Yeah, we have Ventura County, we have LA County, we also have LA City Fire. Those are all the helicopter on scene, but of course we also do have that fixed wing aircraft, which has been so vital to this firefight because they're able to make those fire retardant drops, and they can handle a lot of fire in a little bit of time, which has been so important to protecting people's homes. Again, we haven't seen any structures actually go up in flames. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that doesn't happen. At this point, it looks like it's just going to be the brush behind the homes that has caught fire. But I'll also mention that there was there were a couple of hikers that were hiking in the area. This is a very popular hiking spot in these hills behind these homes, so it's understandable. I believe it's just off of the Victory Trailhead is where you enter to set off on your hike. This is not the day to be hiking anywhere. No offense to those folks. We hope they're okay. I believe they have already been rescued. But really, anyone who may be thinking about going out and hiking anywhere in our general area under these intense weather conditions, today is not the day. Tomorrow is not the day. Just think about your own general health. Breathing all of this toxic air in, you don't want to put your lungs under that, and then you also don't want to put your life in danger, because even though this area wasn't under any sort of evacuation warning, even there wasn't even the thought that these hills could catch on fire. And look at what happened. Just within an hour's time, we have what look to be now a couple hundred acres that have burned here. So you definitely want to stay home if possible, keep your windows and doors closed, and let's just let these firefighters do their job and prevent further action for them having to come out here and rescue you as well.
You know, Eliana, if we can just keep your shot here, and I believe our viewers heard this emergency alert that we all seem to have gotten on our phones, and from what I understand, it's a very generic alert. Of course, my wife actually sent me a copy of it as well, with very few specifics other than the fact that it says an evacuation warning has been issued in your area. It doesn't lay anything else out specifically, so we're trying to get some clarity, trying to get some information, and of course, when we find out exactly what this all means, we of course will pass it along to you at home.
We all got that. You heard the sound in the studio here. We want to let you know, too, our Jonathan Gonzalez. Jonathan, are you on the phone with us right now?
Yeah, Colleen, Michael, it's, you know, I was just with you guys moments ago. And
now you're headed home?
Now I'm heading home because we got this evacuation warning alert that you guys got, but we live in West Hills in the community right around Pomelo Elementary School, and I'm heading home, and immediately I noticed the impacted traffic very close to the fire area, which is burning, you know, up Victory Boulevard, and, you know, the Valley Circle, where, you know, Victory and Valley Circle, that's where the fire crews are heading up. That's my normal exit to get home. And so I didn't take that. I took Wood Lake, which is one of the impacted areas. There's an evacuation warning in this area. This is a residential area with a lot of streets and ways to get out, but I noticed how much traffic there was when normally there's almost none at all. And so it shows you a lot of people are trying to get out. They're hopping onto the freeway. They're hopping on any way they can, either west or east, really just trying to get out. As I'm now driving along Victory Boulevard, trying to get home, there's just so much traffic. That's the first thing I noticed. For our vantage point now, I see some of the choppers flying up above the hills. I do see the smoke here to the south of Victory now, and more of the Woodland Hills area creeping up to the Hidden Hills community there, where obviously we know there are a lot of celebrities who live there, a lot of sizable homes, and that's where a lot of the smoke and the fire seems to be growing into.
Jonathan, now that you are in the midst of all of this, what you're seeing out on the roads is similar to what you were watching on television before you got the alert.
Yes, absolutely. The traffic buildup, especially people, you know, a lot of them didn't go to work. I noticed it took me about 25 to 30 minutes to get to work today. Normally it takes me close to an hour. So it tells me a lot of people have been staying home from work. But I think those people are the ones getting out now. And as I'm getting a better vantage point of the smoke, it's just that dark orange glow, and it's just so frightening to see. We see several firefighting aircraft up in the air. And, you know, I'm assuming they're making water drops. I wasn't able to listen to Eliana much, but I am driving closer to Valley Circle and Victory so that I can make my way home. But, yeah, definitely people are heeding the warnings, it looks like. They're getting in their cars and they're driving away from the area as we speak.
Jonathan, what about your family, your wife, your children? Have they left the house yet? Are they at home? Do you have a meetup point? What's going on? What's your plan?
So I called my wife immediately. You know, we have 3 young kids, and they were actually in a different part of Woodland Hills. There goes an LAPD cruiser speeding by me along Victory Boulevard towards Valley Circle. We spoke. They were already out. So the plan, because we're just outside of the evacuation warning zone, is for us to go home, collect our most important items, just like we've been stressing. Like, you know, our fire experts have been stressing all day. We're now going to have to practice what we preach and make sure that we're ready to go. I'm thankful to everyone who's reached out already. In fact, someone reached out before I realized there was a fire in West Hills. They were paying attention. I was taking a moment after our coverage of being on the anchor desk, and they texted me, if you need anywhere to go, let us know. And so I'm thankful to our friends and family who've reached out. There's a road closure here at Valley Circle, a lot of looky-loos, but I can't stress enough, officers here are trying to direct traffic, and these people aren't necessarily helpful. There are a lot of cars on the road right now, people trying to head east and south just to get away from this fire.
All right, Jonathan, if you can hold tight here for a second. We have some new information on that, what we are calling a generic alert that went out here not too long ago. You heard the buzz here on our air. Supervisor Janice Hahn has issued a statement. She says, I have been informed the evacuation warning that many of us just received on our phones was mistakenly issued countywide due to a technical error. She informs us that a correction will be issued shortly. So what we've received, obviously, Janice Hahn is telling us it was a mistake, a technical error, and of course a correction will be issued here not too long from now.
We continue to look at these pictures from the Kenneth fire right now burning in West Hills. Jonathan, we watched your coverage. You were on for several hours this morning, and I looked at it, and you could almost get a false sense of security that the winds had died down. We saw the flare-up at Mount Wilson. We saw a couple of the flare-ups in the Palisades, but the winds were not nearly as strong as we've seen. And then all of a sudden, we see this.
Yeah, our meteorologists have been warning that the winds could pick back up. And we've been talking about those record winds that we saw when these fires initially broke out Tuesday, and then overnight, those horrific hurricane level winds. But what our meteorologists keep pointing out is when we say the winds are diminishing, they're really going just down to typical red flag levels, which are already enough and strong enough to push a fire in the manner that we're seeing here with the Kenneth fire. This is not an area any stranger to fire. Bell Canyon is just down that hillside. Bell Canyon has seen many fires in recent decades, and so unfortunately we're seeing this area flare up again. And it's the same thing. It's not just the wind here. We see the fire system create its own weather pattern, and then there's plenty of fresh, fuel to burn. We had all that rain last year. We had those lush green hillsides for months on end. We enjoyed it then, but now we're paying the price for some of that. That's what we're seeing burning as we speak too.
Jonathan, how much comfort does it bring to you that we see those that air attack happening? We see those strike teams already been deployed. It's got to bring you a little bit of comfort, perhaps?
Absolutely, guys. When I left Universal City, where our station is, I could see the smoke from the 101 in Laurel Canyon. And it was dark, it was black, and it was billowing into the air. And that's a good 18 to 20 miles as the crow flies away. As I get closer, and I'm getting closer to home, so my vantage point, it's actually behind me now, I'm seeing a lot of that white smoke that you're mentioning, Michael, and that is such a big relief. I'm seeing a lot of erratic driving. I'm sure people are nervous. They're panicky. A lot of them are just trying to get home, and then there are people who are home who are trying to get out. And so there's a lot of kind of chaotic nature here on the roads, definitely more than normal. But, just a reminder to everyone to continue to drive safely, heed the warnings, listen to officers. That is the critical thing right now.
We're watching LA County fire right now. Just a moment ago, if you saw the chopper with the double rotors there, the double blades on top, that was a Sikorsky going in and dropping. We want to stress to our viewers again, we all received that alarm just a few minutes ago, and it was alarming because it was a general message that talked about evacuations in our area. We want to let you know that was a mistake. We've received information once again from Janice Hahn, Supervisor Janice Hahn. She says the evacuation warner that we received was all because of a technical error, a glitch there. They do plan to issue some sort of a correction, and that should be coming to your phone shortly.
Of course, we have been getting calls from folks from Long Beach to Whittier, to the Stake area. Folks have gotten this. They're obviously scared, as my wife put it, freaked out.
I'm not going to lie. It was alarming when I got it. I was walking into the studio here, and my phone went off, and I thought, we're pretty up to speed on everything that's happening in Southern California now when it comes to fires. And I thought, what in the world could this be?
Right. What does this mean? Obviously, as Supervisor Janice Hahn has pointed out, and will continue to reiterate, this was a technical glitch. And of course, a correction will be issued here shortly. We want to bring in Chief Sam here once again. Chief Sam, you were live with Kathy Avara and myself when that alert went off. You know, Kathy was frantically trying to turn her phone down, the volume of her phone down. But it was generic, no specifics, and it freaked a lot of people out.
Yeah, but you know, Michael and Colleen, I'm going to say this. There are no accidents. It is an alert, and really it should be. I think everybody in Southern California should be on alert. Capture the attention, because even if you're not in the fire danger areas, the hillside areas, these winds are damaging winds that bring down trees, power lines, flying debris on the roads, power outages. So in some ways, this alert, we should all be on alert. And to Colleen's point earlier, just when we thought, okay, the winds are going to subside, they're kicking back up, and they're going to be unpredictable.
We should be more specific about, yes, we should all be on alert here, Chief Sam, but this was an evacuation warning. And that carries a completely different set of baggage. So, again, when you receive something like this, in fact, in all caps, you know, folks are going to freak out. I understand the point of being on alert, but this said evacuation warning. I just want to clarify. Again, a technical glitch, as Supervisor Janice Hahn has said, and, of course, a correction is on the way.
Yeah, well, good. Glad it's not too severe.
Right.
I didn't know where I was going to go.
Well, I have to tell you, initially I thought it was an Amber Alert, because we get the same sort of messaging with an Amber Alert. And when I pulled up my phone, I noticed, wait a minute, it's an evacuation order. Where could this one be? Perhaps it's the Kenneth fire, which is what we're talking about right now. Chief Sam, as you look at this fire here, and you see they seem to be throwing so much aerial support on this fire, what goes through your mind?
Just, you know, what's next, Colleen, you know, and hopefully, and it looks like from when we first started this, and when I first started, when Eliana was over it, I thought, wow, this thing, it was kicking a big column of smoke. Now, the winds weren't so strong. The winds are pushing down, but it looks like they're getting a really good handle on this. So hopefully that will maintain, that they won't get more wind gusts to push this, but it looks like they're getting a good handle on this at this time.
You know, this is just our conversation with Jonathan Gonzalez not too long ago, who is in this very seat where I am right now, was giving our viewers the latest information on the fires burning in Southern California. He is affected by this. Colleen, not to put your business out there, but you have been affected by the Eaton fire. So we're all in some way, whether we're in a direct evacuation or fire zone or an at-risk zone, we're all linked and all affected by these fires, Chief Sam.
Yeah, we sure are. And if you're not, due to the fire threat itself, the air quality, there's so much smoke around. I mean, it looks terrible. It looks like it's fog, but it's not. So if you have to go outside, wear a mask. If you don't have to go outside, stay indoors, avoid strenuous activity or any jogging. Just hunker down until this, we'll call it a storm, because that's what it is in essence, until it calms down.
You know, Chief Sam, this morning, and we talked to a pulmonologist here this afternoon about the air quality. And what I've noticed here, I live on the west side of Los Angeles, on the other side of the valley. The ash and the particulate matter was much more intense today than I've seen over the last couple of days. And I mentioned it to my wife, and our 15-year-old daughter, in fact, says she had a sore throat. She wasn't feeling well. So right away I said, okay, I'm going to change the HVAC filter in the house. You know, that's step one. Go gargle some salt water. So again, we're all feeling the effects of this. Again, if not a direct impact of the fire, an indirect impact by the fire. And as we
speak, here is this.
We receive another emergency alert telling us to disregard the last evacuation warning. It was for the Kenneth fire only. So that was the technical glitch that Supervisor Janice Hahn spoke of. Again, the evacuation warning, which was in all caps initially, is for the Kenneth fire only, the one, in fact, we're dealing with right now, which we have an aerial shot of from News Chopper 4.
Chief Sam, if we could go back out there and take a look at the smoke. You see a lot of smoke rising off the areas where they're doing the water drops right now. What does that say to you as somebody who's an expert on fires?
Well, a lot of people will think, oh, it's turning white just because the smoke is white. But really, light grassy fuels actually create white smoke. Though part of it is from the extinguishment of the fire, there is a lot of the white smoke from the light grassy fuels. When you see the darker smoke, that's heavier brush and full of oils in it, and that's going to create darker smoke.
And what about problems? You know, they've thrown a lot at this. This has been burning, what, for about an hour, hour and a half, Michael? What are the problems they're going to encounter as they head into nighttime here?
Well, the big thing is you know, the good thing is we have night vision capability with the helicopters, so that's going to be good.
But do the winds tend to pick up at night when we're talking about strong winds like this?
You know, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know what the winds are going to do tonight, but they can pick up. That is a concern. And the other thing is when power is out, if this was if they had a planned power outage, or if the power did go out, it's difficult maneuvering around in there. And even if you're asked to evacuate when it's completely dark, that's a big concern.
You know, Chief Sam, if we can just put you on pause for a second. We're going to bring into the conversation meteorologist Melissa McGee, because we do have the questions. What do the next couple of hours and into nightfall look like in terms of winds and weather?
So we were talking about the winds, and we've got more wind advisories. All of these were expiring yesterday at 6 p.m. When I got off the air late last night, they were done. So we've got wind advisories for areas in Calabasas. So we're still anticipating winds for this region, for Calabasas, for the West Hills area, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. And we also have a high wind warning. That's for areas in Ventura County, up through LA County Mountains, down across San Bernardino County, and the Inland Empire. Those spots, they could have winds gusting anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour with some higher gusts. But in relation to this fire specifically, there close to West Hills, we still have this wind advisory through Friday. So that's a big concern. And we've got those northeasterly winds. And what we're seeing this afternoon is that the winds are shifting and turning directions here. So that's causing these hot spots and the flare-ups like we saw with this fire that popped up earlier today. Our First Alert Radar Network has the ability to show you the smoke in the atmosphere because of this fire that's burning, and you can see the plume of smoke moving to the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So West Hills specifically is to the north and east of that fire. We were talking to Jonathan earlier today. He's actually driving away from that fire, and the winds are actually blowing away from Jonathan and away from West Hills, moving toward the north and west. So that's why the 101 is a concern. Las Virgenes Road is a concern, and just south of the 101 in Calabasas, that's a concern as well. But to answer your question, we're still not out of it in terms of the winds. They're not as strong, which is why we're starting to see that aerial assault as well. If this started out when we had those significant winds, it'd be different. But the winds are still there, 40 to 50 miles per hour for this area. And in the mountains, we'll have winds stronger, 50 to 65 miles per hour.
Did you ever think we'd be sitting here and thinking we're thankful for wind gusts that are 50 to 65 miles an hour as opposed to 80 to 100 miles an hour?
Absolutely not. I mean, and you know, if you live in one of these communities, do you care how strong the winds are?
Yeah.
If the fires are coming toward you, it's a concern. So I never thought we'd be saying something like this, where we're thankful that we've got winds up to 50 miles per hour rather than 100 miles per hour.
You talk about that wind shift. Again, if you can just remind me, when do we expect that wind shift here, and the winds coming in from the coast, correct?
Well, they're coming in from the north and east right now.
Okay, right.
Yes. And so what we're starting to see with the fires, they create their own weather system. So it's causing these flare-ups. So anytime you have a fire, it's kind of circulating around itself. So it causes these hot spots to create. But to your point, Michael, we've got these northeasterly winds during the day, and then we get these sundowner winds that come in at night. And typically at night, we start to see some relief, but those winds come in from the ocean. So during the day, you've got those winds coming in from the north and east. That helps firefighters push the flames away. And then at night, you have the opposite direction in terms of that sea breeze coming on in, and the fire is fought probably from a different direction because the flames are now heading inland.
We want to let people know we're waiting for a news conference from downtown LA with Mayor Bass and all the experts on this fire, fire officials, sheriff, police. They were going to schedule this a bit earlier, and then all of a sudden we got the Kenneth fire in West Hills, so they pushed it back to about 5 o'clock right now. But as you can see, the aerial assault is and has been tremendous on this almost from the get-go.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's because of the dying down of the winds. And that's great news in terms of the hot spots that they're getting ahead of. So you try to get containment, and then you try to flank the fire after you get containment around the original fire source. But absolutely, in the sense that we can attack this from the air because the winds aren't as strong. They're not as dynamic as they were just a couple of days ago.
Were they almost pre-positioned for this? I mean, is there a way to tell where the strongest winds will be in our area as you look at the forecasting on this?
This is what we do in terms of looking at the weather, and we've got the position of the winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. When we talk about highs and lows, and they look really funny on the screen there, that's telling you that the tighter those two weather systems are together, that means the tighter the pressure gradient, the stronger the winds. And because of the position of things happening well up above where we live, we can tell where those winds will be the strongest, which is why, as you can see on the other side of your screen, as we still continue to monitor conditions in the West Hills area, you could see in the yellow or the mustard shading color, we've got high wind warnings. That's for San Bernardino County, out across Orange County and the IE. And then the wind advisory there, that covers LA County. So that's from West Covina on west into Van Nuys. And we also have that covering areas in Calabasas and Agora Hills, in West Hills, and that's where we've got those winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. So it's not just today, it's tomorrow still that we're tracking winds that will likely be this strong, gusting for this specific location anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour.
All right, we want to remind our viewers here, Melissa, of the evacuation zones and warnings. Again, we want to, if we can, just lay them out there for you. All right, evacuation orders and warnings. The major wildfires burning right now. The fires have forced nearly 180,000 people from their homes.
Here's a look at the evacuation map for the New Brush area. This is in the West Hills area. The red area west of Valley Circle Boulevard under mandatory evacuation orders right now.
That's right, the Palisades fire. Any area in red here on the map is under an evacuation order, meaning there is an immediate threat to life and people must get out of there. These are all areas north of Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, and south to PCH. All the other areas you see in yellow are under an evacuation warning, meaning there is a possible threat to life and people, but you must be ready to leave if an order is in fact issued.
All right, let's take at this point.
All right, so here is a map for the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Mandatory evacuation orders remain in effect for those north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to I-5 and Interstate 14. Split because the evacuation warnings are from the 5 freeway to Woodley, Balboa to Leahy Street and Zelza Avenue.
All right, once again, we are committed to staying on the air 24/7 to bring you the very latest on this devastating story, all the wildfires burning through Southern California. And to help with that, we brought in a cadre of reporters. We're very fortunate in that we have reporters from all our NBC and Telemundo stations across the country, including Kevin Geis. He joins us live in the West Hills area. Kevin, give us an idea of exactly where you are and what you're seeing at this point.
Absolutely. Good evening to you both. We're right on the County Oak Road. We're in the Woodland Hills section. Now, in the time we've been here, some of the good news for some of the residents who, a lot of them have since evacuated in this area, that this previously was just totally covered in some of that dark brown hazy smoke. You could hear some of those helicopters. They've been making pass after pass after pass. Just on the other side of some of these homes here is the Ventura County line. So the fire itself is up on the other side of the hill, and we've been watching these helicopters just come. You can hear one coming over us right now, ready to make another pass in the area. One of the much larger Chinooks making its way over, and we've actually been able to connect as we've been watching police officers work their way through this section, just trying to get a hold of any person that they can, let them know that they should be headed out of the area, they should be packing these cars, they should be on their way out. We connected with Michael, a homeowner here. Michael, thank you so much for taking a few seconds to talk to us here. Talk to me about some of the prep that's gone in today.
Well, we're in fire area, so as soon as we knew that fires were happening, this is always going to be a spot that we have to watch out for. So we came home and started slowly packing a bag just in case, and kept watching the fires and seeing where it went.
Absolutely. What was that moment where all of a sudden you determined, like, okay, we got to pack, we got to get ready to go? Was it when the Kenneth fire sparked up?
Yeah, that when we saw smoke up the hill, we knew that that was the time to put the finishing touches on the bags, throw them into the car, get the car turned around, and send my younger daughter out with the pets, so we didn't have to worry about getting them out.
Absolutely. And when we arrived here, you were actually working with the hoses kind of just spraying down. Walk me through. This is not the first fire you've experienced in this area. Luckily, as you mentioned, it's never jumped that hill too close. Talk to me about sort of what you've already experienced and some of the water, what you were doing when we arrived.
A number of years past, it's Amundsen Ranch across the street, so it's lovely trails to hike, but it comes with it a lot of brush. And in years past, the fires have come through. So we've learned to make the house defensible. Any type of wood that could be dry, or leaves that can't be picked up, you try to at least get it wet, so the house will fight off embers for as long as it can until it can't anymore. Plants that will not burn, so water retaining plants, so that is helpful too. And we also brought in all the cushions from all the furniture outside, because that's material that is flammable, but the metal chairs outside are not. And we moved all the spare propane tanks for the barbecues and whatnot away from the house. So if the house does catch fire, the propane tanks are far away.
Absolutely. And as you've watched that smoke line, you mentioned that previously you've had flames get as close as that hillside there. Walk me through what that was like and how you feel a little bit more comfortable today, but you're still sort of holding your breath.
Yeah, so I've had my family evacuate, and I've stayed back to try to help out as best I can, make the house as defensible as best I can, while firefighters are busy, and stay as long as I can without becoming a burden on them. And in years past, the fires have come right across the street, 60-foot flames. And I saw the firemen come by and do their structure protection. And I asked the firemen, what do I do in this situation? And they said, well, what does your backyard look like? Is it green or is it brown? And I said, it's green. They said, go inside, turn off the air conditioner, and have a glass of wine, because the wind wasn't bad. If the wind's bad, that's another story, because then they can't control where the embers go.
Absolutely. And you were kind enough earlier, if you could take us into the backyard. Now, Michael sort of earlier was showing us an incredible shot from his backyard. If you could take us over there and just show us a little bit of what's back there. One of the things we've sort of been watching as we've been standing here, some of the good news is that the wind is blowing in the totally wrong direction, but the bad news is that the wind, even in the time that we've been here, has picked up pretty significantly. And from the vantage point we have here in the backyard, you can get a good look at not just the fire sort of in the headed over into Calabasas, but specifically over into the Palisade fire. Just an incredible shot here. So I wanted to sort of take you folks back here with us and just sort of describe what you can see from here. There's a chance you can see some flames. There's seemingly some new smoke popping up, some of that darker smoke you've been hearing about from the helicopter. So walk me through a little bit of sort of, what you're seeing here and what it's even looked like this afternoon, and sort of the concern with what's going on sort of in the distance over by the Palisade fire.
So you can see the smoke back there from the Palisade fire, and the smoke actually was more to the left and further back the other day, and at night you could see the orange glow, and you watched as it progressed and moved with the wind. It is now significantly further to the right, which means it's coming into the Topanga Canyon area and maybe beyond. You can see these little puffs of white smoke close on the ridge, so to me that's more concerning, because that means it's coming more into the Valley Calabasas area. Or at least the wind is blowing it that way. And I've noticed these all the way to the far right, even more puffs of smoke as it travels closer in the Malibu direction. Our concern is when the wind changes and it blows here more into the valley, then again we have this Amundsen Ranch corridor and nothing stops it once it gets in there.
Absolutely. Michael, thank you. We appreciate you coming in. We'll let you get back to what you were doing, packing, doing whatever you need to do, but we really appreciate your time, letting us see what's going on back here. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've watched as, police officers were directing traffic. Unless you lived up in these hill sections, they were getting people headed in the opposite direction. And one of the things I kept watching as we were coming into this area on the 101, every single car we saw was trying to snap a photo, and all I could imagine in the back of my mind were people trying to make some of those split-second decisions. Do I keep going? Do I try to make it back to my house? They couldn't probably tell from the 101 exactly where it was unless they were following along with the news as we've progressed through these newscasts. I could only imagine the fear in those moments, and you could almost feel it coming from some of the other cars as we were headed in the same direction as them. So luckily, police, when we got here, have been around. We've seen some structure prevention fire trucks working their way through here. And again, you just continue to hear chopper after chopper making their way through this area. So we'll continue to work our way through the hills here, but for now, we'll send it back to you folks in the studio.
Kevin, before you go, I know that Michael said he had a great relationship with firefighters there. He's learned how to fireproof his home to the best of his ability. Has he ever had to evacuate before? Did he talk to you about that at all?
He didn't mention any prior evacuations. Again, it was that moment when it was close just on the Ventura County line, just on the other section of the Woodland Hills here. He said that was the closest he's ever seen the fires get specifically to his home. He says he's done some voluntary evacuations and getting out of the way of any of these fires, doing what he can, but he's never actually had to physically mandatory evacuate from some of these areas. So he says he's been lucky in that regard.
He certainly knows what to do, though, that's for sure. All right, Kevin, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit. We want to get back up to NBC4's Eliana Moreno live on News Chopper 4. And Eliana, again, some progress has been made on this fire, perhaps. What can you tell us?
Michael, it is looking a lot better. What my pilot, James Pollard, did for us was he moved us from the east side of the fire over to the west side because the fire is advancing towards the west. So we wanted to see if it does continue to grow, what would be in its path. And the good news is that as I widen out the shot, you're going to see that there really isn't much in the way of homes over here. We do have power lines, which is never good, but we do also still have some homes, just not as many as we have on the east side of the fire. But overall, this aerial assault that has taken place over the Kenneth fire has been spectacular. They had fixed-wing aircraft as well as multiple water-dropping helicopters on it within minutes. And that's really showing a huge difference between what we're seeing now and how the Eaton fire and Palisades fires were able to grow because of the inability of aircraft to fight that fire due to the winds. Now, we do still see some bits of flame every now and then, but you can see that these are just very short grasses, so these fires burn very quickly, but again, they burn out very quickly as well. So we don't anticipate that any structures are going to be immediately threatened, but we do have structure protection crews in place rather, should the fire continue to progress to the west, although we don't anticipate that it's going to get over the hill. But as I move the shot over closer to where we are, you'll notice here we're over these large ranch-style properties. They're just off of Chesborough Road, and I'll push in here on some of the Ventura County firefighters that are here staging, and they are here to protect people's homes and to help with evacuations should it come to that. But at this point, you see that they're actually just standing around, just kind of waiting to see what happens with this fire, because again, at this point, these homes are not threatened. The fire would have to move quite a ways to the west. It would have to jump over this hill and then come downhill. And based off of the way the winds are right now and how we project them to be, we don't anticipate that it's going to get to that level. But again, the Kenneth fire, the last official word is that it is about 50 acres. So that's 50 acres, but at the end of it all, it likely will end up being more than that.
Ileana, we know that there are mandatory evacuation orders for many of the neighborhoods out there, and we will bring those to you in just a moment. But we heard from our own Jonathan Gonzalez that traffic was an absolute mess out there in terms of people trying to come and go. What are you seeing when it comes to traffic and people trying to leave the area?
Colleen, I'm so glad you mentioned it. I can't quite show you all the small little streets surrounding the fire just because we're on the other side of the hill, but I'm going to move over to the 101 freeway, and that's going to be the 101 freeway right around there. A little bit difficult to tell with all the smoke, but I'll give you the map because then at least you'll be able to see it that way. But we are seeing a lot of heavy delays on both sides of the 101 freeway, north or south or east or west, depending on how you consider it. But we are seeing heavy slowdowns in both directions. A lot of this is just people getting out of work and trying to head home, but then we also have the traffic from people evacuating, because again, these were mandatory evacuations, but we also had a lot of evacuation warnings. So people are getting out of the general area, and the nearest freeway is the 101. You'd have to go a long ways away to get to either the 23 or the 118, which would be your other nearest alternates. So the 101 freeway will be heavily impacted here through the Calabasas area, Agora Hills area, and into the San Fernando Valley. So if you don't have a reason to be on the road and you have no reason to be anywhere near these fires, the folks who are trying to evacuate could sure use your help if you could just stay off the road.
All right, Eliana, we want to let our viewers know exactly what those evacuation orders and warnings are, but in the meantime, we have just gotten word from LAUSD that all LA Unified schools and offices will be closed tomorrow because of what we're in the midst of here now. Of course, the wind, the fire, and all that smoke out there.
Michael, you mentioned the evacuation orders. I'm going to bring those up for the Kenneth fire. This is burning in West Hills, as we've said. Mandatory evacuation order for Van Owen, south to Burbank Boulevard, County Lane Road, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. And the area now, we've been talking about the 101, which is heavily impacted because of this. The area between the 101 and the Ventura County line from Chesborough Road to Fairhaven Avenue, Ellenvale Avenue, Orville Avenue, and Long Valley Road as well.
We, of course, will continue to repeat that as we look live here at the Kenneth fire. Eliana just filled us in that acreage has gone from 20 preliminarily now to 50 acres. And of course, we've witnessed that aerial assault made by firefighters out there. Let's bring in NBC4's David Biggert to talk more about the conditions out there and, of course, all across Southern California when it comes to, again, those winds and that dry atmosphere.
Yeah, it is incredibly dry still out there right now. And we do have some of that pretty gusty winds in a few spots. So here's a look at the areas around the Kenneth fire. It's burning through all of this open space here. Eliana was just showing you that neighborhood, one of her camera shots. I believe it's this one down here as you get a little bit closer to the 101, which is still pretty far to the south. Right now, some of our observation sites, like this one right here within the open space, is reporting gusts at about the 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Otherwise, around Las Virgenes Road, around Calabasas, it's a lot of 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts. So still pretty gusty. This is still what we be very concerned about whenever we're talking about fires, just not nearly as strong as we had the other night. And the other concerning thing, look at the humidities here. Single digit humidity around Calabasas, Las Virgenes Road, around the observation sites, around the rest of the fire as well. So this is one of the concerns, that just the air is so incredibly dry right now. It would only take a small spark or a single ember to just start another fire, another spot fire. Also, the other thing we've been noticing as we've been watching from Chopper, and Jonathan also mentioned this a little bit, he was talking about some of the green hillsides we've had over the past couple of years. Well, we've had a lot of rainfall, and that rainfall has contributed to new growth, which then eventually becomes fuel. So after all of the rainfall we get, you get all these green grasses growing in. Sometimes you also see the shrubs recover a little bit and they start to get green. But all this new growth, when we go through a period like what we've just had, where we haven't essentially had any rainfall for a while, that all dries out very quickly. This is the kind of stuff that it rains, it immediately turns green. You go for a little bit without rain and it's already back to being dead growth. And that is prime fuel for fires. So this is what we end up calling flashy fuels or light fuels. A lot of it's the grass. And the reason why we call it flashy fuels is because as soon as the fire hits it, it ignites like that and then it burns through it very quickly. These fuels also go out pretty fast, but mixed in, they were talking about there's some medium fuels as well. So as you get up medium and heavier fuels, as we call them. Those are the things that take a little bit longer to ignite. However, they can be smoldering or stay lit for a while. For an example, if you were to ignite let's just say a stump or a log out there, that may end up burning for hours. And that's always the concern for firefighters, is you have the flame front kind of work through an area, but it's smoldering on the back side of it. And once the winds come through and get really gusty, you can pick up a bunch of embers from some of that fuel. So again, observation sites around the area right now still reporting that we are seeing gusts in about the 20 to 30 mile per hour range. As Melissa was showing you a bit earlier, most of that smoke is blowing off toward the south and the southwest. One additional little note, we did get some reports from a couple of viewers saying that they were seeing some smoke kind of to the south of the valley. That may actually be from the Palisades fire. We are seeing a little bit of a flare up in some pockets there, and that smoke has been able, because the winds are not like the other night, the smoke's able to rise a little bit higher up, and so people might be seeing that. Eliana's shot actually showed that as she was looking across the fire here, because Eliana was about in this position here. She was looking across the fire. You could see all the smoke from this blowing to the south, and then you can actually see the Palisades fire smoke off in the distance. So it's just a little additional note here as we continue to monitor fires around the area. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. Now, we are committed to staying on the air 24/7, as you've seen over the past couple of days, bringing the latest on the wildfires. We are so fortunate to have the resources we do to cover these stories.
And here to help with that, we have brought in reporters from our NBC and Telemundo stations all across the country, including, you see him there, Nico Clemens, live at the Victory Trailhead there in West Hills. Nico.
Right off Victory Boulevard, a very popular area where people come in and walk. I want to show you really quickly how much crews have already tackled. They've already tackled this area right here. Still some hot. Hand over a little bit to the left, Brandon. So they've tackled this area pretty well, but that's the area right back there, and you all have been showing over the last hour or so all the smoke, all the fire that crews are still trying to put out. Exactly where we're standing, right at the foot of the trail, Victory Trailhead. We're seeing tons of fire crews going over our head. Hot spots here, but again, very popular. We understand they've already evacuated a few people in this area, but thankfully this area is taken care of. I want to show you all or tell you all rather, when we came up in here, which you all have heard already, we saw several fire trucks, several police speeding past us to get here, move as quickly as possible to put this fire out. But this area where we're at right now, the very beginning of Victory Trailhead, the fire's pretty much out over here, just a couple of hot spots, just some smoke, but they're really now working to tackle beyond this hill right here, beyond where we are right now. So we'll go around the area, drive around, see if we can get a little bit closer to where the majority of the fire and the smoke is. But right now this area seems to be pretty good, pretty clear. They have done a pretty good job clearing out this area. So I'll send it back to you all. You all can probably hear the fire crews still flying over us, trying to get those water drops in the areas that need it the most.
You know, the best, all right, Nico, thank you for that. The best sound that we're hearing here is all those aircraft. This is a super scooper getting ready to drop. I believe they typically drop Phos-Chek.
I believe so. Don't hold me to that, Colleen. But we
have the 50-50 shot of being right. David Bigger, is it Phos-Chek or water for the super scoopers?
Can do Phos-Chek, I think, but when they were doing the Palisades fire initially, they were actually picking up water, I think, from the ocean and then doing drops. But you'll have to just watch to see, I guess.
Yes, we will. These are the planes that are typically on lease from Canada during the fire season. But as we've seen, the fire season really knows no end here in Southern California lately. But again, that was a super scooper just about to make a drop there.
Obviously, a welcome sight for those who live in West Hills. Joining us now is John Lippian. You live in this area. And John, you were on a mountain bike ride when you noticed this fire igniting, huh?
Yes, that is correct. So at the top of Victory Trailhead, I just had started a bike. There was only a few hikers up there. And looking out into the distance, I immediately started to smell what had smelled like campfire. And looking behind me, I immediately noticed white smoke already. So as quick as that was, I decided to return to the trailhead, obviously. And by the time I got to the trailhead, I could see the start of the fire. If anybody's familiar with that area, there's a picnic bench pretty much right at the top of the trailhead, very common spot. And the whole hilltop was just starting to engulf. And at the top, I've been watching the news the past couple of days. At the top of the trailhead there, off to the left-hand side further south, there is a high spot. And at the top there, I witnessed at least 40 to maybe 50-mile-an-hour gusts. It was actually very hard to stand up there during that time.
John, we're actually looking at the video that you shot of that area that you sent in to us. How quickly did this fire grow?
Super fast. So from what I can recall on timestamps on photos and 911 calls, to me, the fire started approximately 2:32 to 2:34 at the latest range. And by the time I got towards the area where I could view the top of the trailhead and view the bench area, the flames were rapidly spreading, again, due to the fire, at least 40 miles an hour up there. So my main concern was actually more so there was a family, a father and his 2 kids with him that also had to come down the trail as quick as possible. And just before the fire started, as I started my ride, I noticed another family that was just above where the fire started. I did not see them as I came back down, and pretty much, my main concern was just the safety of others while I was standing there making sure everything was okay.
Timeline here for us. We noticed the aerial assault, and we noticed it quickly. How soon were firefighters on, not only on the front lines, but how soon were they there with the aerial assault and the aerial attack?
Great question. Love the question. So I don't know if it was shared, but I'm a retired police officer from another state. And as I got to the bottom of where the trail officially starts in the parking lot, I made sure at least 1 or 2 people were on the phone with 911. I'm very happy to report that we were able to get through almost immediately, and we had LAPD 1 cruiser there within, I believe, 5 to 6 minutes range. And shortly afterwards, there was already a county helicopter cruising by, and basically over the next 10 minutes time,
wow,
there were at least 5 to 6 other planes, helicopters already dropping. From my standpoint, very impressive for the amount of chaos that obviously Los Angeles has seen over the past couple of days.
John, you tell us you're an ex-officer, ex-law enforcement. Explains why you were concerned about the other people on the mountain trail there, their safety. But were you ever concerned you would be trapped up there?
I would be foolish to say that it wasn't a thought. Yes, the pathway on the trailhead, if you walk down, there's a very sharp left-hand turn that you take to get to the other side, right above the residential area. That was basically impassable, or starting to be impassable by the time I got there. Luckily, there is one very steep path from the point of where I was with the other family, and happy to report at least we made it down safely.
And before we let you go, based on what you've seen over the last 2+ hours here, what would you say about what the progress here?
So I just got back home maybe a half hour ago. Happy that at least at the trailhead, it seems like the fire is down. I'm also obviously very worried and very concerned about the rest of the trail. I actually have a biking crew that we ride pretty much twice a week back in that area. And over the past couple of years, we've noticed, the immense growth we've had of the vegetation, and now the lack of rain, unfortunately. Everything back there is very dry, and it's very concerning for everybody that lives in the area.
John, as a lot of people awoke this morning here in Southern California, they looked at what was going on. They felt that the wind situation wasn't as dire as it was the past couple of days. They sort of had this false sense of security. Were you in that group as well? I mean, you went biking today.
So as a rule of thumb, always stay alert, always be prepared. My plans and my original intentions were actually never to drop down into the valley area there to go biking. It was basically just like all the other families that were there, everybody is very curious. They're very concerned. Across the valley, I have an uncle that lives right by the section that's closed off by Topanga. I have another friend in Encino, and sort of a recon mission. Hey, let's make sure friends, family, colleagues, building structures are all as safe as possible. So I went up there and spent a few minutes, and unfortunately, all this is happening.
All right, go ahead.
John Lipiani, I was just going to say we certainly thank you for your time. Thank you for the video, and thank you for your witness to what you saw out there today.
No worries. Happy to be a resource.
All right. We want to now take it up topside to Eliana Moreno. And Eliana, we heard about the traffic from Jonathan Gonzalez. Now we have a bird's eye view of all that traffic out there.
Michael, yeah, let me show you this traffic because it is extremely heavy in both directions of the 101. That's what we're looking at here. So the cars coming at us, that's going to be your northbound drive. Cars going away, the taillights, it's going to be your southbound drive. But it doesn't really matter. Either side is exactly the same in terms of how heavy it is. And what I do notice is we still have a lot of personnel, both fire and police, that are making their way to the scene. You'll notice just beyond these trees, there's kind of a tree in the way, but it's coming in a frame right now. I'll zoom in on it. It's a little bit hard to see, but you'll notice that a police officer, likely a CHP officer or LA County Sheriff's Department official, is using that center lane, that emergency lane, to get by because the traffic is so heavy. So even if other drivers wanted to move out of the way, they really can't. Really smoky conditions, as you can see. You don't need me to tell you that, which makes it extremely difficult for drivers to navigate through this area. It's a very low visibility. So if you can avoid being in the area, of course, that is ideal. The CHP, of course, has the option of shutting the area down and preventing vehicles from driving through this area. But the problem is we still have a lot of those mandatory evacuations. People are trying to leave the area. They need the 101 to get away from this area because there really isn't another freeway in this area. The nearest ones are going to be the 23 in Thousand Oaks and then the 118 up in Simi Valley. So it would be a long ways away for some of these drivers to be able to jump on any other freeway, which is why the 101 is so crucial. So again, if you have no business being out here, if you can just stay home, if you were normally using the 101 to get home after leaving work, find your favorite alternate, take that instead. I can guarantee you that whatever that is, it's going to be moving a lot better than either direction of the 101. Now, moving over to the fire, I'm just moving over to the north. So this is going to be, of course, north of the 101 or west of Valley Circle. These were those flames I was showing you before that I was saying we're going to advance to the west, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We continue to watch them advance to the west. We've got a lot of power lines, and that's never good. Hopefully those power lines have been de-energized by now. But if that fire continues to push towards the west, that is how we're going to end up in this community of ranch-style homes that I was showing you earlier, where we do have Ventura County Fire performing structure protection efforts. And I did see a lot of residents evacuating. These are all horse properties, as you can tell, based off of the land. And so what we are seeing are a lot of residents understandably probably panicking right now, getting their beloved horses into trailers and just getting them away from the area. Pierce College is usually a resource center for large animals like this. The fire is currently to the west of Pierce College, so I can only assume that it is still open and accepting large animals. But of course, if you can call in, check before you make your way that way. Again, this fire continuing to make that push towards the west, and it had the potential for 1,000 acres, and this is really where they're getting the 1,000 acres, is this entire hillside. If the fire continues to push this way, these hills would burn. But fortunately, due to the very effective aerial assault that we have seen, both fixed wing and rotary wing, this fire has really had its growth slowed. There's a tanker coming in right now. He'll stay high, he'll survey the area, figure out where's the best way to make his fire retardant drop so that he can be as precise and effective as possible.
Someone used to liken that to aerial ballet. I mean, when you think about the skill that's involved in that, you've got all the fixed wings there, you've got the choppers dropping water as well. It really is something to see.
Absolutely. They are so highly skilled, and thank goodness that they are out here this afternoon and evening, because they're definitely needed on a fire in this type of terrain.
All right, Eliana, we will continue with your shot here. We want to remind our viewers now it is 5 o'clock, and we are continuing our live coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live here on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. Good evening, everyone. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. The newest fire we've been covering all afternoon, the Kenneth fire. This one is burning near West Hills. It has burned nearly 800 acres so far. As we've been telling you, evacuation orders, mandatory evacuation orders are in place for Hidden Hills, parts of Calabasas, north of the 101.
All right, this is the very latest here on the fires in Altadena. The Eaton fire is burning more than 13,000 acres and is 0% contained. At least 5 people have died, and evacuation orders are still in effect. Pasadena City's PIO says more than 1,000 people spent the night at the shelter. That's located over at the Pasadena Convention Center. We're also getting new information on the Palisades fire. LA City Fire estimated more than 5,000 buildings have been destroyed in that fire. Not only Pacific Palisades, but the Malibu areas as well. That's up from the 1,000 we knew about here as early as this morning. And today, we also learned that one confirmed death along PCH near Duke's Malibu. The Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres and is 0% contained.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, we're waiting on a news conference with city leaders from downtown LA. You can see they're moving into the room right now. That is supposed to begin at any moment, and we will take it live as soon as it does. Meantime, we're going to go back topside with Ileana Marina, live in News Chopper 4. Once again, she's over the Kenneth fire. And Ileana, I wanted to ask you, what are you feeling in terms of the winds out there right now? We knew it was turbulent over a lot of the area today because of winds. I'm talking about the Eaton fire, the Palisades area with that fire. What about the Kenneth fire in West Hills?
Fortunately, at the altitude that my pilot James Pollard has us here in News Chopper 4, where you can see we're kind of low level, which is actually lower than what you've seen in our coverage the last couple days. With this particular terrain, with this area, we're actually doing really well at a lower altitude, so things feel pretty smooth for us here. But when we first arrived to the Kenneth fire at about 2:45, the palm trees were almost bent sideways. The winds were pretty strong in the area, which is what caused it to grow as quickly as it did. At first reports, it was about 20 acres. It started as a grass fire, and grass fires, they burn very quickly. There's a fire retardant drop there. That's the guy we were watching before. We were waiting for him. There he goes. Beautiful. I always love watching these because I love seeing how effective they are. And you'll see it won't necessarily knock out those flames, but the goal here was to lay the retardant ahead of those flames. So what should happen is that should be the very last line of flames. It shouldn't be able to go beyond that, because all of that area has now been wet down by that fire retardant. That won't stop embers, of course. Embers don't respect fire retardant lines, but fortunately at this point it seems like the winds are starting to calm down in this area, so we're not really seeing too much of an ember cast, and hopefully, cross our fingers, the fire will hold to those 800 acres in this what's almost like a gully.
All right, that was Ileana Moreno live for us in News Chopper 4 over the Kenneth fire. We want to get to NBC4's Lolita Lopez. She's in Altadena at Lake Avenue and New York Drive. Lolita.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, I just want to tell you, we're waiting for the city officials, but a little over an hour ago, county officials did speak, and they talked specifically about arrests of looters, people they do not want in these areas, especially after dark. Since that time, we have seen, look at this, closures, at least in this location and others. We saw a truck full of road closed signs that had come through. They are really ramping up the closures of this area with sheriff department and deputies here, making sure that no one that is not supposed to be up here number does not get up here, including even residents who are trying to either come back to see their homes, trying to figure out where they are, and if they can come back. At this point, they want no one, even those who may be connected to this area, to come here. We have seen a little bit of spot fires in this area, but really it is about protecting property and community. We've also seen firefighters from Sacramento, San Jose, as well as water trucks, these storage water trucks here in the area. They're laying low at the bottom of the foothill, just making sure that if something does happen, that they are ready. We're here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Lolita and Michael, to that end, I want to let you know that we've had Sheriff Luna announce that he will be calling in the National Guard and implementing curfews to help with the looting situation. Michael, the last number I had, Lolita, maybe you have an update on this. If not, we expect to get one from city leaders when they have this news conference. The last number we had was 20, or has that grown? 20 looters arrested?
He actually said the preliminary number right now, and those numbers have ranged. He gave us a number of 12 at the last press conference, 12. And he talked about that curfew. The goal is to implement a curfew around the 2 fire areas. And of course, we're talking about the Eaton fire over in Altadena and the Palisades fire. They're hoping to do that by tonight, but there might be some legal issues that they have to. So they said, if not then by tomorrow. And that curfew is going to run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah. All right, our Melissa McGee is standing by with more on what we can expect in terms of the winds and the weather this evening. Just know that we will break away as soon as this news conference starts.
Yeah, so just let me know when that happens. But we're tracking that latest fire, you guys, the Kenneth fire that's burning next to the West Hills area. And you can see the First Alert Radar Network showing you not only can we detect that with our smoke and our radar network here, but we're also picking up smoke from the Palisades fire. But this is the latest one coming away, moving away from West Hills, from the north and west, all the way down to the south and east, all the way down to the beach. So the latest observation data showing you the winds are fairly light in that spot. We do have some gusts. Palo Camado Canyon, we've got gusts up to 34 miles per hour. Las Virgenes Road gusting up to 23 miles per hour. So the winds are certainly a factor. The Santa Anas are fueling those flames out ahead of where the fire is currently burning. But the relative humidity dropping down into the low teens and the single digits. It is incredibly dry, and there's a lot of dry vegetation on the ground as well. Wind alerts to tell you about. A lot of these did expire yesterday, and they're up once again this afternoon because of the positioning of this area of low pressure that's really responsible for creating a tight pressure gradient and allowing those winds to funnel in here in Southern California. So a wind advisory is up for areas in LA County from West Covina back across Van Nuys, Agora Hills, West Hills is included in that, as well as Calabasas. So you are anticipating winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Then the high wind warning, that's the mustard shaded color. We have gusts later on tonight, right through your Friday, anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour, and some isolated gusts a little stronger than that. Current gusts across our region. I want to show you what's going on. They're void here in LA County, but we're starting to see those winds in those typical wind-prone spots where we always see them this time of year. 30 miles per hour in Santa Clarita. We've got a gust up to 31 miles per hour there in Ontario. But I want to show you the wind gusts futurecast for areas in LA County, and specifically out across areas in Topanga, Malibu, and up across areas in Calabasas. You can see Woodland Hills. We're tracking those gusts. We'll continue to do so as we go throughout the rest of tonight. I'll send it back over your way, guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. We want to get to NBC4's Robert Kovacic. He's live for us covering the Pacific Palisades fire. Robert.
And Michael and Colleen, let's explain to you what's going on here now. We are at Mandeville and Sunset. The line of cars you see right here, it is a little bit confusing. So what is happening is the LAPD and the various agencies they've contracted with, for instance, this is someone from Airport Police, they are allowing people back into their homes, but only to get medicine. So you need to show your ID, and you need to have like a proof of medicine that you need to pick up, and it doesn't end there. Then you have to wait here for the LAPD or for another member of law enforcement to escort you to their home. and to your home. They do not want you staying inside of your home. They don't want you to remain there. This is still a very active fire scene. They still have a fire that is moving actually into this area. They're watching it creep. They're standing by. They are still in an active firefight. So what we have here are some people who are trying to just get in, check in on their homes. But here's the deal. They are going to turn you around. They are not going to let you in unless you have proof of ID and unless you can explain to them that your purposes of needing to go home are specifically for some type of medicine or for something that you need for your health or your family's health. Also, what we have seen, which has been really impressive and heartwarming, is a number of people have stopped by to bring food and water to these first responders that have remained at these roadblocks that we see here. So when you try to come into the Palisades, you ain't going to be able to come home yet, guys. It's not happening. You're not going to. And just it's a very complicated situation, and you don't want to tie up traffic by just saying, I just need to go home, make sure my home is okay, because I know that is something everybody wants to do. But you see here, this is, you know, an officer trying to explain to a gentleman that he needs help. And let me take your hand. It's okay. I won't put you on camera. I know you don't want to be. This poor woman is trying to explain that, you know, her ID is a P.O. box number. And so she doesn't have a proof of a specific address, but she needs to get her medicine. So we are escorting her to go and talk to an officer. You can lean against my car right there and somebody will be able to help you. Hey, sir, this lady, she's got Spectrum on the phone and they can give you proof of her identification and her address. So you see right here, the officer he's taking people's IDs. So when they go up with the police escort, they got to come back to get their driver's license. So this is the situation right now. For those of you who live in the Palisades fire, they will let you back in only to get medicine, but don't come down here without an ID. Try to bring a prescription and try to explain to them exactly why you need to be here, because as you see, they're going to do a big interview before they even consider allowing you in, and to do that, they will need to escort you. Let's go back to you guys. And of course, one more thing we do want to point out, in about an hour's time, we have a curfew that's going to be in place as well. So we're going to watch how that plays out for you, and we'll have more for you after the news conference and when this curfew is enacted.
All right, Robert, thank you. And of course, once again, we are waiting for that news conference. As you can see, this is going to be a long, tedious process of checking IDs, then getting escorts up into the hills. As we've mentioned, we have reporters, NBC reporters from all across the country, helping us with our coverage out here. Dana Williams from NBC San Diego is at the Eaton fire in Altadena. And Dana, I understand you're on West Terrace Street and Glen Rose right now, the James Village area.
Correct. That's where we are. This is a historic and very, very tight-knit community. So many of these homes this year were turning 100. So you could truly say this is a 1 in 100 years fire for this area. Look just to this side here. This is what most of the homes look like. You're looking at 273 West Terrace Street. And just before you guys came to me, you were talking a lot about protections into the night, looting, all sorts of things that Sheriff Luna has warned he will not tolerate. This is what this street looks like. There's nobody here. It's nearly silent. Once it gets dark, there's no power. We've seen a lot of utility crews coming through, making sure that all of these power lines are off. But the thing that is most concerning, Paul, if you walk toward me a little bit here, on this entire street, not a single home survived past 273, except for 281. These are the homes, obviously, that people are concerned about, first responders are concerned about. This is nearly a miracle. If you look closer, they still have a wreath. We're just going to watch out for these power lines. They still have a wreath with its lights on their front door, obviously reminiscent of the holidays that were likely spent here just a couple weeks ago. But again, this is James Village. If we look, you can see all of these homes. They're built as historic cottages, a lot of them Spanish and English style. All of these chimneys are really all that's left here, and you can still see that each home has a little open flame near gas lines. We saw gas crews also coming through today, making sure that they were turning those off. It is heartbreaking. I spoke with somebody who grew up here. He says his dad helped build an addition on one of these homes, and he just cannot even believe this. He described actually that they used to sit on their front porch and they would watch flames on the Angeles Crest right next to us here All of these years, they never anticipated that it would ever get close to actually their house. Now it's here and they just don't know what they're going to do next. Thankfully, a lot of these people have been here for generations, and so they do have family nearby. But again, this is a look at Jane's Village on the 200 block, and it's not looking good. Again, I'm Dana Williams. Back to you guys.
Appreciate that perspective. Thank you. We want to get to NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She's live in the Pacific Palisades. She's near the intersection of Swarthmore Avenue and Antioch Street. Karma.
Yes, coming to you from an area that used to be a busy shopping complex. Behind me was a CVS, a popular clothing store, now just rubble, just another one of the scenes. We've been showing you so many homes that have been destroyed, but of course businesses, schools here in the Palisades, as the fire behind me continues to smolder, and even some flames within neighborhoods. Now we're starting to also see people make their way back. As we just heard from Robert's report, officially people are not allowed back in the neighborhoods. However, we are seeing some very determined people figure out a way to make it happen. They're concerned about their homes. They want to see for certain what has remained and what hasn't. One person did talk to me, and he shared that he's just gotten this image that all of the Palisades is gone, and so he just had to come and see, you know, if there was anything left standing. And so we should be clear from our reporting, while there has been a significant amount of loss and destruction here, there still is so much that has been saved and many neighborhoods that have been saved. We did catch up with one family who had a very interesting story as they were evacuating. They were actually on a plane heading to vacation in Cabo, or Cancun rather, at the time that the fire broke out. They saw the alerts, but they were literally sitting on a plane and they took off. There was nothing they can do about it. They got back as quickly as they could, but when we talk about preparations, having that go bag, they didn't have that option. So they literally came back with just the vacation clothes on their back. They've got flip-flops, they've got shorts, and that's all they have. If you take a look at this video, this is some of them sifting through the rubble. It was a father and son, the Nguyen family, and just telling me about the heartbreak. They said they had mentally prepared themselves for the fact that their Palisades home had been lost, but actually setting eyes on it, they say, was just devastating. Take a listen.
We're trying to find, you know, any items, and I think anything that we can hold on to a memory with would help us to heal and to remember this house that was so important to our family and to our kids. So I think that was the goal.
I'm 20 now, and I've been here since I was around 2 years old, and it's just, I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life, just seeing my home like this.
It was hard to see the Nguyen family go through that, but we really appreciate them sharing their story. One thing we can note as we saw people going back and checking out their properties or checking out friends' homes is that it still remains a really dangerous situation on the ground. There's a reason people aren't being let back in, and not just because of the active fire, but because these homes that have burned down have all sorts of dangerous things on the ground. And so just a reminder. And so that's the latest here from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma, thank you. We want to switch live right now to this press conference with the latest information from downtown LA.
We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place south of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor.
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the President announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Criswell will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post, in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period, 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do what is ever is necessary to get us past this crisis, and we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company, because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time. If you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now, first of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. Let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild, because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now, as you heard. Please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire, is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department Arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect, or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Before the superintendent, we'll hear from the sheriff.
I'm sorry. My mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
Forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades fire, at the Eaton fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources. The city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia, and I'm sure as time goes on there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriffs, or National Guardsmen, as we see. And then the state, again, I can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean DeRee from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources and using them through a mutual aid response throughout the county. I want to switch gears momentarily. You've heard the word curfew come up a couple of times. We as the county are in the process with our attorneys and our Office of Emergency Management of drafting that curfew paperwork. And as we're doing that, I cannot tell you if the curfew will be enacted tonight. The goal is for it to be enacted tonight, but once we get everything done, we may enact it tomorrow night. That being said, I want to make sure, and we've said it a couple of times, in the areas that have been evacuated, do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained. You will be arrested if you're doing there and you're up to no good. As the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney, who says that they will prosecute without hesitation. So please make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew for clarification is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory. Santa Monica, self-explanatory, and the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county, state, and federal entities who have been responsive, who have been supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends and the continuity of these awful fires, that would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers across Los Angeles Unified. We recognize that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision. That is why we partner aggressively, and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology relying on digital resources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity, obviously not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community or perhaps the country have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente agradecer a nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, los líderes locales, estatales y federales que están aquí con nosotros.
All right, we've been listening to the superintendent of LAUSD talking about all the precautions they'll be taking for students. He said that school will be closed tomorrow, but before they even open the schools have to be cleaned inside and outside. They have to replace all the filters, making sure it's safe for students there.
We also heard that National Guardsmen have been staged. They are ready to go. Their first missions, the Palisades and Eaton fire areas. And throughout the city of Los Angeles, requests have been made in Arcadia and Pasadena as well. And they're going to be here to assist with things like traffic control and infrastructure protection and checkpoint entries.
Yeah, some of those things that we saw with Robert Kovacic, where the people are going into the area to get medications and things. So they'll be checking to see if people live there. As well, I heard a term today I don't think I've ever heard, and that is looting suppression. That was used by law enforcement there, and to that end, authorities say more looting arrests have been made in the evacuation zones of both major wildfires burning in Southern California.
At least 20 people have been arrested, most in the Altadena area. Investigative reporter Eric Leonard has been running down the details. Joins us live now from Altadena with the very latest. Eric.
Yeah, hi, Michael and Colleen. The numbers are a little bit unclear. We're working to get through all of that, but you heard lots of talk tonight from a variety of officials about the concerns about looting, especially when you have huge swaths of Southern California, many square miles that are under these evacuation orders, and the instructions to the people who live in those areas were to leave, and in many cases, leave your homes unlocked and open so that emergency people can get in if they need to, if the fire begins to spread. And of course, that becomes really perilous if there are people running around trying to take advantage of the situation. Well, as we've been reporting today, there are as many as 20 people who have been arrested on suspicion of looting, most of them here in the Eaton fire evacuation zone.
So they're knocking on the door, peeking through the window.
Pasadena resident Akeem Mayer says he saw two men being detained by police who he says had been poking around a home that burned.
And just digging through people's stuff while the house is still burning. And, the cops will pull up and ask, the information about the house, if they live there or not. And they couldn't tell them any information. So that's when the cops started to arrest them.
Those men could be among the at least 18 looting arrests in the Eaton fire evacuation areas that Sheriff Robert Luna says have happened since the fire ignited earlier this week.
We have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting.
Other law enforcement officials tell us 2 of the arrests were made in the Palisades fire evacuation zone, including one person detained on suspicion of burglary. In past fires, undamaged homes abandoned by evacuees were the most common targets, sometimes burglarized by thieves who were able to slip past law enforcement roadblocks that are designed to keep neighborhoods safe. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says his office will file the most serious charges possible.
You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal.
Given all of the chaos and the intensive efforts in all different parts of LA County right now, it's been difficult to get the specifics on exactly who has been detained by law enforcement. We don't have names, we don't have locations, we certainly don't have any criminal charges. None have been filed by the district attorney's office as from their office this afternoon. You also heard all this discussion about bringing in National Guard troops. They're going to assist with manning checkpoints like the one behind me here in Altadena. That will free up law enforcement to do more proactive work, patrols inside the neighborhoods to make sure nobody is inside the houses that have been evacuated out of necessity. Live in Altadena, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, appreciate it. Thank you. It's just after 6 o'clock, and we are continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live here on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We just heard from Mayor Karen Bass, along with LAFD Fire Chief Crowley and law enforcement leaders, as well as yet another fire has started out there tonight. We're talking about the Kenneth fire. This one is burning near the West Hills area. So far, this one has burned, and it started about 2:30 this afternoon. This one has burned nearly 800 acres. It's expected to continue to grow quickly, and that's because of those strong winds out there tonight, those Santa Ana winds. The fire initially triggered some evacuation orders for the Hidden Hills area and parts of Calabasas, just north of the 101. Some of the areas within that order were downgraded just after 5 o'clock this evening. LA Fire says the active areas of the fire are mostly situated right now within Ventura County.
The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event.
Over in Altadena, the Eaton fire has burned more than 13,000 acres. That is 0% contained. And we have some revised numbers here tonight. Officials now say 4 people have died in the Eaton fire. That's down from the initial 5 reported. One firefighter has been injured. We're told they were taken to a hospital. Now, evacuation orders are still in effect. Pasadena City's PIO says that more than 1,000 people spent the night at the shelter over at the Pasadena Convention Center. As we mentioned, the National Guard has been deployed to help with the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire.
Also, we're getting new information on the Palisades fire. We've learned of a second confirmed death there. The first one was reported at a home on PCH, that's near Dukes in Malibu. The second one reported on Friend Street near the George Wolfberg Park area. There's also an update on acres burned there, just under 20,000 acres right now. So far, zero containment. LA City Fire estimating more than 5,000 buildings, closer to 5,300 in fact, have been destroyed in the Palisades fire in the Malibu area. That's up from just 1,000 yesterday. Again, they're trying to get a count on the area, and they can only get that in daylight hours. All LAUSD schools, offices, and extracurricular activities closed once again tomorrow. School board officials will monitor the fire emergency over the weekend to figure out whether or not those closures will continue on Monday.
We begin our live team coverage here tonight with Eliana Moreno. She's live at News Chopper 4 over the fire there in Pacific Palisades. Eliana.
And we're actually shooting this from the San Fernando Valley, Michael, because I wanted to give you this perspective of what the Palisades fire looks like from the valley. Now, you'll notice that the very top of the ridge there, we are seeing a lot of active flame, and it goes for quite the distance here as I move the shot from east to west. But as I widen out the shot, I want you to look at the homes below. Now, those homes are all in Tarzana, and what I want to do real quick is I'm going to throw up our map. I wanted to show you some of the streets that run here through the area, but I also want to show you that address that I put in there, that 4000 Reseda Boulevard address. That's the address to the Braemar Country Club. A lot of people here in the area will be familiar with that. Now, the reason I'm showing you this perspective instead of the south side is right now the fire appears to be at the very top of the ridge. Now, I'm just thinking back to the La Tuna fire back in 2017 that we covered in the La Tuna area and then made its way over the Verdugo Mountains and eventually ended up on the Burbank side of it all, and then Burbank residents had to evacuate. So just out of an abundance of caution, I just wanted to let the people of the Tarzana area know what the fire is doing, because I know that if you're looking out your back door right now in any of these residential communities, like right there off of Marquez Avenue, I know you're seeing those flames, and I know it's a little nerve-wracking. These homes are not under any sort of evacuation warning or even a mandatory evacuation, of course, but I know it's very nerve-wracking to see those flames right in the hillside behind you. So I just wanted to make sure everyone could see what that looks like. At this point, the winds are headed in the opposite direction, so we don't anticipate that they'll make their way down and into these communities. But of course, with a shift in the wind, that is a possibility. So again, if you are starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, if you feel like it's going to take you a little bit longer to evacuate, if the winds were to shift and start making their way down the hill, it would be a great time to just start getting your go bag ready, just in case the fire does continue to make its way uphill. But again, at this point, it is still at the very top of the ridge here and not yet into the San Fernando Valley.
Boy, you know, I'm looking at that, Michael and Ileana. Years and years ago, I lived right off Reseda at Braemar there, and I look at that and I think of the distance that I thought that was, and it seems ever so close now when you look at the flames in the background. All
right, Melissa McGee is here with us now. Again, we have been keeping a very close eye on the winds, and the big question is, what are we looking forward to over the next couple of hours?
As we go throughout the rest of tonight, we still have the wind advisories and the high wind warnings. Things will shift once we get into our Friday afternoon. I'm going to show you what that looks like, but I want to show you as well the latest observation data. Eliana was talking about the Palisades fire and how she was showing you her pictures from the San Fernando Valley. Now here's the latest with what's going on with that fire. Topanga Beach, good news for you. The winds are calm. Same thing in Santa Monica. Also, the relative humidity is starting to rise as well. Topanga Beach, you've got moisture coming in from the ocean right now, up to 75%. But here's my issue. Santa Monica Mountains, you're still seeing winds gusting up to 37 miles per hour. And there is a high wind warning for the Santa Monica Mountains. So it's very possible that in this spot, we could have winds gusting anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour as we go throughout the rest of tonight and, for that matter, into the start of the day on Friday. Also keeping a close eye on what's going on with the Kenneth fire. This is breaking out close to West Hills. In fact, here's the fire. West Hills is actually to the north and east of where this fire initially broke out here. But we look at some of the observation sites, the canyons there. We've got winds gusting up to 33 miles per hour, and the winds are moving off to the north and west, sustained at 21 miles per hour. And Las Virgenes Road, we've got a wind gusting up to 23 miles per hour. But here, the relative humidity is in the single digits and the teens. So the air is so dry, the fuel on the ground is dry as well. I want to talk about what we can expect as we press forward for the rest of tonight and into our Friday. What we're starting to see this evening is that the shifting of the winds is causing some hot spots to flare up. We saw that last night with the Palisades fire and this afternoon with the Kenneth fire close to the West Hills area. So this is allowing rapid expansion of the flames, and you've got the Santa Anas to help push those flames forward as well. Here's the other problem. All of this smoke, no matter where you live here in Southern California, is causing areas of poor air quality. I want to show you as we look at a live picture of downtown Los Angeles. If you look closely, you can kind of see a cast of gray out in the atmosphere here. That is all of the soot, the particulate matter, all of the smoke and the ash going well up into the upper levels of the atmosphere. We've got wildfire smoke advisories from LA County, and they extend all the way down to the south and east out across areas in Orange County and portions of the Inland Empire. But let's talk about those winds for the rest of tonight. We've got high wind warnings that have been posted for Orange County and the IE. But here's a wind advisory from West Covina and LA County back across areas close to where that West Hills fire is. So that's Agora Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, West Hills. We could find winds gusting tonight anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. So that's a concern for those communities. Let's talk about the winds. And I really want to show you this because Michael asked the question of what we can anticipate. Later on this evening, we've got these winds for Woodland Hills up to 30 miles per hour. So the winds are blowing off to the north and east and blowing that smoke that's not in your region. It's actually just to the west of you there in West Hills. It's moving down to the north and west. Later on tonight, some strong winds out across areas in Moore Park up to 40 miles per hour. Same thing in Thousand Oaks, watching Topanga Beach as well as Malibu very closely. This is what I want to show you as we get into our Friday morning. Winds still out of the northeast, and then we get a bit of a break. It's a brief break as we get into Friday evening. You notice the winds. Look at the wind arrows and the wind direction. We're getting that wind coming in from the west, so some moisture from the ocean working its way inland. That is great in terms of the firefighting efforts because you're no longer dealing with those dry conditions. You do get some help with Mother Nature in the sense that the winds are starting to shift around. That will likely change the way in which the firefighters try to get an upper hand on the fires here. It is brief because once we get into Friday night into our Saturday, there's a possibility of more Santa Ana. So I want to show you what's going on. Winds are starting to increase tonight. We've got that northeasterly wind gusting to 50 to 65 miles per hour with the high wind warning. And then we've got poor air quality across our region, critical fire concern because it's so dry. And then more winds are possible this weekend. It's a very similar setup to what we're currently seeing. We're tracking another trough of low pressure dropping down to the south, and then we've got this ridge of high pressure out to the west of us, so it creates this tight pressure gradient. So Saturday night into Sunday, the potential of more Santa Anas that will be on the way. So we're monitoring conditions very closely. So we get a bit of a break as we get into Friday morning into the afternoon, but then they reverse around once again just in time for our weekend. So a lot to go over and some big concerns as we press forward. Michael and Colleen, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. For the past couple of days, we've seen her reporting from the Palisades fire. Valina Jones from our station in the Bay Area is live right now in West Hills with some new information and an update on some of those evacuation orders in the Kenneth fire. Valina.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're here on Victory Boulevard where this was closed down for several hours when that fire erupted. Just about 30 minutes ago is when they cleared the area, and so people can go back to their homes. The evacuation order has been lifted here in this area by LAFD, but there are still mandatory evacuation orders in place towards the south of us. Now, up here on the hill on Victory Boulevard is where that fire started, right at the Victory Trailhead. We were up there earlier and could see what fire crews were dealing with. We saw line crews going up onto the top of the trailhead trying to get on top of this fire. We saw a lot of air support, multiple different helicopters putting support from the air down onto this fire, and they were able to put the fire out just at the top of this trailhead quite quickly, but then the winds moved it south. I just spoke to a neighbor here in this area who came home for the first time since those evacuation orders were lifted, and she asked us, she was unsure if she could come back even though cars were starting to come into this area, because she said her neighbors still hadn't come back. She didn't know if it was okay. We shared the good news with her, and she was so thankful that she's back in her home and that the winds have shifted. But of course, that is now a concern for the communities to the south now towards Ventura. And so that is where the fire is moving. They have set up a command post at Calvary Community Church towards that direction. And so that's kind of what fire crews are dealing with right now. Here they got a handle on it very quickly, but of course the wind has continued to be an issue in all of these fires that we have seen throughout the LA area, and that continues to be an issue tonight with the winds pushing towards Ventura, those mandatory evacuations still in place. But here tonight, we're seeing people kind of trickle in back home. We know that there are still a lot of fire crews up at the top of this trailhead, just keeping an eye on things. We saw over 17 trucks. So there was a lot of help here from different communities, just trying to get a handle on this fire to make sure that it doesn't explode like the other fires that we've seen.
All right, so Valina, we know evacuations are certainly top of mind, so we want to get to NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. She's live in our newsroom now with more on the evacuation orders and warnings this hour.
Michael, Colleen, we want to show our viewers a map of all the evacuation warnings and orders in place right now for the wildfires. Here's the map. The yellow sections here are for the evacuation warnings. The red sections are for evacuation orders, which means there is an immediate threat to life. You know, since Tuesday, these fires have forced thousands of people to leave their homes. Let's go ahead and start with the Kenneth fire burning in West Hills at this hour. The evacuation order has now been downgraded to an evacuation warning there. So that is the latest update. And that warning includes the areas north between Ingomar and Satakoy Street, south between Burbank Boulevard and County Lane Road, and east to Valley Circle Boulevard. The Ventura County Fire Department and the LA County Fire Department are both working together on this fire. Now let's go ahead and show you the Pacific Palisades fire here that has grown to over 19,000 acres in size. The areas under evacuation orders are north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenta Road, and south to PCH. Over to the Eaton fire that has scorched more than 13,000 acres since Tuesday. The evacuation order area covers about 13.5 miles, stretching from La Cañada, Flint Ridge, all the way east to Monrovia. It also includes the area north of Orange Grove and Rosemead Boulevard, and west of Michelinda Avenue and east of Lake Avenue. We now want to show you a map of the Hearst fire in Sylmar. An update here as of 3 this afternoon. The Los Angeles Fire Department says evacuation orders have been lifted for this area. Keep in mind, warnings remain in place for people's safety. The area of evacuation warning includes the area west of Interstate 5 to Weldon Canyon, Sunshine Canyon Landfill, and Oak Tree Gun Club. The warning area also includes the area south of East Canyon Motorway and I-5 North. We are going to continue to monitor the evacuation orders and warnings in place at this hour, and want to remind you to scan the QR code on your screen there to get the latest updates on the wildfires and the weather conditions. That's the very latest from the newsroom. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Camilla, thank you for that. That's a lot to take in, and that's why we have that QR code on the screen there. So if you missed anything, online. Just click on that and we are good. We're going to check in with Robert Kovacic. You hear him in the background there. Robert, are you still at that checkpoint in the Palisades?
I am, and this is exactly what you don't want to do. This is a family that arrived back here at Mandeville Canyon and Sunset with their suitcases, wanting to come home because they feel like it's time now to come home, and that is absolutely not going to happen. When you joined us about an hour ago, you saw a lineup of cars here being checked by the LAPD. That lineup is for people who are allowed to re-enter the Pacific Palisades under very specific guidelines. Those guidelines are you have to show proof of ID, proof of residency. It has to say on your driver's license exactly where you live. It can't give a P.O. box or anything like that. You have to tell them why you are coming in, and they will specifically let you in if it involves medication or something for you or your family's health. And then they will escort you to your property, to your home, to your apartment, and then they will escort you right out. However, what happened tonight at 6 o'clock? No one is getting into the Palisades this evening. As you heard, the sheriff has said they're drafting a curfew plan, but whatever you want to call this right now, the LAPD has informed us that no one, they're turning them around, is getting into the Palisades tonight, even if you say, I need to get medication, I need to get in there for a specific reason. If that is the case, they invite you back tomorrow. They're hoping by 6 o'clock in the morning, with the sun up, 7 o'clock in the morning, they will be allowed to let you in. But again, it's going to be under a very strict escort, and you're not going to be able to linger inside of your home for very long. Also, just want to show you something that, you know, we talk about how the community is coming together. We're talking about all the people affected, but you can't forget about the first responders that are affected as well. Throughout the day, people have dropped off food and water for these people at the roadblocks on Mandeville Canyon at Kettner and throughout Sunset Boulevard as you head towards the beach. And just listen to what we witnessed a short time ago.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. Thank you. Would you guys like some food?
We're great. We just love watching you all do what you do.
We appreciate what they're all doing.
You're just taking care of our first responders?
Absolutely. We got our whole community to get enough money together to pay for 150 sandwiches. So we're just going around to the fire departments right now and delivering them. And we're going to be delivering on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday because the response was so great that we ended up raising like almost $10,000.
Now, what community are we talking about specifically?
Well, it's the community of Beverly Hills, but we all put it on social media, and our friends from all over the United States are calling in and donating right now.
You guys are terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Where can people go to donate, ladies, so we can let them know?
We put it on our personal Facebook page, but right now we're doing a lot of food from the Nosh at Beverly Hills. So call up and just tell them it's a meal to heal or for the firefighters, and they will be taking orders.
That's so great. And this poor man's finally going to get something to eat.
Oh, did you get some food? Did you guys get some food?
We're good. No, we're good.
So this is what is happening right now in the Pacific Palisades, as you see here at Mandeville Canyon and Sunset. You are not going to be allowed to get back into the Pacific Palisades because as of tonight, the LAPD is blocking the roads for at least the next 12 hours. They want to make sure that crews can make sure that they can get in and do their work, whether they are with the LADWP or whether they are with members of different fire agencies. We just saw Santa Monica Fire come down off Mandeville Canyon, where they have been trying to hold the fire lines there as well. They are not only trying to effort in the firefight, the LAPD is also trying to protect your property and to keep looters and vandals away from these homes, the homes that are still standing, and to keep them safe. That's the very latest here at Mandeville and Sunset. I'm Robert Kovacic. Colleen and Michael, got to tell you again, and it's worth repeating, please, please, if you live in this area, don't come back here until tomorrow morning. And the only way they're going to let you back in is if you need medical supplies or there is a specific reason that you can tell these officers that will then have to escort you.
Good to know, Robert. Good to know. Thank you. And you know, what we saw with Robert and those ladies who pulled up really speaks to the fact that so many people want to reach out and help.
Yeah.
They want to volunteer. And as you saw there, really no gesture is too small.
I've been to the Nosh several times. Robert should have taken that sandwich.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty fantastic.
I'm sure he might be rethinking his decision right now. We have a programming note to share with you right now, an update. NBC Nightly News will be available on Cozy TV beginning at 6:30.
That's right. We are going to continue our coverage of the wildfire emergency impacting communities as the threat to your safety continues. And again, our coverage will continue right here. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt will be available again on Cozy TV. That's channel 4.2. Or better yet, just check your local listings.
Good idea. All right, we're going to check in right now with NBC4's Karma Dickerson, live once again for us. This is day 3 for her in the Palisades. She's near the intersection of Swarthmore Avenue and Antioch. Karma.
Yes, coming to you from the heart of the Palisades community, whereas Robert was at the entrance of people trying to get in. This is the heart of the commercial aspect of the community. Palisades Village, so many people come in here. These are well-known areas. It's where you come to get your groceries, where you come to get your coffee, and so much of it, as you can see behind me, is left in ruins. We're right off Sunset, not far from the area where Starbucks was. There's some cafes. We're right across from CVS. And while all of it is not gone in its entirety, there certainly is really destruction, property after property after property, and we continue to see people coming in, serving the area. That looks like a group of journalists there recording it. As Robert mentioned, this area is still officially closed to the public. We have encountered a few people who have made their way back, some pretty determined people who figured out their way in, and certainly not advisable, but you certainly also understand the drive to know what has happened to your home, to get a hold of anything that might help you. For example, this family, if you take a look at this video, this was a young man who was on vacation with his family as they were getting the evacuation alerts. They saw that something was happening. They were on a plane headed to Mexico to vacation. They got back as soon as they could, but they only had the clothes on their back, which were vacation clothes. And so they've got flip-flops, they've got t-shirts, they've got shorts. Looking through their property today, they've got nothing else. They lost all of their cars, all of their paperwork, all of their documents. And the father took it, he was taking it in stride. He was certainly hurt, but he said his biggest heartache was for his son, who had only known that home. Take a listen.
We're trying to find any items, and I think anything that we can hold on to a memory with would help us to heal and to remember this house that was so important to our family and to our kids. So I think that was the goal.
I'm 20 now, and I've been here since I was around 2 years old, and it's just, I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life, just seeing my home like this.
So that was Sean Nguyen. He's actually a student at Tulane. He was home for winter break, and his family was going to have just one last vacation. And if you hear Tulane, you're thinking New Orleans, and that's right. So he was here with his family when the terrorist attack hit New Orleans. That rocked him, that shook him up, that really hurt him to his core, and now he's experiencing that. So we have to remember not just the physical loss of things, but the emotional toll these disasters take on people. And for a lot of people, this new year has been filled with one thing after another of just some very heavy news. And so when we're grappling with and talking about rebuilding and recovering, it's on more than one level. That's the latest from the Palisades. Listen it back to you.
Karma, you're right about that. It has been a rough start to 2025.
Absolutely.
For so many people.
All right, Kevin McGowan, Director of LA County Office of Emergency Management, joins us live on the phone here right now. Kevin, are you with us?
I am here. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Well, I guess some might say you got some explaining to do, because we all got this emergency alert asking for it was actually an evacuation warning. And it freaked a lot of people out. What happened? Technical glitch, human error?
Yeah, thank you again for this opportunity. And my deepest and sincerest apology for the concern that you just raised that everyone throughout Los Angeles County experienced with that, with the wireless emergency alert that was sent out. when we were interfacing with the Emergency Operations Center and the Kenneth Fire Incident Command, there were zones that were being placed into evacuation orders and warnings, and orders. And when those incident commanders were designating that, our county's Emergency Operations Center and Office of Emergency Management, we issue those notifications through a system. The correct zones were initiated. However, there was an error in the system that then sent the wireless emergency alert to the entire county. We, as quickly as possible, then canceled that wireless emergency alert and began the process to issue a second wireless emergency alert to notify everyone that it was sent out in error.
Kevin, what do you do to make sure that doesn't happen again going forward?
Oh, we are working with the software currently troubleshooting it. I would like to express to everyone that we've sent out a significant amount of emergency alerts throughout this entire windstorm and multiple fires. We do not understand at the moment what caused that error. It wasn't a human error. The correct zones were initiated, so we are working to troubleshoot that to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
So this was essentially an evacuation warning for those within the Kenneth fire zone, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Overall, how has the system worked throughout all of this? How many of these alerts have you sent out? Is this the one that, you know, for lack of better explanation, got away from you?
I would be, I think that's a fair way of framing it. We have sent out, I don't have an exact number right now, we have sent out a significant amount of alerts during this for the Palisades fire, starting at the Palisades fire through the, you know, the following days. And this, I appreciate the way you framed it. This is one that had an error. The other ones have not had that error, and they've been issued as intended.
How do you mitigate the risk of this happening yet again?
We're working to mitigate it right now. I think that's the clearest answer I can give, is that we are working with our partners to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
And I'm sure you understand, you know, how this must have hit folks in the midst of what we are here in Southern California, with massive amount of fires burning. And again, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of trepidation. So to get a warning like this is just, it's terrifying.
I agree.
How reliant are people on these messages?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I said, how important are these messages? How reliant are people on these messages, these kinds of alerts? I mean, we're getting them now about evacuations. What other sort of messages come through your office here?
Oh, great question. So the wireless emergency alerts are primarily used for evacuation orders and warnings where there's a need to take an action, i.e., you know, for a warning, it's to be ready to leave. For an evacuation order, it means that there is a threat that you should leave. So the wireless emergency alert is a tool used to communicate that. There's also notifications that are sent out by emergency operations centers to that I would say have less severity associated with them. They're not an evacuation warning or order. They're more informational. And we use a variety of sources, including partnerships with the media, to communicate those messages.
Are you confident this one has been taken care of and fixed?
I am.
I guess what I'm grappling with here is the fact that if you don't know how it happened, how does your inquiry, how does your investigation begin?
Well, it begins because this is a tool that we are going to need to rely on as we continue to be in this environment. So the team is troubleshooting it as you would where you find other software errors. So we're continuing to work on that. I'm confident that we're going to work to solve this, and I think that also is related to the fact that we have issued other alerts without this error having occurred.
All right, Kevin McGowan with the Office of Emergency Management, Emergency Services, Communication here. Thank you so much for your explanation of what happened this afternoon. As Michael pointed out, we all got that alert just moments before 4 o'clock. And we wondered what we had missed because we have been tracking these fires, and I would say we probably know as much, if not more, than most in terms of what is happening out there. And we couldn't figure out what we'd missed, if our own areas had been affected. So thank you for the clarification on that.
All right, so okay. Absolutely. Kevin, thank you for that. Well, NBC4's Karen Wallace is monitoring the Palisades fire. She's along PCH here in Malibu on the coastline.
Well, and Colleen and Michael, let me first tell you why it's so important that no people get in here tonight except for first responders and law enforcement. Take a look. This is what half of this neighborhood looks like. You can see that burned out shell of a car, and behind it, that eerily high chimney. That is what much of this neighborhood looks like. We spent much of the day along the PCH, which, as you also know, is closed to non-emergency personnel, closed to just emergency personnel. And here's why. They are mopping up a lot of hot spots along the PCH, and it is incredibly still dangerous. There are telephone poles all over the place, downed lines, exposed nails, and they need to get in and out without hampering their efforts by just people trying to come in and see what's going on or try to get to their homes. And so they're mopping up there, and then of course they also have strike teams that are going into the canyons and still fighting this Palisades fire, which is the largest of them all. As we've been hearing, it has burned nearly 20,000 acres. It has destroyed 5,000 structures, homes like all of these, and we have learned today that there are 2 deaths. So, you know, it's incredibly difficult not to be able to get back into your neighborhood, as we've been saying, not to try to get to your house and see what's left, if anything, but they have to do their job, and utility crews are also out all over the place tonight, trying to get those downed lines out of the way, and so the cleanup can begin. And so sometime, hopefully in the next couple of days, people can get back into their homes. Back to you.
All right, Sarah Wallace reporting there for us. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We're going to check in once again with Ileana Marino. She is live overhead in News Tower 4 at the Palisades fire. This is along the Sullivan Ridge Trail. We're looking at a lot of active flame out there, Ileana.
Yeah, this is the biggest area of flame here, as you said, off of Sullivan Fire Road. And this is the south side of the Palisades fire. Earlier, we were coming to you from the San Fernando Valley, which would make it the north side. So this is the south side. And so what I want to do here, we obviously see that large flame of fire there, that large area that's burning. But I want to show you, using our map, what the terrain looks like and what's ahead if those flames continue to push in that northwesterly direction. So bear with me here as I give you our essentially our overhead map image so that you can see that essentially the area that I'm pushing in on now is where the flame is, and you can see it's just a mountainous area. It's all brush. There's no homes up ahead. So in the direction that the fire is heading right now, there's not going to be any structures in its path. Thankfully, a lot of those structures unfortunately have burned that are just below that ridge, and those are the homes that we see there. So let me bring it back live to our current image so that we can show you those flames again and the proximity to the nearest homes, which really isn't far at all. But again, the fire is burning away from these structures, so unless there's a significant shift in the winds, it shouldn't double back on itself and should just continue to burn that brush. And I'll widen out the shot again so I can give you a better perspective of what the fire continues to look like pretty much everywhere else. We do still have some pockets of flame. This is further to the east, kind of the northeast. This is basically the top of the ridge that I was showing you when we were on the San Fernando Valley side. These were the flames that were on the very top of the ridge and possibly starting to make their way south on that side of the hill. But again, at this point, they seem to be holding right at the top. We don't anticipate that they'll make their way down to the Tarzana side unless there's a significant shift in the winds, of course. And I'll continue to widen out the shot so you can look at Pacific Palisades here. Let me brighten up the image for you just a little bit. So again, these homes where you still see the light, those are the homes that have been untouched by the fire. But right here where I'm zooming in, where you just kind of see, light here and there, those are the homes that unfortunately were damaged or completely destroyed by the Palisades fire, where of course this fire does continue to burn.
We've been trying to pinpoint the leading edge of this fire. As we look at your picture here, is that what you would call this?
The leading edge of the fire, Colleen, I believe was your question. I believe that this is
Yes.
going to be it. This is the, so this is the most furthest west that we have in terms of flames. The most furthest east are those little flames right there. So right now the fire appears to be holding in this little canyon, this little gully area. And again, in the direction that the fire is burning, at least on this side of the mountain, there's no homes in the way. So that's why you're not really seeing what I would call an active firefight directly over these flames. There are aircraft here. I do see at least 2 or 3 firefighting aircraft. They are equipped with night vision goggles, so they will continue to do those nighttime drops. We won't be seeing any fixed-wing aircraft, though, of course, because at this time of the night, it is too dark for them to fly. But there is the request for them to come back first thing tomorrow morning so that they can continue the firefight. So there's one of the fire helicopters that I'm talking about there. So they're still here, they're still monitoring, and we do still have a lot of ground crews. In fact, I believe that's a couple of fire trucks up there. You'll notice there are lights here. Bear with me for just a moment while I throw in the doubler. So you see the hand crews up there doing what they can. Again, I was concerned about the top of that ridge because if there is a shift in the winds, those flames could go over the ridge and start making their way down into the San Fernando Valley and towards Tarzana. We saw a very similar fire behavior in the 2017 La Tuna fire when the fire started on the La Tuna side of the Verdugo Mountains, and then because of a shift in the winds made its way all the way to the top of the ridge of the Verdugos and then came down on the Burbank side. So when I saw that on the San Fernando Valley side, of course, that was my first concern. But again, at this point, the winds are in our favor, continuing to move away from homes on both sides of the mountains.
All right, Eliana Moreno live for us there in News Chapter 4. Let's switch on over to David Bigger. Again, you're keeping a very close eye on not only that video, but what's happening here with the current weather.
Yeah, so it's great that we have this shot from Eliana there because we've been working on updating some of our fire perimeters within our maps on our weather computers. So this is the most recent one that we have for the Palisades fire, and she was showing you this general area right in here. So again, the fire started down at about this area, it spread this way and also spread west all the way up to about where the Franklin fire burn scar is, which is right in this area here. So this seems to be that active area, and this is also getting higher and higher up in the Santa Monica Mountains. So likely around right in this area here is about the summit, some of the peaks. That's why you can probably see the glow from some parts of the San Fernando Valley. But the key thing is that's getting up to the ridgetop. Well, ridgetop observation sites are still showing that we've got winds out of the north right now at about 28 miles an hour, gusting to 34. So not saying that fire can't start to burn over the ridgeline, but the thing is, if flames are coming up the ridgeline here, they're likely being blown back by the wind on itself. So that's probably a little bit of a benefit right now. But yeah, this seems to be probably the more active area of fire. But if you look at our maps, you can already see this is a lot of communities right in here. Here's the 405, so that's 12-foot pass. But this is really just a lot of open space right now that it's burning through, which is what Eliana was just talking about there. So right now around the Palisades fire, as I mentioned, we still have a couple of gusts along the ridge tops. Around Malibu Creek, the gusts have picked up a bit, but only to about 15 miles an hour. Around Topanga Beach and around Santa Monica, the winds are relatively calm right now, which is good news for firefighting. I wanted to show you some of the conditions around the Kenneth fire. We've also added the burn scar now for this area that we just got in. You can see how it's kind of burned through a lot of this open space here. It has burned, it looks like, around this Malibu Canyon Canyon community right in this area, Malibu Canyon Apartments as well. So around Las Virgenes, we're looking at winds about 12 miles an hour from the north, gusting up to about 23. For some of the canyon winds, it's closer to maybe about 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts. Again, it's some of that channeling effect we get and some of our ridgetop winds as well. And through here, there's a couple of these little divots in the terrain. It's a lot of rolling hills through this area. And that's where we end up with the wind kind of getting channeled into a couple of different directions and swirling just a bit. Around the Calabasas area, though, the wind is more out of the northeast, 6 miles an hour, gusting up to 14. As we take a look at the Eaton fire burn scar, the main thing here is that it is still very calm out there. However, the humidity is still very low, 15% humidity for Loma Alta Park. Altadena, 14% humidity. Around this time last night, I remember talking about humidity is more in the 20 to 30% range. So it's definitely a lot drier out there right now. And you can see the burn scar area that the Eaton fire has chewed up. So here's what we're looking at with air quality right now across the region. Notice it's the eastern half of the San Fernando Valley extending down into the Glendale area and down into Los Angeles, looking at some of the red coloring, and that means unhealthy for everybody. Orange coloring is unhealthy for sensitive groups, so anybody with respiratory issues or maybe a heart condition should keep in mind that you really shouldn't be outside in any of this poor air quality. Definitely, you'll need an N95 mask if you are outside to filter out the particulates and to filter out any of the additional materials that's mixed into the smoke. There's a lot of building materials as well, anything essentially from all the burning homes and any of the buildings out there. The issue that we might have as we get into tomorrow, we still have the offshore winds for at least the morning, and I'll show you the futurecast in just a second. But during the afternoon, we'll actually get a bit of an onshore breeze, so it may take some of this smoke and then push it inland. So we may get some more smoke into parts of the San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire for tomorrow. It really depends on the timing of it, how much smoke the fire is putting up, and exactly how strong the winds are going to be. But here's what the wind gust futurecast looks like. As we start right around 8 o'clock this evening, you can see we've still got some pretty good gusts out there, mainly across Ventura County and across some of the Santa Monica Mountains, but mainly the western portions of the Santa Monica Mountains. And as we go through the overnight and into the early morning, we will be watching for some of these gusts to pick up in intensity. You can see around the Santa Susana Mountains, for example, we've got some of that pink coloring. And on our scale, that's wind gusts in about the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. A little concerning to us for the areas around the Palisades fire. You see the south side of the Santa Monica Mountains right against the coast. We've got that purple coloring. That's wind gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. But it does look like as we get into the afternoon, the winds will start to shut down. We'll get a bit of an onshore breeze. Unfortunately, though, at this point, even though the winds look light for Friday, it does look like we'll start Saturday with weak winds, and then another round of offshore winds picks up as we go from Saturday into early Sunday. And again, this will be very similar to the gusts that we see tonight. And then we are, of course, tracking additional winds potentially coming our way as we get into the start of next week around the Monday, Tuesday timeframe. And Melissa and I and the rest of the weather team are still working on that part of the forecast right now. But here's what it looks like for the Inland Empire. Just wanted to give you a quick little preview of what we're looking at for tonight. Getting pretty gusty as we get closer and closer to midnight. Again, not as strong as what we had around that Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe with the damaging wind gusts, but still we'll have some pretty strong gusts, including this gust potential right around the San Jacinto Mountains above 60 miles an hour. But I really think most spots will be in the 25 to 45 mile per hour range. As we get into Friday morning, still pretty gusty out there. But again, for the afternoon, here's that onshore breeze, which may take a little bit of smoke inland. But then it all gets quiet. So by the time we get to Friday night, the winds are done. We're done with the winds as we get into early Saturday, but late Saturday and into early Sunday, the winds come back. Not necessarily as gusty as what we have seen, but we will still have some pretty strong gusts across the Santa Ana Mountains. So that's something we'll continue to track as we go through the next couple of days. Michael, Caroline, or Colleen?
All right.
David, before we let you go here, any idea what the distance or the mileage is from that active portion of fire that we saw to the 405 freeway?
Let me back up the maps here a little bit, and then I'll just do my best to kind of approximate it by eye here. We're probably looking at, I would say this has got to be only about a mile or so. But again, there's a couple of things that this would have to go through. This is some canyons in here. All these brown lines that you're seeing, some of these are ridge tops as well. So it'd have to go down into a canyon, up again, down, up a couple of times before it gets there. And in fact, I'm going to walk off screen for a second because we do have the ability here to do quick measurements on our weather computer. So let me see if I can pull in a quick little measurement. Yeah, so just about like I thought, just about a mile or so. Not too bad.
Who needs that? You got it, David. You already got it.
Yeah, so about a mile or so to the west of the 405.
Well, it's interesting because last night, right around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, they were very concerned about that fire burning up to the 405 freeway. I think the mileage at that point was 2.5 miles.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a very good point that you bring up, Colleen, because before we updated this burn scar with the most recent one that we got, it cut off right about in here. So you can see how much has been added to it today and the direction it's kind of burned. It's kind of been toward this northeasterly direction. So yeah, that is a very good point to bring up. I almost forgotten about that from last night, that it was about 2 miles away and now it's closer to about a mile. But curious to see if it's going to continue to burn this direction or they're just going to let this get up to the ridge top and continue to fight it. So.
All right.
Yeah. Last night was a long time ago for
yes,
a lot of people. So, all right, David, thank you.
Appreciate it.
As you may have noticed, we have NBC reporters from all over the country right now helping with our coverage out there. Dana Williams from NBC San Diego, live right now at the Eaton fire in Altadena. Dana, give us an idea of where you are.
Yep, you know, Colleen, Michael, we are standing on West Terrace in between Glen Rose and Olive. This is a really unique community. This is referred to as Jane's Village. All of these cottages are turning 100 years old this year. And so you could truly say this has been a 1 in 100 year fire for this community. We're standing in front of 272 West Terrace. Again, this is 272 West Terrace, and we just kind of want to show you the situation. So many of the homes just on this 200 block, I'd say more than a dozen, are down to rubble. But this is something that we're seeing very common this evening. That is a small fire directly on the gas meter of the home. We did see a fire crew come. They tried to put out the fire, but they said, look, it's melted. They are not able to put out fires when they're melted, and so they said it is just going to burn until utilities can come in and cut gas to these homes. Earlier, we were about a mile away and utilities were coming through and cutting gas. But I want to show you one other thing. It's a little dark, so I'm going to turn on my flashlight here. This house, if you can see it, the direct neighbor to the one with the fire right now, we spoke with the young man who lives there. He says that his neighbor, actually, the next door neighbor, also burned down 2 over the night of the fire. The family living here evacuated at 10 p.m. The next morning, 3 a.m., they were told, your home's still here if you need to come get anything. It took him 1 hour to get here, and his home by that time was already completely burned down. So that was obviously extremely stressful for that family and heartbreaking. And we're hearing so many accounts from people today. It was just so fast. Obviously, you're hearing that here at the Eaton fire as well as in the Palisades. And another thing, tips for people. Today was kind of the first day that people were coming back to Altadena to look through their stuff. And of course, you understand the desire to take a look at your home, see what there is. However, we did speak with firefighters. They say even going through this amount of rubble, you think that you know where you are in your home, but it could be extremely dangerous. You don't know what's underneath you. They also say not only do you not know what's under your feet, how hot it may be, but you don't know what's above you. Telephone poles, those are extremely dangerous right now. Palm trees, those are also extremely dangerous right now. And so there are a lot of hazards in these communities. It's so dark we can't even show you some of the power lines that are down. But another thing that I just want to show you to describe that this is still a very active situation. Can you see all of the particles, the smoke, the ash in this light? This is nothing that you want to come breathe if you can avoid it. So that's kind of the situation here in this area of Altadena. Again, this is 272 West Terrace. There are some homes that are okay closer to Glen Rose, but closer to Olive, they've all burned down. But that is for now live. I'm Dana Williams. Back to you guys.
All right, Dana, we want to ask you a couple of quick questions here. We know that the curfew is not in effect just yet. We know they're asking for one. They were hoping to implement it tonight, but at the very latest, they believe it will happen tomorrow. What are you seeing in terms of law enforcement in the neighborhoods there? Are people being checked for IDs to get back in to see what they can see?
Colleen, it's a great question. Something that we've seen a lot of is overhead patrol helicopters flying by. We've seen at least 2 of them with headlights, as well as some deputies, but there are also a lot of firefighting rigs that are driving through here, brush rigs. We've seen firefighters from in county, out of county. This is definitely still very active for law enforcement, but I'd say as soon as it got dark, anybody living here, anybody who have friends, maybe they were coming to check on houses, they all seem to have leave. And we've been here past, police barricades on Marengo for hours. And so we haven't been out to where the public was having to park for quite a while. But we did know that people were parking and they were walking miles, Colleen, to get to their house, get to their friend's house just to check. There was one point when there were a bit too many people for law enforcement's comfort with situations like this, with still hot spots, still fires, power lines down, even though they're turned off. And so law enforcement was encouraging people, maybe now's not the time to come here. And so we are kind of waiting to see if more people come. We'll be back here tomorrow to check on that part of the situation. But right now, it seems as though all's calm. We haven't seen any law enforcement probably in about 5-10 minutes, but that's how quickly and how often they're coming.
Dana, you mentioned during one of your earlier reports, and again, you just talked about it now, the problems with gas lines and power utility lines down. Have you seen crews in the area? I know you mentioned earlier, yes, they were, but how about within the last hour or so?
Crews in the area, yes, we have. And the interesting thing is that what they're really focusing on, we see them, they pull up, and these fires are what they're focusing on. They're going straight into the homes, and I would say out of a dozen homes, I see half of them having this sort of fire. And just so you guys know, I did just lose you on IFB. We've kind of been going in and out, so I can't hear you, but I will just finish this last bit up. Crews have been in the neighborhoods, but they're just focusing on putting out those little unsuspecting fires. We actually heard crackling like a bonfire just about 30 minutes ago, and a fire started in the house across the street, even when it looks as though no more burning can possibly happen. And so crews are actively driving through here, patrolling, obviously especially dangerous with no curfew, and it's just not clear if people are still out here trying to check on their homes.
All right, Dana Williams reporting live for us from the Eaton fire. Dana, we appreciate your work, and thanks for all that information.
All right, we're going to check in now with our Amber Frias. She's live for us in Calabasas where the Kenneth fire is burning. Amber.
Hey, Michael, Colleen, we're at the intersection of Muro and Las Virgenes roads. And as you can see behind me, here we have at least 10 fire engines standing by, ready to go if need be. And really, the operation throughout the afternoon since we've been here has been pretty incredible. We've seen many fire engines making their way up the mountain. We've seen utility companies, we've seen, big bulldozers just working their way up there to try and prevent this fire from spreading, and of course try and put out these flames. Now this area, we're in a community that is still under mandatory evacuation orders, and no one is allowed back in going north of Muro Road on Las Virgenes Road. And you can probably see there are some people here. These are people who live in these neighborhoods where they are under mandatory evacuation orders. There's, I would say, at least 24 people here. We've seen them here for almost 2 hours now, hoping to be let back inside their home to retrieve some important items, some documents, some pets even. And they are being led back inside one by one, though. They are being chaperoned by a sheriff's deputy, and they take them up to their home, allow them some time to gather some things, and quickly make their way down. But of course, as you can imagine, this is taking some time. It's causing some frustration among people whose nerves already here are on high alert. Now, a reminder, these mandatory evacuation orders are for the safety of everyone, not only the residents, but also the firefighters involved in these efforts, and also for them to get their work done. So really, this is a good reminder for all of us, not just people who live in these surrounding communities, especially over these next few days, to have a go bag ready, and most importantly, to have a plan. Colleen, Michael.
All right, Amber, thank you. And of course, it's going to be the way of the world. What we need to get used to having IDs ready and at checkpoints going into our neighborhoods for the next few days, perhaps even weeks.
That's right. We want to get to now Kevin Geis. He's back with us, also covering the Kenneth fire with some new information on the investigation into this particular fire. Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually just on the other side of this fence here on Victory Boulevard. The park was relatively open. We were able to work our way a little bit beyond this fence here, but then an officer actually came and ushered us outside, letting us know that this is now an active crime scene, so we had to work our way back. They're investigating an arson incident. I just received this information into my phone, so I'm just going to read it here. The incident under investigation started as an unspecified number of citizens detained an unidentified person spotted in the area of the West Valley close to where the Kenneth fire is burning. It is not immediately clear that this person that the LAPD is talking to is responsible for the West Hills Kenneth fire, but investigators are looking into it. Investigators are also looking into any possible connections with any of the other fires in the area. Now, there was sort of a collective sigh of relief in this area a little while ago when people started to sort of realize that they could sort of take that little bit of step back, start to put things away a little bit. Of course, there is still that evacuation warning in this area, so a lot of people still leaving some of their more, immediate things close to sort of the door, close to their cars, they were telling me. But there was sort of a collective sigh of relief a little while ago, and now that word is starting to spread a little bit to some of the neighbors, some of the people in this area, that they are investigating this incident here on Victory Boulevard as arson, there's sort of another sort of collective sigh of relief that there has been some sort of detainment of some person that LAPD are working to sort of learn a little bit more about. And this has sort of been a really active area all afternoon. We've been sort of in this area for a while now. We've sort of watched a lot of people initially when we first arrived here packing their cars, packing their valuables, putting any sort of animals they have in the house into those cars, start working their way down the hill here, and then a lot of sort of officers, firefighters sort of working their way through the neighborhoods, letting people know that they should be sort of on the way out. We also at one point had sort of a large plume of smoke just on the other side, and one neighbor told us that he a couple times sort of really felt as though this was the area that this whole sort of situation was beginning to unfold. So obviously a very active investigation here. We were just learning from the LAPD that this is sort of all going down at this moment. So we'll toss it back to you folks for now and try to learn a little bit more over the next few hours.
Boy, this happened very, very quickly because this fire broke out at about 2:30 this afternoon. Did we lose him? Is he still there, Kevin?
Yep.
We're just kind of curious about the Michael, not this Michael, the other Michael we spoke to this afternoon, who was packed up and ready to go. What's the latest with him?
Yeah, absolutely. So funny enough, he actually worked his way over here and sort of came over. I'm looking to see, actually, he's right here. Let me see if I can grab him. Hey, Michael, question. So we'll catch him we're live at the moment. We just wanted to sort of check in with you now that you sort of have a couple answers at this point and just sort of see, how you're feeling now that the fire sort of worked its way down a little ways in the wind. How are you sort of feeling? I see your truck right around the corner here.
Yes. Well, relieved for a couple of reasons. One, they have an arson suspect in custody who's been going around and lighting these. Two, the fire, when it went through here, cleared away all the brush, so it's kind of in a way like a controlled burn, so the fire's not coming back, so my family can relax a little bit. And number three, no flare-ups, because they're using this trailhead right here, which apparently is a crime scene from where it was started, simultaneously as the filling spot for the helicopters. So they have to fly over this neighborhood and patrol it all night. So with all the water helicopters right here, we do feel a little safe.
And you have has your family been able to work back toward, back toward the house? Have they sort of relaxed their posture a little bit?
Yeah. The dogs are not back yet. They're being boarded, but one of my daughters is now back. So my wife and other daughter are out of state right now. So.
Absolutely. Nice to have a little bit of company. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. And stay safe. Stay things loaded up. Absolutely.
You're the one that's done all the dangerous areas.
We're working on it. So we're sort of learning as we're sort of flowing through these areas. Obviously, neighbors sort of breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. But of course, a lot of officials in this area are still sort of cautioning, just stay sort of ready to move quickly just in case. We're still watching a lot of those helicopters. Like Michael mentioned, there's the filling station sort of right in this area for some of those helicopters. So there is sort of a lot of activity right in this area that we're continuing to follow along with. And again, we'll sort of be in this area in case more things happen right here. We're right on Victory Boulevard for now. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, more to get to on that. All right, appreciate it. It's 7 o'clock here, folks, and we are continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We are keeping a very close eye on the newest fire. That was the one burning across county lines into Ventura County. The one that Kevin was just covering, the Kenneth fire, started near West Hills around 2:30 this afternoon. We have an update. That fire has now burned more than 900 acres. And as you just heard, breaking news here, they may have someone, a person of interest, in custody on this. And there is an arson investigation. This fire initially triggered some evacuation orders for Hidden Hills, actually, in parts of Calabasas, north of the 101. Some areas within that area, those were downgraded just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. LA Fire says the active areas of the fire are mostly situated at this point within Ventura County, and investigators are looking into whether this fire was intentionally started. But as you just heard, breaking news, they do have a person of interest in custody on this one.
More to come on that. In the meantime, in Altadena, the Eaton fire has burned more than 13,000 acres. It's at 0% containment, and we have some revised numbers here for you tonight. Officials now say 4 people have died in the Eaton fire. That's down from the initial 5 reported. One firefighter has been injured. We're told they were taken to a local hospital. Evacuation orders are still in effect, however. Pasadena City PIO says that more than 1,000 people spent the night at that shelter located at the Pasadena Convention Center. The National Guard has been deployed to help with the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire.
The death toll also growing in the Palisades fire. At least 2 people confirmed dead there tonight. The first reported at a home on PCH near Dukes in Malibu. The second reported on Friend Street near the George Wolfberg Park. So far, just under 20,000 acres have burned. 0 containment out there right now. More than 5,000 buildings or structures have been destroyed in the Palisades fire and the Malibu areas. That's actually up from 1,000 just yesterday. They're able to get in and survey the damage even more today during daylight hours. Right now, more than 300,000 customers are without power. SoCal Edison says crews are working around the clock now to get power restored as quickly as possible.
We have live team coverage. We begin here tonight with meteorologist Melissa McGee. Melissa.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. And yeah, we continue to track these fires. And the latest, as you mentioned, is that fire burning very close to West Hills, the Kenneth fire here. You can see, I want to show you some of the sustained winds, even the gusts across the area. Sustained winds in the canyons out of the north and west and out of the north and east, moving toward the west, I should say, gusting up to 37 miles per hour. We've got a northerly wind for Las Virgenes Road, gusting up to 23 miles per hour, and the flames, for the most part, starting to move from the north and east down to the west. So it's actually moving away from Woodland Hills, pressing closer in terms of the smoke and the ash down across areas in Las Virgenes. Now, the concern is that just to the south of this fire, we've got the 101 and Calabasas. So there's a lot of smoke. There's probably a lot of particulate matter that's moving from the north down to the south, affecting a lot of communities. Palisades fire, the very latest with that. We've got Topanga Beach. Sustained winds really calm right now. 4 miles, calm in Santa Monica Beach. But Santa Monica Mountains, we've got a wind gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains underneath a high wind warning. So it's very possible later on tonight into our Friday, we'll see these winds gusting anywhere from 50 to 65 miles per hour. And the direction of that wind coming in from the north and east back down to the south, all the way down to the water. So we're not out of the woods in terms of finding these strong winds popping up from time to time. The Eaton fire close to Altadena, we've got great news in terms of the winds. It's fairly calm in a lot of spots. Relative humidity down to 14% there. Altadena 14. And we've got 13% there and Sierra Madre. Let's talk about the current gusts across the region, because now we're starting to see those winds pop up in some of our typical wind-prone spots. Void of LA County for the most part and for now, but you do have gusts up to 22 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, gusting close to 40 miles per hour in Ontario and 36 in Riverside. That's why we've got the high wind warnings that are posted. They will stay up through Friday, and the wind advisories as well, especially for West Hills, Hidden Hills, Agora Hills, all the way down across areas in the Palisades. No matter where you are here in Southern California, and even if you're not underneath one of those evacuation orders, there's an issue with smoke all in the atmosphere. So we've got a wildfire smoke advisory for LA County, and this smoke will extend back across areas in Orange County and the IE. So I want to put this into motion for you. Smoke futurecast showing you later on tonight. We've got that smoke across much of LA County. That's why the conditions are hazardous outside. If you have to go outside, keep it brief. We're getting a lot of calls and texts. I am personally that a lot of people are heading outside and getting headaches because you can almost see the ash in the air at this hour. Once we go throughout the rest of tonight, during the overnight hours, you can see that smoke really starts to spread out. And then watch what happens as we get into our Friday. Even communities that are not currently seeing fires, starting to see that smoke out across areas in Orange County and the IE. And then as we get into our Friday afternoon, the smoke is still a concern. So we'll talk about what we can expect for the rest of tonight. And as we press forward here, the winds are starting to increase in some locations for our wind-prone spots for the IE as well as the Santa Clarita Valley. But later on tonight, Topanga Beach, for example, Malibu, the Palisades, up through the Santa Monica Mountains, watching that very closely because there will be another burst of wind with these wind advisories and high wind warnings possible. So 40 to 50 miles per hour in some spots. The mountains could find gusts up to 65 miles per hour. Poor air quality is a big concern right throughout our weekend. Critical fire weather, because as we're seeing with these Santa Anas, once these Santa Anas move on through, they have the ability to spread these fires fairly rapidly. More winds, however, are possible as we get into our weekend. Another round as we get into late Saturday night and into our Sunday. So watching conditions for us very closely as we head into our weekend. We get a small break Friday afternoon. The winds come right back as we head into our weekend. We'll track it for you throughout the night. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's get to NBC4's Macy Jenkins. She joins us live in Altadena. Macy.
Hi, Colleen and Michael. Well, it looks quite different than it did 2 days ago here in this area. I'm in, excuse me, I'm on Beverly Way and Lake Avenue, just a few blocks south of Altadena Drive. Take a look at this house behind me. You will see this if you go house to house down this entire street. I'll walk up here. I'll have my photographer, David Gregory, kind of follow me. This is the front door of a home. You can see this, the chimney is still standing, but obviously, there is nothing left here of what used to be someone's house. If you just walk with me, and David, if you'll pan with me over to the left, you can see a transformer here on the ground. All of these power lines, we don't know the status, so we can't get too close. But this is the kind of destruction and all of this debris here and ash in the street. This is what we're talking about. And if you'll look down there, David, you can see a burned car. Obviously, there was not enough time for whoever owns that car to move it or to get out in time. Some people just had to leave. Now, we have some information. There's plenty of information that's been disseminated today. Sheriff Robert Luna says LASD is working along with CAL FIRE and coordinating with human remains detection teams. Their job is to go from house to house to try to figure out who might not have escaped the fire. We know that the death toll is at 4, and there are 4,000 structures, at least 4,000 structures, that have been destroyed or damaged in this fire. Now, the good news here, according to what authorities said earlier, is that even though this fire is at more than 13,000 acres and 0% contained, they have a better idea of how to attack it. They have more than 1,500 personnel on this fire, on the Eaton fire. And as we just take a look at some more of this destruction, we drove up and down the street earlier this evening, up and down Lake Avenue. And this is something that you'll note if you want to get into this neighborhood. They are trying to keep everyone out. There are several checkpoints along Lake and Altadena. The idea is to keep looters out of this area. So far, 20 looting arrests have been made, 18 of those in Altadena. Now, newly elected DA Nathan Hochman warned anyone considering coming to any of these affected areas, if they break the law, they will be arrested and punished to the full extent of the law. As far as resources go, there are several organizations trying to help. The Red Cross has a list of resources. I believe it was Airbnb. They're offering free resources, temporary shelter. For a full list, you can go to NBCLA.com. But one of the things that, we've seen in covering these fires is so much of the destruction and people helping people. I have to say it's incredible. Even here as news crews, there are people coming around and dropping off food, even for us covering these. So I think that this has really brought out the humanity in so many of us from different organizations all around this area. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Macy, thank you. And she makes a very interesting point there. So many people are starved for information. They're very appreciative of people being in the neighborhood. Macy also talked about she's driving up and down Lake there. For people who are not familiar with the Pasadena area, that really is sort of the lifeblood. That particular street is like Colorado. We all know Colorado from the Rose Parade, but Lake Street, Lake Avenue there, you go up there, there are businesses and churches, and just as you get off Lake, there are residential areas, and so much of that is just not there anymore.
Tough to watch.
It is.
That's for sure. All right, over the past several days, we have heard from so many homeowners that left important belongings at home because they didn't have anything ready when they had to evacuate.
NBC4's Hetty Chang spoke with fire officials about the essential things we all need, things that we should pack and get ready to go at a moment's notice.
In covering so many of these fires lately, we've been talking with homeowner after homeowner, and a lot of them tell us they did not have a second to spare to grab what they needed. A lot of them just rushed out with nothing. And it got a lot of us thinking, are we prepared? Do you have your go bag ready? Do you have a disaster ready bag ready to go? So we want to talk now with Captain Sean Doran, who's with the Orange County Fire Authority. There's a lot of other things that we need just in case we have to rush out in a moment's notice. What are those things?
Absolutely. And this is part of our Ready, Set, Go program. So when it is time to go, it's not the time to develop a plan, it's time to execute that plan. Just small things like personal items, glasses, a reminder here to have emergency plan, copies of your IDs, prescription meds, lenses, financial records, a USB drive. When you have the time is to go take photos of your photos or the important valuables and put those on a USB drive so you have some way to at least recreate those later.
And this one, this tool is really interesting. This is a flashlight, which is always needed because you don't have power.
This is something you can self-generate the power. You can hear that fun siren, which we like, and you don't have to worry about having battery backup. So this is a one-stop flashlight, access to AM radio. So you have some way to hear the radio messages that might be coming across from your local resources, as well as have a flashlight.
Here's something we learned while covering the Palisades fire. There was no cell phone reception anywhere. Even first responders were asking us if we were familiar with certain streets. Have a paper map. This is a Thomas guide. I just looked it up. You can still get one. It doesn't have to be a Thomas guide, but make sure you have some sort of paper map so you know exactly where to go. Maybe someone's asking you for directions, then you have this map to go to find the street that they're looking for. And also cash. This is something that a lot of us don't carry anymore. Always have cash in case the ATMs are down, the banks are down, and of course connectivity as well. In Irvine, Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
Boy, all things we don't think about, and we really, really should.
Should, yeah.
NBC4's Brittany Hope was in the Palisades area earlier today, taking a look at what was left of some of the houses out there.
Yeah, in fact, she ran into some homeowners still trying to save their homes. Here's what they saw.
So you can see a water tender just leaving. We're here in the Pacific Highlands on Paseo de Oro, where there's two people who live here. They said they were trying to protect their home. They couldn't get any water, literally buckets. We pulled over as well. And ma'am, what is your name one more time?
Valerie.
Valerie.
Yeah.
Tell us when you realized there was no water left.
We went inside the house and there is no water inside the house. We turned on the faucet, there's no water. There's no water into the yard. I took some water bucket from our jacuzzi. We're trying to put away the small ember, but there's one right here. There's underneath this shrub. It's starting to catch up, which will make that house totally could be a big problem. And it's over there. They need to bring more help.
Well, here,
to save those houses.
Come with me. Let's show what has happened on your street so far. And thank you, Valerie, for talking with me. When we found you, you two were just in the street, just begging for someone to pay attention.
Yes.
We stopped. Luckily, police stopped. We were able to get a water tender up here.
Thank you.
Now that help is here, what's going through your mind?
Well, they need to put that house right there. They need to save that house. We already have 2 houses that are completely done. They need to save that house here. And then they need to pay attention here because there is fire that started with a small ember, but all this vegetation right here is ready to burn right here. Oh. My husband is using the fire extinguisher, but it's not enough.
So literally residents using a fire extinguisher because until 3 minutes ago, there hasn't been water in this neighborhood. And unfortunately, multiple homes have burned here. This is Paseo de Oro. What is the name of this community?
This is the Highland and this is the Paseo de Oro Street.
Okay, so we're still in the Highlands on Paseo de Oro.
Street. Everybody is so helpful and kind and all together. And we really want this street to stay in one piece, except those 2 houses. And it should not be a big deal. We should be able to put water to stop anything from spreading more. So thank you.
No.
Thank you for bringing attention to this so that we can save this house and we can stop those little things to catch and create another disaster here,
right,
which is not needed.
Right.
And we need to have water. We want to help. We want to make sure our house are okay.
We heard police say that they needed another water tender as well. So I think that the fire hydrants here, I think they now have water, which is why we can see that fire crews are here. But it sounds like even more help is coming. Have you spoken at all to these neighbors who lost their homes? It looks like 3 or 4 properties. Are they all physically safe? Are they physically safe?
They're all safe. Everybody made it out, which is wonderful. We are all on the channel. We're texting with each other. We took a video. Somebody else was able to come as well this morning and take a video because up to now we didn't know if our house made it. So at least we know who has still a house, who doesn't, and we're going to be able to pull together. But we need to stop from this to spread unnecessarily, because if there's more wind and we don't take care of the small thing that is here, it's going to turn into a big thing. Oh. And we really don't want that.
I know. Wait, it sounds... Is that another water tender?
Yeah.
Oh, another water tender. We have another water... Here, Val, come with me this way. This is incredible. We're getting help. So we saw... No, of course. Don't... This is... It's everyone's job. So we had seen down the hill from us here along Palisades Drive. Thank you guys so mumuch.
I want to pay attention to this one here as well.
We had seen down on Palisades Drive a few water tenders that were there. And so Joel and I, my photographer, we were all together. We were talking with police. We said, we saw a tender at this intersection. Is there any way? Well, the 2 officers we just talked to just returned. They sprinted down the hill. We have another water tender here. That means we have more water.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. And I know it's small, but if we can at least save those houses that can still be saved,
yes,
it is worthwhile. Please.
Well, and there's so many homes in the Highlands that have burned. So many.
Yes.
And you never know what's going to happen.
And we may lose those houses, but if at least we can still try, that would be really great, because if there is a resource, we should use this resource since we know it's happening right there. So thank you, so appreciating, and I really pray that we can save this street, if possible. And my heart goes to everybody that have lost their house. It's just so horrendous. I mean, really.
These are your neighbors. Do they know yet that their home's burned?
It's just awful. I mean, seriously, it is awful. It's not something that we could even have conceived, that we are all having so much loss and devastation. We were on Sunset. I did not recognize Sunset. I thought we were somewhere else. It's not conceivable. I'm sorry.
No, please don't apologize. We've been trying to find the words.
Thank you. I don't know if I have the word for it like that. It's so big and so many people lost their house. But if we can still save some that can be saved,
all
I think
hope for.
any house that can be saved is worth fighting.
I'm so happy that we have people here. I was so nervous when we saw you coming out of your house with buckets but no water. And it's, what do you do? But that's a situation for so many people.
I just said no poison in water. And those things needs to be attended to.
Yes, yes.
Why losing an entire street? I know we are stretched thin, but if we can still prevent more loss somewhere, it's worth the fight.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you
for
so
sharing your
much.
water. I hope they're going to take those out, and they're going to take this one here as well.
Yeah.
And I hope that the house does not burn. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. For just speaking with me and for even trying to save your neighbors' homes, you and your husband with buckets, with extinguishers. This is community. You know, that this is what being a neighbor is.
And people are ready to come and to help, you know. If only we can make a difference. I mean, as long as it's still safe, and then if we could be making a difference, saving our house, everybody is so stretched thin, whatever we can do. And we need water. And small thing like that needs to be attended to as possible.
They're going to get it. They're here now. Thank you so much again. If you're just tuning in, we're on Paseo de Oro here in the Highlands and Pacific Highlands, on the east side of the Highlands. Multiple homes we've seen have burned in this area, but many are still standing. Water finally getting to this community, and it is so needed. We'll send it back to you.
What a story.
Tough to watch. The desperation, not only on her face, but on her voice. You could hear it and see it.
And coming out with buckets.
Yeah.
Just a bucket to put out whatever she could there.
Yeah, and it's amazing because in a lot of these areas, I remember, again, going back to the 2017 Atlas fire in Northern California, I went up there. Part of the fire had gone through my parents' neighborhood, and I remember walking around with an infrared sensor pointing at ground that was not on fire. It was hundreds of degrees. And it's like, it doesn't take much to just get something to start smoldering again, or something has been smoldering. Maybe a root is on fire somewhere and you don't necessarily see it. And then you see a little spot fire like that kind of pop up. And then it becomes a quick game of kind of like what you were saying the other day. It's like whack-a-mole. It's, You're trying to put that out, and then somebody sees some smoldering over there and they're trying to put that out. And it's tough, especially when you've only got maybe a bucket.
You know, we take fire training all the time because when we cover fires and we're out in the field, we're very close to it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that struck me when I first took the fire training was that fire can be in the root of a tree and burn down there and last for days, even weeks, before it explodes, takes out the tree and takes out things around there.
Yeah, and that's always the concern for firefighters too, is you end up with something like a heavy fuel, like a tree that just sits there smoldering, smoldering. You may not necessarily see it, maybe it gives off a little smoke from time to time, and then it's on a day when you get a big ramp up in gusts that suddenly, now you've introduced oxygen and it's on fire again. And so that's obviously another thing they're going to have to contend with. But the other thing we're also going to talk about, and I've got some maps for this here, is we're also going to have to talk about the air quality, because we're still putting up a lot of smoke from a lot of these fires across the region. Most of the smoke is being blown off the coastline. I'll actually take you through a smoke futurecast here in just a second. But here's what it looks like with just the current air quality across the region. The major contributor to this has been mainly the Eaton fire. So again, the fire's in about this area, but because of the wind direction today, the smoke has been really more blown into parts of the San Fernando Valley. Remember yesterday, it was kind of more the basin into parts of maybe northern Orange County as well, some parts of the San Gabriel Valley, but that has shifted a bit west for today. And this red pocket, again, a reminder, this is unhealthy for everybody, not just for sensitive groups. This is everybody. So you got to make sure to keep your windows and doors closed. And if you have power, this is the interesting thing. I was without power for almost 48 hours now, but I finally got power back. But I wasn't able to run air purifiers in my place. So if you have power, try to run air purifiers, try to run air circulation. You don't have to run the AC, but just get the air through the filter to help out. If you are outside, make sure you're wearing an N95 mask. That's what you need to get the finest particulates. Anything below an N95 mask is not going to be enough to get the fine particulates that can get very deep into your lungs if you're out there breathing it. So let's take a look at the smoke futurecast. I'll show you kind of what we're looking at over the next couple of days here. We're going to start right around 9 o'clock this evening, a ton of smoke being put up. And I do want to point out that this smoke futurecast will really be dependent on the amount of activity that we see both tonight and into tomorrow. But as we play through this here, you'll notice that because we still have an offshore wind, generally the smoke is blowing off the coastline until we start getting closer and closer to midday on Friday. The reason why is because as we approach the middle of Friday, the winds will actually start to get lighter and a little more variable, and that will start carrying smoke into different directions. So as we play through this here a little bit more, we'll pause as we get into the evening. This is 7 p.m. We've got a bit of an onshore breeze now. And again, depending on the amount of activity and the amount of smoke we're getting from the fires, look where most of the smoke is going now. It's now over parts of the South Bay into Orange County. So some areas that maybe have not had a lot of smoke concerns over the past couple of days will be dealing with a lot of smoke. And potentially with the onshore breeze coming our way as we get into late Friday night, early Saturday, this will sort of allow the smoke to settle into the region. So this is 7 o'clock in the morning. Look what we've got. It's pretty much all across the IE. It's across the San Gabriel Valley, Orange County, the basin, into the San Fernando Valley, even a little bit here into Ventura County as well. It's not super thick. It's not like we're talking about you can't see when you're walking around outside, but there will be that hint of smoke, I have a feeling, across much of the region as we get into Saturday until we start developing the offshore winds again, which will take all that smoke and pull it right back out off the coastline. That's kind of that it's the trade-off thing we have with the Santa Ana winds. The visibility gets great, but obviously the fire danger is there. So that's one thing that we're going to have to watch as we get into Saturday. Just want to give you a quick little recap on what we're looking at conditions-wise around the fires. You can see that the Malibu Creek observation site reporting a westerly wind right now at about 11 miles an hour, gusting nearly 20. But our ridgetop wind site is still reporting a north wind about 25 miles an hour, gusting up nearly 30 miles an hour. In lower elevations, the winds are relatively calm. This has been a significant site for us because Eliana Moreno earlier was showing us the direction the fire was burning and where was most active for the Palisades fire. And it was right about in this section up here. And this is up in the Santa Monica Mountains, getting very close to the ridge line. That's why in the San Fernando Valley, you can probably see a little bit of that orange glow if you're looking toward the mountains. But essentially what's happening is the fire is burning up the ridge line, but it gets to the top and the wind is hitting it and knocking it back on itself. That might slow it down a bit as it gets closer to the top of the ridge. As we talk about the Kenneth fire, that's been burning obviously in the direction of the southwest, and that's because the winds have been mainly out of the north and the northeast. You can actually see some of our canyon sites still reporting gusts nearly 40 miles an hour, sustained winds at 23, but we've actually lost one of our observation sites here, and the other observation sites reporting an east wind at only about 6 miles an hour. Finally, I just wanted to go over the conditions for the Eaton fire. Currently, the winds are all relatively light. Our primary concern right now, and this is not just for the Eaton fire, but around the rest of the region, regardless of wind speeds, is how dry the air is. 13% humidity right now in Sierra Madre, 13% humidity in Altadena, 14% humidity in Loma Alta Park. So incredibly dry air out there. And again, any spark can potentially create another fire. And of course, there's a lot of smoldering happening within a lot of these burn scars. So that's something we'll keep an eye on as we go through the next couple of hours. Back to you.
All right, David, appreciate it. Thank you. We want to turn our attention now to Amber Frias. She's once again live in Calabasas with more on the Kenneth fire burning. And you are here with some folks who are in the thick of it, huh?
Yeah, these are folks that were evacuated. This is still an area under mandatory evacuation orders. We're on Muro Road and Las Virgenes Road, and really everything north of Muro Road is completely shut off to the public.